Kansas State, Montana, yeah.
Go, Chris.
I'm Boise State. But I've served 2 apprenticeships, one in the meat cutting industry, the machine mill industry. I've been educator for the JATC for 20 years, started out as a part-time. Moved into the coordinator's position 15 years ago and ran that program. We have 68. I'm honored to be on this board and hope I can serve you. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Welcome to the board.
Good morning, everyone. Heather O'Hara, Vice President at Montana Hospital Association. Registered nurse, and master's prepared. Been in the healthcare industry over 25 years. So, and nice to see everyone again. Nice to be in person. So thank you.
Morning, David Smith. I'm Executive Director of the Montana Contractors Association. I've been there about 4 years now. Brought a little show and tell on the back table there. I've got some posters that we've just produced that we're going to get out to all of the CTE teachers heading to Billings after this meeting. And so on there is a QR code that kids can scan, and it goes right to a page where it shows them how much money you can make in the different trades, everything, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, whatever. So excited about stuff like that. So,
Bill Brunsma, I'm the career outreach director for Billings Public Schools. It's my 4th school year with Billings Public Schools, so I coordinate a lot of the career activities that we do, middle school through high school. Work primarily on the business side, but I work at 4 career coaches I work with. Previously, before this, I was with the Montana Registered Apprenticeship Program, so I was a Department of Labor employee. Got to work on different grants, expanding youth apprenticeship, healthcare apprenticeship, stuff like that. So, my background.
I'm Quinn Queer. I'm a plumber by trade, but now I'm working as a training coordinator for one of the 41 plumbers pipe fitters. Went to apprenticeship there and I've been there for about 9 years.
Jim Olcott, business manager, local 732 Ironworkers. Been a member for 25 years. Also assistant apprentice coordinator for our local.
I'm Mary Heller. I am the Montana Ready Coordinator for the Montana Office of Public Instruction. I'm at the table merely because I am not talented enough to balance things on my lap, and I just want to see the right, not a voting member.
Elsie Arnson, the voting member, but I'm only going to be here till 2 o'clock. Just to let you know, it's crunch time in Montana, so that means pick up those vegetables, those fruits, and at 2 o'clock today, our school nutrition and lunch individuals across the state are going to be crunching either an apple or broccoli or carrots or anything within that. So that's why I will not be able to be here past that. But I'm excited about what we can do and learn from each other on this. I've served as a legislator, and it just kind of sat. So let's really get some goals together and let's really push this across the board and make something special for Montana students.
Shane Unswater, new board member, so I'm excited to be on the board and serving with all of you. Been running the chambers for the last 5.5 years, and well, my background, I'll just kind of try to briefly summarize it. I've done quite a bit, but my dad was a home builder, so I built homes with them. I worked on a farm for a couple of summers in college. Worked at McDonald's during college, was a manager for them. Went to Herberger's, quickly was promoted to manage Herberger stores across the Northwest. Recruited by a couple of other companies, including a car dealership at one point where I was a business manager, then recruited by Cabela's. So I started with Cabela's, and there's only 7 stores. So I managed a few Cabela's stores across the country when they made the big stores, 250,000 square feet. Recruited by Hobby Lobby. So I ran a couple of stores with them. Caught a lot of shoplifters, and so was invited to join their loss prevention team. So I was a regional investigator for loss prevention for a couple of years. Herberger's called me, wanted me to come back to Montana. I'm a native of Montana. Lived in 7 different towns across the state and 9 different states across the country. So came back to Montana and ran the store for about 1.5 years. And I'm a numbers person, saw they were challenged, and good friends with the mall manager. We served on a couple of committees together. He was invited to run the mall in Billings, asked me to apply for his spot. So I did. So I ran the mall for 2.5 years. When I left it, it was still full. But the chamber position came open, and I said, I've got a pretty good breadth of different varying work experiences, from helping mom and pop startups to working in the corporate office level as well. And so I applied for it. And I tell people if they hire me, they hire anybody. So with the chamber, it's been in the red for a number of years, and in 18 months, we turned it around, put it in black. And we've been in the black the last 5 consecutive years. So I think we found a model with the chamber to continue to go forward. And I want to thank many of you for coming yesterday to take a look at our Worlds of Work event. And that's just the first start of what we're planning to do with the Great Falls Chamber. We are going to build out an entity called Central Montana Works. And we fully intend that to be a game changer, not just for our area, but our goal is to work with the other chambers and duplicate what we're doing so we can make an impact on it. Again, thank you.
I'm Patty Fleming with the Montana Manufacturing Extension Center. We're based at College of Engineering at Montana State University, but we've got 6 remote offices. And we help manufacturers grow and innovate.
My name is Amber Carey and I'm a small business owner. We are welding and machining shop located in Big Sandy, Montana. I'm a tribally enrolled member of the Chippewa Cree tribe. I also work for the Flathead tribe. And we have cows. And so I'm just kind of all over. I serve on the 4-H leaders, so I work a lot with kids. Yeah, I'm kind of all over. And I'm a new member.
And you're 14.
Oh, and I have kids, yep, 14, 9, and 3.
Mike McGinley, Dillon, Beaver Head County Commissioner. I've been commissioner probably 23 or so years now. Still own Beaver Head Meats, so my son's taking over that plant. They're doing a lot of custom process and stuff in Beaver Head. And seasons aboard, so we're about to get real busy.
All right, Jason Small, Montana State Senate, Senator Jason Small, I guess, also Northern Cheyenne tribal member. Sit on this board. I'm working for Department of Commerce right now, doing Indian Country Economic Development. Stay pretty busy, gearing up for session. It's right around the corner, so we're having a lot of discussions. Everyone's getting busy, and it's just about go time.
Lori Isak, Commissioner of Labor and Industry. Just want to thank Shane and his staff for just an amazing event yesterday. I'm just really excited to see where that can go and maybe how we can replicate that around the state. So thank you. Other thing I really want to say is we're just really excited from the department level about this board and all the great things we can do, how we can partner with OPI, commerce, and then industry, whether it's the unions, whether it's private companies, we want to work together. My goals for the governor is jobs over 50,000. I need everybody to get there. And I just think there's a lot of innovative things we can be doing together as a group. So thank you to everyone.
Dylan Flatmeyer, I'm the governor's education and workforce policy advisor. So I work pretty closely with DLI, with Commerce, with OPI, and with OG.
Dean Bentley, I'm a HR generalist for Northwestern Energy. I'm based out of Butte. I've been on this board long enough that I recognize some of the veteran staff coming in the room here, but across the board, I'm kind of been involved with almost everything on this board, but my passion continues to go into development of workforce. So where we start at younger ages and help with the develop pipeline tools and really some career readiness and ideas and get that into parents and students and grandparents and influencers hands. I'm excited, Dave, to see those posters and hopefully have some extras.
I do have some extras.
Yes, I would like to take that. I have a HR management class I teach at Montana Tech. And so I've got some visitors popping in today, so hopefully they can be active and participate or get engaged here. So we have some more people getting involved at different levels to see what happens at the state addressing level. Thanks.
I'm Paul Huffman, I'm the Director of Strategic Planning and Growth for the India Utilities Group. We're part of MD Resources, and that name isn't real familiar in Montana, but we operate under a number of brands. Montana Wood Utilities, Gas Electric, Combo Utility in the eastern part of the state, Knife River Corporation, or this western part of the state, and Rocky Mountain Contractors in the East Helen area, as well as WBI Energy, which is interstate pipeline based in the eastern part of the state. We're in about 41 states across the nation. And been on the SWIB board for 6-7 years, and I'm really excited about where we're headed. And Shane, I'll echo Commissioner Esau's comments. That was an amazing event yesterday. We're going to talk more about that today, and really excited about the opportunities we have for us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Wes Vice Director of the State Workforce Innovation Board. Thank you all for being here. Shane, thank you for allowing us to collaborate yesterday. Scott has been wonderful to work with, and same for you. But just to be able to be here and showcase workforce, and for those of you that were able to attend, to see it in action. Going on 11 months here at DLI. Appreciate everybody's support, and as we continue down this road, whatever I can do to make it easier for you as board members or include you more, just please reach out and let me know. So thank you all for being here.
We've got some board members that are called in. Peter, if you could introduce yourselves. I'm not sure if I can name you all. I'm not sure all the names that are on the internet are.
Why don't we start with Jason Palin?
Yes, morning team, and apologies, I couldn't make it in this morning for some unforeseen circumstances. With that, my name is Jason Palin. I'm currently the Vice President of the technical team with Sibanye Stillwater here in South Central Montana. And good to see you, most of you again, and really look forward to the discussions.
Thank you. Deb Poteet.
Yes, good morning. I can't seem to get anything working today and obviously couldn't make it. My apologies for that. My name is Deb Poteet. I'm the owner of Poteet Construction. We work throughout Montana and seem to end up doing a lot of work in Yellowstone that wasn't planned this year, but a little flood changed all of that. So I've been spending a lot of my time in Yellowstone this year. We are members of the laborers union, and we work side by side trying to get apprentices and more employees. As everyone knows, that's a problem. And I have written grants for training for non-traditional individuals into the highway industry to try to provide more workers. In the past, that's what I've done. We mostly do highway projects. And I'm looking forward to contributing to this board and making some good things happen for Montana. Thank you.
Shanda Hermanson.
Morning. I'm the administrator for Disability Employment and Transitions Division at the Department of Public Health and Human Services. Our division houses vocational rehabilitation, which is a program that provides training and career services to people with disabilities, all types of disabilities, so physical, sensory, mental health, you name it. It spans the whole breadth of the disability world. So we have that program. We also have programming in the high schools, the pre-employment transition services for high school students with disabilities to help them prepare and transition into post-secondary world or the world of work. We also have specific services for our folks with blind and low vision issues. And we have an extended employment program for folks that need long-term supports on the job. So typically people with developmental disabilities or brain injuries or significant mental health issues. We also have telecommunications access program, which allows people with deaf and hard of hearing or other communication issues to utilize the phone system. We also have independent living services across the state. So that's a little overview of what we do in our shop. I also want to recognize and say happy National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And thank you for all of you that partner with us to advance opportunities for Montanans with disabilities across the state. Thank you.
And last but not least, Mary Armstrong.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. We're a little short-handed out here in Valley County, so I'm gonna just tune in for the day. Again, I'm the Valley County Commissioner, and my background is primarily in the aerospace industry. So I'm looking forward to the meeting. I'm really disappointed that I missed the event yesterday, and so I'm looking forward to any updates that you're gonna provide today. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to all our new board members and thank you for being willing to serve. Next on the agenda, Dylan Clapmeyer with the Governor's Office.
Thanks, Chairman Hoffbot. Wes and Paul have put together a really robust agenda here. You've got some great updates. So I won't get into the weeds on all the things going across state agencies right now, but Wes and Hoffbot wanted me to talk a little bit about the governor's main legislative priorities coming into this session that might spark some discussion for today or future discussions and feedback from this group to help us as we move into the session. Some things I did want to flag on the agenda that I think are really priorities for the governor as well is you've got a lot of experts from Commissioner Esau's staff here. Eric Strauss and David Cook coming later to talk about licensing and regulation reform in Title 37. And that is going to be one of the biggest priority bills for the governor this session to really reduce. That's really the culmination of a lot of the red tape work that's been done by the Lieutenant Governor and Commissioner Esau. A lot of the staff around state government over the past year. So I really hope that you'll engage with Eric and ask lots of good questions because that Title 37 reform bill is going to be huge. I'm excited to see that we're going to get an update on the post-secondary workforce report here at noon. That's a new report that's just recently come out and a lot of good data there on our work with OCHI. And then later in the afternoon, discussing some of the WIOA action that's been going on over the last few months and some jobs for veterans. So it's a great agenda. Thanks for putting that together. Some of the governor specific updates I have throughout the summer and into the fall here, the governor has really been focused on getting out to communities, meeting with education officials and key industries to kind of discuss some of the legislative efforts underway to really foster economic growth in the state, create good paying jobs and reduce red tape. He was most recently up in Whitefish with some of you at the RDO to talk about some of the gains that we'd like to make on the tax reforms from last session, especially as it relates to business equipment taxes. I know he's talking with folks in Bozeman and Great Falls as well for future visits here to really talk about how we can continue to make progress on tax reform and then what that translates down to for businesses as they're trying to recruit workforce as well as work with some of our partners in the K-12 and the post-secondary sphere. So keep an eye out. Let me know if you have any questions, but the governor is really committed to getting out there and talking to businesses and education officials about how we can really reduce red tape and create a tax and business climate that fosters workforce development and economic growth. So some of the legislation that we're going to be looking at and that I've met with Wes and DLI staff to talk about and that they wanted me to highlight is we're really focused, I think everyone in this room, on recruitment and retention of workforce across a variety of sectors. Some ones that the governor has really keyed in on as he's met with people around the state is obviously healthcare is a huge one, but also construction, manufacturing, IT, and then in superintendent arts and I space, I would also add teacher recruitment and retention to that. And I won't speak for them, but they've got some very unique pilots going on right now to assist with teacher recruitment and retention. The teacher residency program is very exciting, and I think that there's a lot of opportunities there. We're also looking at how we can build upon the Teach Act from last session to increase starting teacher pay. And then we've got some legislators looking at healthcare incentives as well for teachers. So all those partners from the governor's office to superintendent arts and to OCHI, we're going to continue working together and see how we can increase that pipeline for K-12 teachers, because we know that's where it all starts. We have to start this work in middle school and high school if we want a strong workforce for the future. I think several of you last session were pretty instrumental in helping out with House Bill 252. That was the MTech or money in trades education tax credit. We should be getting data from the Department of Revenue next month to see how that was utilized. Just in talking to folks across the state, I think we could do more to market that tax incentive to get it out there. So we'll see how much interest there was, but there's interest in of course, keeping that going and continuing to market it, and working with some of you that have statewide touches to make sure that businesses know that they can take advantage of that tax credit if they want to upskill or provide additional training to their employees. What that bill does is it provides up to a $2,500 tax rebate to employers that want to send their employees to get some additional training, up to $25,000 per employer. And up to that $2,500 is the state will match 50% of the cost of the training. So if it's not $2,500, it's $1,000, or if it's $2,000, you can get $1,000. So that's how that works. It's pretty narrowly tailored right now to the trades and construction industries. And so we're talking to some other industries. Again, healthcare is just the one that primarily comes to mind, to see if there are other industries that could and would take advantage of that to upskill their employees or help recruit or retain their workforce. So any feedback on one, ways that we as a state can better market that tax credit? Two, if you've got ways that we might need to tweak it to make it more usable, please let us know. And then most importantly, if there's industries that we're missing that can really take advantage of that, please let us know. Like I said, healthcare comes to mind, but I'm sure that there's other industries that can take advantage of that tax credit as well. Again, back to kind of the K-12 sphere, the tribal computer science program that was implemented by OPI, we'd like to look at what we can do to, again, kind of expand that. What that did was that allowed a tribal educator from each of our reservations to get a scholarship to go take a computer science course at one of the Montana University system campuses over the summer. The scholarship would pay for that training. If the teacher would commit to going back to their classroom and getting the computer science program up and running. Again, with any new program like that, it's sometimes a little bit slow to get started. So we're looking at organizations we can partner with, like code.org I've talked to, and some others who, if the teacher is committed to going back to the classroom and starting up this program, maybe the school district doesn't quite have the resources or expertise to get the curriculum to actually implement it. There's programs out there like code.org, Microsoft, and others that have free off-the-shelf resources that teachers can take advantage of. And we're also looking at maybe expanding that to either multiple educators per tribe, or going down to elementary or middle school, because that's really where we have to get kids interested in computer science and coding. There's been a variety of legislators, state agency officials meeting to talk about how we can really take advantage of some of the flexibilities that are in place that the Board of Public Ed and OPI have worked to pass, that the legislature has authorized. And we've actually spent quite a bit of time talking about in these meetings. That's primarily the Transformational Learning Act, the Advanced Opportunities Act, and then the flexibilities that came with Representative Bertolio's House Bill 246 last session. OPI, OCHI, some legislators, myself, we met last week and really talked about, okay, these flexibilities, these funding resources, they exist in state law and state rule, but they're just not really being taken advantage of at the local level. So how do we work with district leaders? Superintendent Moore here in Great Falls has been fantastic, but how do we work with local leaders like that, and Bo's doing a good job of building, to really get districts to take advantage of proficiency-based learning, to get strong applications in, to tap into advanced opportunities, act funding, and really provide those work-based learning opportunities for their students. A big part of that is getting those connections made between key employers and key industries in the various communities. If there's college programs, that are associated with them or that are near those districts. And getting local school boards to adopt that proficiency-based model. So like I said, we spent a lot of time at the last meeting talking about that, so I won't get into the weeds. But there's a lot of legislative interest in, you don't want to force districts to do something. We're a local control state, but how can we open up 246, open up transformational learning, and open up advanced opportunities to really make it kind of a no-brainer for districts and for school boards to adopt a proficiency-based model and start to connect with those employers in their community and provide those work-based learning opportunities, provide their students resources to take advantage of them. And then, most importantly, of course, waive some of those seat time credit requirements so that kids can actually go out and spend the better part of their day doing those on the ground training. So that's, I think, going to be, I would say, one of the top legislative packages that we're going to be looking at from the K-12 sphere. I'll of course continue to keep Wes and Chairman Hoff on the loop on that, but as that progresses, it's going to be multiple pieces of legislation. We're going to welcome feedback from this group, and probably anyone that's worked in this sphere. If you want to come and give legislative testimony or talk about how districts and industries in your area have successfully implemented some of this. That's how we, with 400 school districts, that's just kind of how we tend to see change. It's a domino effect as one district and multiple districts start engaging in new opportunities, then other districts tend to follow. So I'll keep the group updated on that. There was a lot of discussion around funding formulas, K-12, post-secondary. Right now, there's a CTE, career and technical education, funding-based incentive for the community colleges. So we spent time talking about how do we move beyond just our community colleges, but to more of our 2-year campuses across the state, even 4-year campuses, to really incentivize the colleges to put a focus on CTE. And of course, a huge part of CTE programming in colleges involves dual credit, dual enrollment, and working with the high school students, and not just in their community. I mean, OCHI's really made a huge commitment to a common course catalog to seamless transition between campuses. And then they're even moving in the coming years towards a common learning management system that would really allow a student to truly be part of the Montana University system. They're not just stuck at the University of Montana or Montana State or at MCC. They can kind of take courses across the Montana University system, regardless of where they are, as long as that course is online. So that is going to be a continued discussion, with Representative Jones and others who are really who've really worked for years on these funding formulas to incentivize more CTE, more dual enrollment, more dual credit, and kind of more seamless transition between secondary and post-secondary, and then among the post-secondary programs. Just looking at some other things, the university system is really working right now on their infrastructure rankings. That's always a huge part of their legislative package, is where they're going to be investing, where the state's going to be investing critical dollars in infrastructure upgrades. And that's kind of flexible, but each campus has programs that they're wanting to really invest in. And there's been a push towards some of those hard industries. We've seen a lot of positive work coming out of Northern, Haber, some of their diesel mechanics programs, and then some of the new public-private partnerships that they have up there. Accelerate Montana with DLI. You're going to be hearing from them today too. That's huge for spurring public-private partnerships on the campuses. So keep an eye on those OCHI infrastructure package rankings, where those go. And then the last thing, there's going to be a big discussion about school choice this session. I don't think that's a surprise, and that's really tended to focus towards some of these work-based learning opportunities, proficiency-based learning, and expanding opportunities within the public school system in Montana. So we spent quite a bit of time last week, as education officials, legislators talking about what that looks like. So regardless of whether it's expanding open enrollment type opportunities, or starting to have a footprint for charters in the state, we really want that to be focused towards taking advantage of the flexibilities that districts have, and then providing them with alternatives to implement some work-based learning opportunities. So we spent quite a bit of time talking about charters and you know, charters coming to Montana. What does that look like? And we'd really like it to be, you know, partnerships between the public school system to open up new opportunities for students with a specific mission or specific focus, because that's really what charter should be, right? Is that they should have some sort of unique mission that is going to allow a certain sector of students to take advantage of. So there's been discussions about medical focused charters, or CTE focused charters, or, you know, computer science, and kind of figuring out how those could just complement and really focus in on some of the key economic drivers that we want to see in the state. So those are really a lot of the education and workforce development pieces of legislation that either we're looking at, or I've just heard anecdotally legislators and key partners that they're coming and will want to be involved with and have a say in how they develop and progress. With that, I mean, I'm happy to take any questions, Chairman Hoffbaugh, or if folks just kind of want to mull over it and get back to me and Wes. This is obviously going to be an ongoing conversation as the legislative session approaches.
Thank you, Dylan. Any other questions for Dylan?
If I could just make a comment, thank you. And you are a school board member, right? Or still currently?
I was.
So I look around the table to see who's not here. And what I've noticed since I was a legislator, starting in 05, being on this board, and even in our role, Dylan's correct. These flexibilities have existed. There are some expansions most recently in the last 2 sessions, but we don't have school board trustees here. And maybe with your leadership, Paul, maybe that's what needs to be here. If we're going to have that believability and local control, they need to be at the table. You know, school leaders are superintendents and principals, of course. Having Bo here, you know, within his experience with the Department of Labor Bridge, as well as in school and the largest district that we have in the state. I believe that's what we need to either expand our membership or have a very special meeting that surrounds and invites them to recognize what the good mission of state workforce investment board is going to be doing. So I would just like to offer, if there's a way we could not expand, have a bigger goal, really fine tune what that conversation needs to be.
That's a really good point. That when you think about it, I hadn't given any thought to it, but that school board is a real connection between public education, infrastructure system, and the community industry. It's that thing we are missing. Great. Any other questions? No. Any from the Zoom call? Well, thank you, Dylan. That was a great update, and really timely. I think Senator Smalls put it very well. The session is quickly coming upon us, so that's helpful to, and especially as we have that workforce policy issue, to understand. Next on the agenda is a Title II training. Kate Madison.
A great shout out. Katie is our lead for adult education in the office and quite the expert with the law. So it's good to have her voice being heard today. Go, Katie.
Thanks for joining us, Katie.
Thank you, Superintendent Arnston, Chair Hoppop, and the members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead and do
Oh, Wes, are you going to present the PowerPoint?
make you a co-host, Katie.
Oh, okay.
Share your screen, or would you like me to run it on this end?
You can go ahead and run it. Can I have control of the slides, or is that not an option?
I don't know how to do that.
Okay,
But your co-host, you can run it if you'd like to.
well, go ahead and just pull it up and I'll just have you advance the slides. That's fine.
Those of you online see that? Probably not. Right. See, Katie?
Yep, that looks good. All right, so thank you, members of the board, for allowing me the opportunity to be here and talk about the adult education world. So my name is Katie Matson. I'm the Adult Education State Director, HISET State Administrator at the Montana Office of Public Instruction. And I have been in my role for about 5.5 years. So I have been a part of the SWIB board for several years as well. So it's good to be here today and to be able to, again, share some information about adult education and highlight our world and the work that we do. So thank you for having me. Next slide, please.
Are you seeing the next slide, Katie?
I am not. Is everybody else?
Yep.
Okay, so let's see here. I'm gonna have to pull it up here on. That's interesting. So let me pull it up from my other screen and bring it over here to my screen so that I can see it.
Those of us online do not see the other slide.
Thanks. And thanks, Tammy, for the shout out there.
Do you have it available, Katie, to go ahead and present from your screen?
Yes, I do. And I can either present or here, let me turn mine on here if I can share my screen. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Can you all see that now?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so I wanted to start today's presentation about adult education. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, just heard a noise. So I thought maybe somebody was stopping me. So I wanted to start today's presentation with a powerful graphic and some statistics about some nationwide adult education participation. And so when I saw this, I thought that this was powerful. I love the pictures, and really what this shows is that participation in adult education provides long-term positive outcomes for our participants. So a couple of things that are shown on this graphic are that adult education participants with 100 hours or more instruction are likely to earn more money. So this says $10,000 or more of annual income, They're more likely to make income gains. They're more likely to increase their literacy growth, academic levels, 35% more likely to get a high school equivalency as opposed to someone who doesn't participate in adult education. They're more likely to raise or become more involved in voting, and also post-secondary engagement, and then ultimately credentials as well. So definitely a positive correlation between adult education and then those positive outcomes that impact socioeconomic issues that are part of our communities. So thought it was important to start the presentation with some positive statistics. So general overview, Title II falls under the Adult Education and Family Literacy Act, or AFLA. And so many of you know in education, we like acronyms. And so we have lots of acronyms with several letters. So AFLA is WIOA Title II under that federal legislation umbrella. So it's administered by the U.S. Department of Education, the Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education, or OCTAE, and it's a principal source of funding for adult education programs. What you're seeing on the screen here, I know it's a lot, but this is the program purpose. It comes straight from the WIOA legislation, and I thought that was important to share. But I highlighted some of the key components and the parts that we really focus on here in Montana. So the purpose of WIOA Title II is to create a partnership between the federal government, so that's OCTAE, the states and localities, to provide adult education activities. Our focus is to assist adults to become literate or obtain those basic skills and knowledge necessary for employment and economic self-sufficiency. We assist adults in attaining a secondary school diploma, or in Montana, that's the HiSET, the high school equivalency. We assist in the transition to post-secondary education and training. And then we also focus on assisting immigrants and individuals who are English language learners. So I put those in bold because those are the main focuses here in Montana. So then I thought, well, that's a lot of language and a lot of words. So I wanted to sum it up. And so really, in short, the purpose of WIOA Title II adult education is ultimately to help qualifying individuals prepare for the HiSET. So that's the high school equivalency exam, formerly known as the GED. Post-secondary education or training, and the workforce. So that's really our purpose in a nutshell. Our program eligibility for WIOA Title II adult education, adults 16 years or older who are not enrolled in secondary school. So historically, these are the folks that maybe didn't finish high school or considered dropouts, but that is not the case anymore. We also serve individuals that have diplomas. They come to our programs with high school diplomas, even post-secondary or graduate credentials as well, but they may be low skilled or underemployed. So we serve a wide range of folks. Typically, these folks are basic skills deficient. So WIOA eligibility requires us to measure that academic level upon entry. So we use the TABE, another acronym, Test of Adult Basic Education, which measures that academic level upon intake. So we administer a pre-test to all individuals upon intake and enrollment. And then we also are able to post-test as they progress through our program. But the TABE is an eligibility requirement. And if our individuals or participants are English language learners, then we use the Best Plus or Best Literacy Assessment. So really the two criteria for eligibility are adult, 16 years or older, not enrolled in school, and then we administer one of those assessments to gauge their academic level. In bold there on the slide, I wanted to put WIOA Title II services are free of charge, and I think that's important to note because as we're sharing information about what we do and the services we provide, it's important for individuals to know that as long as you qualify for services, our services are free of charge to help you get that high school equivalency diploma or get enrolled in post-secondary education or specialized training or prepare for the workforce. So again, a huge benefit for our communities. Program providers under WIOA Title II they must be an organization that has demonstrated effectiveness in providing adult education and family literacy in order to be able to apply for the WIOA Title II grants. So the Office of Public Instruction awards multi-year grants on a competitive basis. And our most recent RFP process was completed earlier this year, so spring 2022. And our grant award for the program year we're in right now from the U.S. Department of Education is a little over 1.3 million was our allocation amount that the state of Montana receives. And that's the full allocation. So that's what's given out to programs as in addition to what is used for state leadership and administrative costs at the state level. Our program, so the agency, the OPI, oversees the adult education programs in the state that receive the WIOA federal funding. So there are other adult education programs in the state that operate under local control. The oversight of the OPI is focused on those programs that receive this federal funding from the WIOA legislation. So we have 12 providers across the state. You see the MACO map there. Many of you are probably familiar with our regional areas. Many of them are geographically vast. So we have 12 providers in total, one of those providers being the Department of Corrections, so Montana State Prison and Montana Women's Prison. But the other 11 providers service the whole entire state. So you see those MACO districts and there's 12 of them. 11 providers cover those 12 regional areas. So quite an undertaking for our programs, some of them in very rural parts of Montana, and they're covering a lot of miles to service the folks in those communities. I wanted to share a little bit about how the allocations come to be under Title II adult education. So under or from the Department of Education, each state starts with a initial allocation of $250,000, and then states receive additional allocations based on the census data from the American Community Survey 1-year estimates. And the Department of Education looks at the data that shows adults 16 years or older that don't have a high school diploma. So we get the 250,000 plus the additional allocation that's based on that census data. Federal statute requires that states allocate no less than 82.5% of their total allotments to local agencies through that competitive grant process, so that RFP that I mentioned earlier. So the state office, the OPI, we get to take a small percentage out for administrative costs and then for state leadership activities to administer this grant, but 82.5% must be allocated out to the programs. So for program 2021, our WIOA Title II funding that went out to the programs was just under 1.2 million. And in Montana, we utilize a state imposed funding formula, our funding formula to determine allocations for those local grant programs, those 12 that are providing WIOA Title II services. Our state imposed formula consists of need and performance-based measures to allocate those funds. So we look at things like employment, poverty, we look at unemployment, program enrollment, poverty, dropout rate, educational performance gains, high set attainment, state targets achieved, post-test rate, participants that are included in our IET or integrated education and training programs, and then program engagement. So again, in short, that internal or that state imposed funding formula looks at both need, the things like the poverty, unemployment, dropout rate, those things, and then the performance-based part of our program. So the performance measures that are being met, program engagement, post-testing rates, that sort of thing. So we have a mix. This table shows, again, program year 2021. The allocations that are awarded to our providers, our MACO districts in the state. So again, as you can see here, there's quite a large range of funds awarded throughout the state. So for example, MACO districts 1 and 2, our current provider there is Dawson Community College, and you can see their allocation compared to some of the others in the state. So there's a wide range, but our programs are serving, again, geographically vast areas, covering lots of miles to serve students, and a significant, many of them are doing that on very limited funding. And so thought that was important to share with the group. I want to talk a little bit about our integrated education and training component. IET is what we say in adult education, shorten it up a bit. It's a service approach that provides adult education activities concurrently and contextually with workforce preparation activity and training for a specific occupational or career cluster. This falls under WIOA Title II jurisdiction, so we are required to provide this, and we are required to report on our outcomes to OCTAE. An IET program must include the following 3 components, which are adult education and literacy, workforce prep, and workforce training. This needs to be part of a career pathway. So our programs are designing IET programs that should support the local and state workforce development board, or the SWIB, which is a requirement under WIOA. All of our programs should align with state and local labor market needs. So we want to be assisting individuals in our communities with career pathways, specialized training, and employment opportunities that are tied back to that state and regional labor market need. Oh, no. So partnership opportunities, employer engagement and collaboration is absolutely key for these IET programs. We have some current programs that are being offered in the state or are in various stages of development with the WIOA Title II program. So up in the Flathead area, we have construction, healthcare, hospitality, and tourism. Great Falls is offering a CNA program and a CDL program. Missoula is working on CNA, hospitality, entrepreneurship, Billings, medical assistant, dental assistant, phlebotomy, and the Department of Corrections is doing some innovative and amazing work in partnership with DLI and the Registered Pre-Apprenticeship Program. So their automotive program is one of the program offerings there. I just want to stress that IET programs are the perfect opportunity for the SWIB, so the State Workforce Board, and local business and industry to partner with our WIOA programs in the communities across Montana. Thoughts to ponder or considerations to discuss at some point. Some questions I put on the screen here. Are there other WIOA funding opportunities available to support these IET programs that provide this dedicated preparation and training for Montana's future pipeline? These programs, we're getting our future workforce ready, and adult education cannot do this alone. Yes, it falls under our jurisdiction and our reporting requirements, but it really takes business and industry, the state workforce board, employers and communities. It's a partnership. And so things I would like us to think about or consider as a state are, where are these additional funding opportunities? Are there ways we can possibly braid funding streams with even other WIOA titles under that federal legislation? So again, thoughts to ponder, things to talk about at some point. Program highlights. I want to highlight some of the work that we're doing in Montana. So I started the presentation with some national statistics, but I wanted to share what our WIOA adult education programs are doing here in our state. So during the 2021-22 program year, in Montana, those 12 WIOA programs collectively served over 2,000 adult learners. So that ranges from 16 to 60 plus. We've served people in their 70s, 80s. So we have a wide range. And during this particular program year, our largest age group was 25 to 44. So as I mentioned at the beginning, it used to be really focused on those individuals who may have dropped out of high school. That is shifting now, and we are serving older individuals as well. And again, some of those individuals have received diplomas or graduate, post-secondary or graduate credentials already. So we have helped in Montana, we've helped 400 adult learners increase their academic level and prepare to enter post-secondary education or specialized training. We have assisted approximately 500 adult learners to prepare for and obtain a high school equivalency diploma, or the HiSET. And then we've provided over 700 adult learners with these IET, integrated education and training opportunities, which are aligned to those specific career pathways based on labor market needs and regional and state labor market data as well. Want to give a shout out to some of our local programs. I know we have some representatives from the Great Falls College and Career Readiness Center that are on the meeting today. So Tammy and Ronnie are part of the team there, and they are doing some amazing and innovative work with their students. Recently, they reported that 11 students successfully completed the CNA program. They have 5 CDL students who obtained their permit, so they help them get ready to start that program and take that exam. And then now they're doing behind the wheel training, so that is exciting. They're getting out, getting some of that hands-on experience. Our programs located in Lewistown and Glendive, so a couple of our smaller programs have recently reported an uptick in HiSET completers. All of our programs, large or small, the WIOA Title II programs are helping prepare adult learners for post-secondary, or prepare adult learners, I'm sorry, for the HiSET, which then can lead to post-secondary education or training or career placement. We provide in-person and virtual instruction opportunities. So these opportunities are often tailored directly to fit the needs of the individual. So on the slide there, you see these are some actual pictures from our adult education programs throughout the state as well. And then the adult ed program in Kalispell recently unveiled a virtual reality training option for the construction area. So their students will be starting that program here soon, and that's exciting. They're partnering with a construction company up in Kalispell to develop this program as well. So again, some important information to share about the great work that our programs are doing here in our great state of Montana. And really, partnership is absolutely key. And I feel the SWIB board is, a great place to start. And those local business and industry partners are crucial as well. So with that, I will stand for questions, and I've provided my contact information there. At any time, please feel free to reach out.
Hey, Katie, are there any questions? I just want to say thanks so much, Katie, for your continued collaboration too with the board and all that you do for OPI. This was Title II's training. The last board meeting we had Title I. Order. Because there are so many new board members, just helpful to know and understand a little bit more about what PLO means and what the funding goes to, like who's affected in the state of Montana. But Katie is a terrific resource, and I'm very prompt to reply if there are questions actually today. I know she'll be great at responding to those.
So Katie, I do have one question, and I'm not putting you on the spot, but part of your presentation, I just got to thinking, you talked about partnering. It made me think of some of the governor's comments that he made to us in Bozeman several months ago, or 2 meetings ago, about his desire for industry and private companies to partner, engage, and participate in some of these programs. Have skin in the game, I think, that he used. So in your slide, you talked about, partnering with the SWIB, and IET. Can you give me an example of what, in your mind, what would be that ideal solution, or just put some color on what that might look like for the industry participants around the table today or on the phone?
Sure. So I'll speak to that a little bit. So for example, in Great Falls, there is a CNA program that's currently operating, and they have a partnership with Great Falls College, and so they get that academic practice and those skills, in partnership with the college and adult education. And then they have relationships with Benefice Hospital or Great Falls Clinic there, and then those students go out and get some of that hands-on experience and training in the local community. Up in the Flathead area, they're working with with a construction company. They developed that construction IET program. The employer and the adult education provider should be working together to develop the skills that are needed and the objectives of the program. So it's hard for it to be siloed, because it really needs to be a partnership, and employers coming on board and saying, this is what you need to be successful as a CNA, or as a construction laborer, or as an entrepreneur. So again, that partnership and talking through what is needed for an individual to be successful, and how do we prepare an individual to be successful in this particular career path that they would like to follow.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions, Katie?
I guess I just have a comment. So our apprenticeship program right now, we're looking at partnering with the local adult education youth. And what they're going to do for us is that TABE testing, and do that before we bring someone in. They'll use it as a requirement to apply. And then they're going to identify whether they're need help in math, reading comprehension, those things. We know that we can train them in the job processes we do. So we struggle a lot there when we were doing in-class training and that stuff. So they were going to identify that and help them with those things before they come in, so it's real valuable for us.
So Quentin, can I ask, are you guys using that as almost like a pre-qualifier for your, or
We
a
haven't,
ranking for your, you know?
we
as
haven't set
first
it up
come, first
yet.
served?
Right now, we just do a map test and everybody knows what it is. and don't even know. But we're gonna use it as kind of a pre-qualifier. You have to go down there and take it. And then bring, score, your education score to us that way, so we can kind of score that way. Or if you want to go get help with that ahead of time, then we can use that to score it as well.
I can also add to one of Katie's on how can we build that public-private partnership. So the Great Falls College and their CDL program, that came up in one of our business advocacy committee meetings on how can we get people in, whether the corrections facility on the hill or our pre-release center as well too. How can we have them not just walk out not knowing what to do, but walk into a career? So we had some folks that said we'd be willing to help loan vehicles so they can train and maybe take online training. So we quickly brought Great Falls College and a number of industry companies, got them distributing Pepsi, K&K Trucking together to start the discussion. And out of that, they graduated, those recent graduates, but also K&K Trucking donated a truck to Great Falls College. So again, that's that public-private partnership using chambers to pull the businesses to help solve these problems for workforce. So.
And that's great. I appreciate those examples. Chair, I might just add too, in Butte at Highlands College, they've done a couple semesters or a couple, they're not even semesters, but groups of the CDL program. And it's taken off great. We, at Northwestern Energy, it's been a long road of the pre-apprentice line program. And that was one of the key attributes that we had coming out of that, is that we made sure that within that program, we partnered with them to make sure, we were getting what we needed out of it. That was one of those main things was the CDL. These students came out pre-qualified, be able to jump in a $500,000 truck and roll down the road safely. And so that was a key attribute for us. From there, that's been since like 2007 we started that. It has grown significantly, and the success of that I do think hinges on industry's involvement in that. To say we've had this evolution of our workforces and what we need, and there's them being able to adapt quickly to our changing needs. Our educators, our schools don't know what the industry needs until we tell them that. And so the continued support effort in those. So getting them up and running is great. And then expanding that, because I know it gets even tasking for us when they keep coming back saying, well, we need a new truck. Well, we gave you one a few years ago. We can't give you another one. And so trying to get them to be self-sufficient too, to help support those. But the industry involvement is, you gotta have that skin in the game, or else it's gonna fail. So as those get up and running within your communities, make sure that it's continuing to grow, because if it's not growing, it's dying.
Yeah, and Great Falls College has done a tremendous job. Was able to apply for grants, and out of our discussions, what does liability insurance look like? What does workers' comp? And so, but then we also identified maybe a bump with the local person facilitating the exam and saying, man, there's some questions that were being asked that even a 30-year mechanic couldn't answer on the initial walkthrough. So, and again, how can we partner up with those where there might be some challenges to say, how can we work together? Because we're going to build this pipeline funnel of workers. And so let's work together to kind of get them through and get them out to the trucking industry.
I think it's really that engagement from the local facilitators or the colleges, but leveraging those relationships with the industries to keep them involved, keep them going with it, pulling from it, because the success we've seen outside of the education is we get firsthand looks at these students through the programs. And I think it's really cool. Highlands is doing a line rodeo in December for their line students. It's a graduation. They get to show off to their family and friends at the graduation for this thing. And we decided to partner up with them, and we're going to send foremen from all around the state to go and judge this. Well, those foremen are also hiring managers when we go out to try to hire. So they're getting firsthand looks. They get that face to face with them. Almost, some of that pre-qualified, and so the success or the payback isn't necessarily in just a head count. It's in the right and having that additional look from the right hiring people to have them in the same area.
It's the graduates that go through the line combine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason I asked Quentin about the requalifying is I think they have 200 students a semester on a wait list. They can take 35 right now a semester, and so they're doing a first come first served basis. And I think they're at a point where the evolution has to be a pre-qualifying exam to start getting the highest of the highest, because unfortunately we do see some fail with basic math skills as they're getting into these apprenticeships, and we'll get them in, we'll get them there. But if we have 200 people waiting in the line, should we be looking at pre-qual even to get in?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Katie, thanks for the great presentation. Let's talk about that pre-qualification. People are in adult ed for multiple reasons, right? And they've left regular ed or haven't graduated for multiple reasons. But if you have a test, and just what I know in K-12 world, that math test or math score is deplorable, I'll say that. And if we're using a qualifying test on math, it's going to be really challenging to fill any workplace. If you use a qualifier that isn't going to be successful, because they left school for a reason. Katie, what qualifications must happen? And maybe that's what this board needs to do, is determine what is not minimum, but what is the best qualifier for an opportunity in maybe different fields or just in the basic aspect of it, to give confidence to those individuals that are outside of the normal progression from school to work. Katie, is there a specific qualifier?
For adult education or for these particular programs?
For adult education, for us to use the WIOA dollars the way that we do for adult education through the HISET administration.
Sure. So that, let me see, let me go back in my slides here. So this program eligibility, so we need to serve individuals who are not enrolled in school. They may or may not have a diploma, and they need to be basic skills deficient. And so that's why we use, for example, the TABE or best literacy. And so basic skills deficient means they need to score below 12th grade, 9th month on at least one of those academic areas. So there's math, reading, and language. And we're currently using TABE 11 and 12. And any of you that may have partnership with adult education programs or know anybody who's working those programs, it's a challenging test. So most of our individuals, even ones who already come to our program with high school diplomas, they are scoring on that assessment below the 12th grade, 9th month level. So we are able to serve almost everybody that walks through our doors, because they are scoring a bit lower on that test that we administer at intake. But then we can build programs and help them fill those gaps. So I think it was Dean Bentley saying there was a wait list. Dean, was that you?
Yeah, Highlands College for the pre-apprentice line program.
Oh, okay, so if there was a partnership with adult education and we were using the TABE as a screening test, so maybe the ones that are struggling a bit more could enroll in adult ed and get some assistance and help prior to the next cohort or class that's starting. We can really help build and boost up some of those skills that might be missing for those individuals, so that they can enter those programs or training that they're interested in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. And that's where I think the board can go on. What are those basic math skills? If math is the barrier, or what is that literacy skill that we can better aid our employers knowing what that is? Because I would encourage anybody to take that test. If you haven't, be courageous to take that test and see where you are. Because if you are an employer and you can't pass that test, What does that say?
That was what we were using. I don't know if anyone's using it for a qualifier qualifier was gonna be, you have to go take the test so we can identify if you need help somewhere. And then if they did need help, they have the adult education program that you would help them with all of that. So it would show initiative as well if they're willing to get help with, because right now we do. You're exactly right. It doesn't show that if we have something, we just sort of there. But now we get help ahead of time, and then when it comes time to the interview process, they come in and show that we went through. We took this test and then we went in and got help with where we were struggling. That's good for the long ways with the employers that are still in the process. Hopefully it's not. We should be.
So we do our own tests also just like this, but it's mostly as a guide. And when it comes to the map, we see where their deficiencies are, we let them in, but then it's up to us and our instructors to teach them where they're at. And it also works the other way. If they score high on that, we also credit them in the program a little bit higher. So that's what we use. Our it's kind of like this, but this is interesting also. But we let everybody in. Now, obviously, right now, I think everybody's pretty much trying for workers and everything. So, you know, we're not going to say, you know, you scored bad on that. We're not going to let you. It's up to us to educate them, to find out where they're at, and then for us to make sure that they get where they need to be.
Thank you, Katie, for the presentation. Appreciate you joining us this morning.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity.
This might be a great topic for the next education training and skill committee to hone in on some things that Narcissus mentioned.
I agree. This brings us to our first action item of the day, to review and approve the minutes, meeting minutes from our last gathering. Have it approved.
Oh, I'm sorry.
July 7th. The West sent those out to you ahead of time. They're also in your packet. If there's any discussion about those minutes, changes, concerns, entertain those now, and if not, get a motion for their approval. I move that we accept the minutes. Having been moved. Second. So. Moved and seconded to approve the meeting minutes from our July 7th meeting. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The same sign. Meeting minutes pass, and at this point, I'd like to make a call for public comment. If we have a good list of people joining us. If there's none, that's fine. I will be asking a couple times throughout the meeting today, as well as at the end of the day for public comment. That takes us to Accelerate Montana update. All that. All is.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Paul. You are now co-host.
Thank you very much. You want me to just jump straight in here, share my screen and.
Feel free.
Great. Make sure I'm showing the right thing here. All righty, can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to talk about Accelerate Montana and more importantly, the workforce development work that we're doing across the state. And in particular, I'll focus in on our kind of rapid training work. Feel free to jump in with questions as I'm going through these materials that I've left, hopefully ample time for some discussion here. So I'm the director for Accelerate Montana. Accelerate is essentially a portfolio of economic and workforce development programs affiliated with the University of Montana. I don't intend to go through all of these here, but just you may be familiar with some of the other programs that we run, a number of entrepreneurial programs, other programs like the Montana World Trade Center have been part of our Accelerate portfolio for a number of years. But then we also have focused on workforce development for a number of years too, starting with, we started the Montana Code School back in 2015. We then also been closely involved in the AIM Hire program with ATG Cognizant, which many of you may be familiar with. It's had tremendous impacts creating high-paying jobs, kind of predominantly in Missoula, but increasingly across the state. And I think in some ways off the back of that, it was we were delighted to have the opportunity to get some funding from the state at the beginning of this year to really focus on what we've termed rapid training programs. So the focus of those, the direction we were given via the state was to focus on 4 industries: healthcare, manufacturing, construction, and high tech, to really meet needs both entry-level positions, but also kind of high-skilled, helping people advance, particularly into management positions as well. So that's what we've been focused on. Our current funding was for this year and next year. So we're sort of 40% of the way through that. Been doing a lot of foundational kind of work, but really in a way I'd like to maybe set a couple of kind of themes here. I think one is being responsive to workforce needs and getting people through training programs quickly, and I'll talk about kind of the specifics of that. But I think also there's a piece here where, as you'll hear, we're working very closely with the 2-year colleges and the tribal colleges across the state, is how we're helping adapt the training program in collaboration with those colleges to be more flexible and more agile, so that we can continue to meet the needs of kind of the workforce, not just in this 2-year period, but hopefully put in place capabilities that will stand the state in good stead for kind of the years to come as well. And also just want to emphasize, although this is positioned as an Accelerate Montana update, this is very much a collaborative effort, not just with the 2-year and the tribal colleges, but with the Job Service, Department of Labor and Industry, and with kind of industry associations, economic development organizations across the state. So we view our role very much as sort of facilitators and enablers of adapting our workforce system, workforce training system across the state to be as responsive as it can be to the workforce needs in the state. Oops. So what do we define as rapid training? We've essentially focused on employer driven. So very much focusing on what our employers saying they need today and anticipated over the next kind of months and years. We're focusing on training that's typically less than 6 months in duration. And maybe to give you a couple of examples, just to sort of give you some context on that, our code school, the Montana Code School program, which I say has been around for a number of years, that currently is delivered as a part-time 18-week program. But another program that is now under Accelerate Montana, the Job Site Ready program in the construction industry, that's a program that was initiated by Missoula College and a couple of the other 2-year colleges across the state using some GEAR funding. That is 45 hours of training. It's 30 hours of online training, gives an individual the basics of kind of what happens on a construction site, the tools, construction safety, and then they follow up with that with 15 hours of hands-on in-person training. And that makes someone ready to work on a construction site. And that course was developed by the colleges in close participation with the industry. So it was very much driven by what did industry say someone needs to know before they can be effective on the job site. So it just gives you a little example of sort of the spectrum of different kind of training programs. Maybe I'll just highlight a couple of things as well, actually, just from the Job Site Ready program, which I think have been hugely sort of influential in the way we've delivered our work. One is sort of the hybrid, the mix of online training that enables folks, as long as we can make sure they have access to the technology to take online training, gives them the flexibility to take that in their time and therefore work around other commitments. And sometimes some of our more conventional kind of education and academic programs have some structure to them that makes it more challenging for people to progress in those programs. So we're trying to make these programs, one, very kind of flexible and accessible, as well as fast. And then also, because that training, and that's true obviously in many of the other kind of workforce areas, that there are aspects of hands-on training that's needed, whether that's construction, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's healthcare, trying to create flexibility for where that training is accessed around the state. So Job Site Ready has now been delivered, or is anticipated to be delivered with probably about half a dozen of the colleges across the state. So they register for the Job Site Ready training program through one of the colleges. They take that online curriculum that's delivered through our Accelerate platform, but then they'll essentially be experiencing that hands-on training delivered through an appropriate campus, or in one instance, we're working with an employer where that training will actually be delivered on the employer's kind of facility. So we're looking at flexibility in terms of both sort of when people can take the training, where they need to be able to take that training, and trying to expand capacity across the state in the workforce training system, and making sure that to some extent, programs that are available at one college might also now be available at other colleges, because not every college is, particularly when we have quite small campuses, they just don't have the resources and the bandwidth to deliver a full portfolio of the workforce training programs that their region is needing. So we're trying to sort of build that capacity to share curriculum, share resources, share facilities across the system. But we're employer driven, less than 6 months in duration, very much focused on that workforce outcome. So is there an employer that is looking to hire those people today? Or is this working with employers who are saying we need to upskill our existing employers? And we're focusing on the governor's definition of good paying jobs. So greater than $50,000 a year. That might not be straight out of the gate, but hopefully we're putting someone onto a career track that might progress them towards that $50,000 a year job and beyond. Mentioned working with the 2-year and the tribal colleges. We have very much a focus on non-credit for a couple of reasons. The primary one, there are a lot of people, particularly some coming out of high school, that just don't view college, 2-year, 4-year, as being something that's for them. They don't want to pursue that. We could have a debate around the pros and cons of that perspective, but it's a reality. So how are we responsive to that? But also we know that those academic programs, however good and valuable they are, they take time. They're often 2-year programs. And there are also some significant barriers from an enrollment perspective, navigating financial aid that again, potentially creates kind of barriers and challenges for folks to get into those programs. So we wanted to focus on how can we have programs that people can literally, like Job Site Ready, go to a website, kind of sign up, pay for the course. I'll talk about kind of payment and kind of funding for people's participation in training a little later on. But how do we make that quick and easy for people to get into the training, through that training, and therefore into the workforce as quickly as possible? And then, particularly with our partnership with the 2-year colleges, we can then still work with those individuals to say, hey, you've hopefully seen the benefits of that training, that you're now in a job, you're getting paid, you see the benefits of that training. Do you want to continue that training? And then in many instances, the training that they've taken through the rapid training program is essentially equivalent to an academic program. So there are opportunities through prior learning assessment to think about ways in which that individual might navigate into an academic pathway as they start to see the value and the need from their employers for them to continue in that education and training path. So although we have that non-credit focus, we are also ensuring with our partners that there can be pathways into some of those academic 2-year and obviously onto 4-year programs beyond that. And then the other piece that's important, obviously part of the reason we're having some of these discussions and the rapid training program is in place is to address those short-term workforce needs. That also still though creates challenges on who's going to take these training programs. So a big piece of that work around the rapid training program, and again in partnership with the 2-year colleges, is outreach and marketing to get the word out that these programs are available, that they have these opportunities to connect to good paying jobs and career paths, that the training is fast, it's affordable and flexible, and can give them that job outcome kind of quickly. So those are sort of the headlines on the focus. As part of that outreach and as part of the funding, we built an outreach and recruitment coordinator team. So these are located in the areas you can see on the map here. These folks' job is to be the boots on ground, be the connectors, to work with the local colleges, to work with the high schools, to work with chambers, economic development groups, and to be working with those employers to say, what do you need and how do we connect the dots? And how do we then, leveraging that intelligence, make sure the workforce training system is developing the programs that those employers need, and that those programs are available through the colleges and training organizations that are best placed to deliver them, and making sure those programs are accessible. So that team's been instrumental in helping us really be responsive and really kind of collaborate across the state in our work. From a marketing perspective, multifaceted approach to this. We're out talking at careers fairs, talking to prospective trainees. Our website is increasingly aggregating the diversity of workforce training programs that are available, both through the two-year college system and through Accelerate Montana, so programs like the Code School, the Cyber Montana program that's being run out of Missoula College, a number of their workforce training programs. So we're trying to make those programs more available. And then flyers and leaflets that can be in different physical locations, if we're speaking at high schools or we're visiting a high school. And then top left, I was listening to the end of the last discussion around CDL, which is an area we're very much supporting. We've even been paying for kind of the branding on the trucks, so that those trucks are kind of mobile billboards to promote the availability of training programs that can get folks into these. So we're investing a lot of time and energy to get the word out around these training programs to try to attract people in. Give you just a little sense of the numbers here. These are some of the cohorts. So what we've been working on is both, as I say, there's a mix of the predominant focus or the delivery of the training is through the two-year college system. So we're working with those colleges to provide financial support to enable them to adapt, to expand, to commit to delivering programs that perhaps fall outside of their traditional academic calendar. So trying to increase capacity and flexibility. Underwriting programs, so particularly some of the smaller colleges that might maybe shy away from running a program because they weren't sure it would be economically viable. We're providing an underwriting model that says, if you need 6 or 10 students to break even on that course, but you don't get all of those, we'll underwrite the difference because we'd still want to have those 3 or 5 students get that training and therefore get into the workforce. So this is just starting to aggregate some of the data of kind of where we're delivering these training programs. This next slide gives you some more detailed numbers. And these numbers, these are actually already a couple of weeks old from when we last pulled these numbers together. And they're essentially underreported as well, because we're continuing to build the mechanisms to capture the data from the programs that we're working with and supporting to be able to get a clear picture of the number of people that are going through rapid training programs through the workforce system, workforce training system across the state. So we expect these numbers very much to grow. We're on sort of daily conversations with the colleges about additional programs they're looking to run. And then we're looking to get information from them about how many trainees do they expect to go through those programs. And then as those cohorts are delivered in the months to come, how will those numbers actually kind of play out? So we're continuing to sort of track and monitor these numbers. And as I say, I would expect these numbers to be significantly larger probably by the end of next year. What are the training programs? So as I mentioned previously, it's a strong focus on those 4 industries, construction, healthcare, manufacturing, and tech. Job Site Ready, I've talked about, is going phenomenally well and is addressing a number of different sort of demographics. In that, we've got a number of dual enrollment kind of high school programs, which are going really well. We're in conversations with the Department of Corrections to help deliver a program with them. And then, and I heard this in the previous discussion as well, the importance around employer participation. I'll come back to that theme. That's been tremendous here as well. We've had, for example, one employer hired a trainee out of the program, loved the program so much, he just gave us funding and said, use this for scholarships for other trainees, not even for him to employ, just here's some money for scholarships for people to be able to go through that program so they can benefit from it and get into the construction industry. CDL, I've mentioned, is an area we're supporting both with marketing, also with testing support, helping a number of the colleges be set up as testing facilities, because it's clearly, if we just put people through training, but they can't get tested, we're not addressing the workforce needs. So that's another aspect we've been working on. In the trades, a number of different areas. And I think we're going to continue to explore and kind of push into that area significantly. I was up meeting with Dave Kruger at MSU Northern about a month ago, and we're excited to explore how we can, again, make some of the tremendous programs they have at MSU Northern more widely accessible across the state, and some of those kind of plumbing, electrician, kind of welding, hydraulics, a number of kind of specific fields there that I think we want to try to get more people into those programs. In the tech arena, building on the Code School, building on the AIM Hire program, we've actually working on a training program with ATG Cognizant, which will be, whereas the AIM Hire program for ATG is specific to their business, they fund that program for their trainees. We're working with them to develop a Salesforce training program that would enable folks to get into essentially the Salesforce ecosystem, which is just booming globally. I think Salesforce regularly says they're short about 1 million people with Salesforce skills. Globally, a lot of those are remote jobs. So we're looking to create a training program that would get folks into those job opportunities. Cyber Montana, which is, I mentioned briefly a few minutes ago, an initiative run through Missoula College, but is driving cyber skills across the spectrum. It's not just they have more programming than just the rapid training focus that we have. So they're also doing end user awareness training. So that's just every employee in every organization needs to be more cyber aware and more cyber alert. So there's training being delivered there. And then there are also plans for a cyber degree. So we're collaborating with the Cyber Montana team again to make sure that Montana's workforce is as skilled in the cyber field as it can be. Another example in healthcare, we're working on a rural EMT program. And then interesting follow on from the previous discussion around adult education. We're working with FVCC on their ramp up program, which is really, and this has been a common theme in a lot of our workforce development work, really around what we would term career awareness. So before someone goes into a training program, they sort of need to understand, well, what is this job, right? What is this industry? What are my career opportunities? So they've got an interesting program that will give adult learners the opportunity to do short, sharp trainings in a number of different sectors to really understand, is this for me? Is this something I have interest in? And in some instances, they may find they already have the skills to do that job and could therefore enter quickly into the workforce. And in other areas, they'll say, hey, this looks great. This is a direction I'd like to go. We can then connect them to the next stage of training. They'll already have some, they'll have got some basics in that field. What's the next level of training they need to then be kind of job ready? So those are some examples of the kinds of programs. Also wanted to mention through Accelerate, we have another group called Employer Partnerships, which is working very directly with employers that may have different kind of workforce needs that are not necessarily a fit specifically with our rapid training program. And that program has been doing a lot of work with businesses, also actually with government agencies and nonprofits, again, to sort of upskill the workforce. And it's really helping us gain additional insights. I so appreciated the comments earlier about employer participation. Such an interesting conversation, but in many ways, urgency for employers to understand what is their, in many ways, their value proposition to employers. What are they doing to attract and retain? And we're definitely seeing a lot of traction from employers who see value in continuing to invest in the skills, not only because that makes those employers more productive, but actually because it improves retention and motivation of those employees if they're seeing their employer investing in their skills. So that's something we're working on. Digital badges, as you're probably aware, is a growing trend in the education and training space. So we're able to issue digital badges both for in our employer partnerships and with many of the rapid training programs we're working on. In terms of what I would lean into as some success factors, where is sort of the program we're working on, I think seeing success, and where do we want to continue to and see kind of additional success moving forward? Number one is employer participation. When we have employers engaged in this process, helping us kind of design the training to make sure it's delivering the skills they need, when employers are demonstrating their commitment to hiring and or to investing and paying in some way for participation of an individual through that training, it just makes a world of difference. We don't want to encourage people to take training programs that essentially have a dead end or don't have an opportunity at them. So that employer participation piece is key. The next piece that I've talked a little bit about is the statewide collaboration, particularly with the colleges and working with them to identify ways in which we can share kind of teaching and training capabilities, both sort of faculty expertise, curriculum, as well as facilities, to make sure we can deliver training as effectively and efficiently on a sort of shared delivery basis across the state. Also the partnership with the job service. So these are short, sharp training programs. They're often relatively inexpensive, but that doesn't mean to say that the cost of training is not a barrier for a lot of people to potentially enter these areas. So the job service has put together a team specifically to work directly with our rapid training team, and that's proving to be a tremendously valuable collaboration where we can ensure that as folks are expressing interest in these programs, they're able to talk to the job service and understand what funding might be available for them to pay for the training and or to pay for other aspects of making that training accessible to them, whether it's transportation, computer, childcare, while they're kind of participating in that training program. So that's been a critical and I think highly valuable collaboration for us. And then, as I've mentioned earlier, just getting the word out. When we get good media coverage, when we attend these events, we immediately see the payback in terms of engagement, either from prospective trainees or from employers reaching out to say, hey, can we participate in this too? How can we get involved? How can you help kind of meet our workforce needs? So that's what I have. I've got contact details for myself. Mike Braun leads our employer partnerships group. Feel free to reach out to Micah and I. We'll be happy to talk to you or other people, other organizations that any of you are working with. And with that, I'll be happy to open it up to questions.
Questions for Paul?
Paul, this is Bill Cloudmeyer with the Governor's Office. Can you just expand a little bit on your work with the tribal colleges? I've talked with Aaron and some of the DLI staff about that, but there's quite a bit of interest in getting, or I guess, replicating some of the success you've had on some of the campuses with our tribal colleges.
Yeah, no, we're very focused, very keen on that. Actually, 2 of our outreach coordinator team are tribal outreach coordinators. I think we experienced it takes a little time to work through those opportunities. I think there was also some changes in leadership in a couple of the colleges over the summer, but those conversations are now really progressing. We are, for example, intending to have a job site ready program with Blackfeet Community College, I think pretty soon. So we are very focused on that and really trying to identify what's the most effective way we can deliver those programs, but working very closely with them to understand what are their needs.
Thanks. Any other questions? Paul, thank you very much for that presentation. I do have a number of questions, but I need some time to frame them. So I put your phone number down and I will likely be in touch with you. So
fantastic. Look forward to the conversation.
Are right on time for licensing regulation reciprocity that Dylan kind of lead up this morning. To Eric Strauss and David. Welcome.
We good?
Good.
All right.
Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Strauss. I'm the administrator for the Employment Standards Division, of the Department of Labor and Industry. Just as a point of reference for those that are familiar with the organization and the department, the Employment Standards Division is relatively new. At the beginning of this calendar year, Commissioner Esau asked me to take over management of the Business Standards Division, which is the one that has to do with building codes, rates and measures, professional occupational licensing. Before that, I'm also the administrator for the Employment Relations Division.
So with this challenge that the commissioner provided to me, opportunity challenge, looking at merging those two divisions into what is now the employment standards division. We really put our creative hat on, and took a name from each division and put it together and came up with the employment standards division. The charge that she has provided me is to really look at streamlining a lot of our processes and providing some efficiencies and better service for our stakeholders. The most obvious example that I've been providing to people is take an example, like an electrician, for an example. Previously, that electrician would likely have to go to the employment relations division for their independent contractor exemption or their contractor registration. And they'd also have to go to the business standards division for their occupational license. 2 different buildings, 2 different systems, 2 different processes. Doesn't make any sense. So we're looking at trying to streamline those processes so our stakeholders have a better experience when they come for services with us. It's been equally exciting and challenging, but I think we're making some headway. We've already taken care of the building problem. We are located together now down on the Walking Mall, the old federal building in Helena. So at least point of service there is standard. We're still working through some of the systems process issues that will take longer time, but we're committed to that. So today we've been asked to come talk about, sounds like a mutual interest in around reciprocity with professional licensing. The request of that was very timely for us. We've been working on a pretty robust legislative proposal package for this next session in and around standardization, streamlining around licensure broadly. As you can imagine, so there's 32 boards, professional boards, 6 professional or licensing programs. Each of those over the years has kind of created their own set of standards or processes. And from an administrative, technical, legal perspective, it gets really challenging for the department to administer that. So we're really looking at standardizing a lot of those processes across all the various professional boards. So we have a package of legislative concepts that we're doing a lot of outreach right now with. Dave is going to go into a lot more detail about these proposals, but broadly speaking, we're looking to standardize and simplify the statutory language, remove unnecessary redundant references, and increase mobility and efficiency of the licensure process. So our goal, while still maintaining our responsibilities that are maintaining public safety, is to get licensure out of the way of getting people to work. So making sure that our processes are streamlined, the standards are built in a way that once people come to Montana to seek employment, we can get them to work as quickly as possible. So our hope today is just to give you a broad overview of that legislative proposal, those concepts. Obviously get your feedback or any questions that you may have, and then down the road, hopefully garner your support as we go into this next legislative session. So with that, I'm going to let Dave take it over, and he's going to talk a lot more detail about legislative concepts.
All right, well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dave Cook. I'm the Deputy Administrator for the Employment Standards Division, Department of Labor and Industry. Where one of my responsibilities is to oversee licensing, both professional and occupational healthcare licensing. So today's presentation is essentially going to talk about professional licensing regulations, specifically to reciprocity as well. So who we are, Professional Licensing Bureau, we administer professional occupational healthcare licensing for about 150 license types across the entire state, 32 individual licensing programs, 6 licensing, 32 boards, 6 licensing programs. 16% of that licensing is done through program administration, 84% done by board administration. As of a couple of days ago, 125,184 total active licensees in the state, or about 20% of the adult population of the state. So we make kind of a big mark. As far as goals and objectives, you can see from the department's goals and objectives that public safety and protection is the core value of the boards and the department. Additionally, efficient, effective, and reliable process is another cornerstone that we try to grab onto at the department, which pairs well with the efforts being done by the governor's red tape reduction initiative. As far as the legal landscape, Title 37 is where we live. Chapter 1, parts 1 through 4 is the general provisions applying to all licensing. Then we get into the individual boards and programs, chapters 2 through 73. So we're pretty much in 37. We also use Title II chapter 15, 121, which is where the boards are administratively attached to the department. On the other side of the coin, administrative rules. Statutory language allows the boards and the department to have rulemaking authority. It's important to note that while the scope of practice and the requirements for licenses are spelled out in statutes and rules, they're quite old and they have become outdated, onerous, overly burdensome in some cases, and that's why we needed to make this review. Some of these licenses provisions, for example, date back to 1895. And most are decades old. So that's the basis of this regulatory review that we're undertaking in support of the red tape reduction initiative. Where does that come from? Right here, Executive Order 1-2021. This is the genesis of the department's effort to do this regulatory review of professional licenses taken directly from the governor's executive order. The initiative speaks specifically about regulatory review and the reform packages that will follow. Since this is a regulatory review of professional licensing, naturally, we're going to look at laws and rules. As an executive branch agency, the department is committed to contributing not only to the red tape reduction initiative, but to the positive effects that will come from it on jobs, businesses, and the economy. So it's very important to us as well. Again, the emphasis here is on the regulations. As pointed out, many of our licensing laws, although longstanding on the books and very familiar to those people who use them, they have become outdated, have become onerous, overly burdensome in some cases, and that's why we want to strip some of that out. So the solutions being explored by the department are basically in three areas: modernizing licensing law. This is the reform of the Title 37 statutes; increasing mobility, which is the reciprocity component that you all have on your agenda; processing efficiency; and then restructuring board governance. A patchwork of different add-ons, issues have been put in the last 100 years or so to the statutes. The practice chapters are wordy, repetitive, they're redundant. They don't take into consideration modern technology and methods and practices. So again, it's just more of the same. We're trying to sort of clean out the garage and make it useful again. A little bit deeper dive into modernizing licensing laws. As mentioned, Title 37 is our main area of statutes that we deal with. These statutes have been built up over time. Often the concepts were added for specific situations or issues. Some statutes are very old and overdue for review. I think it's important that we relay these explorations, preserve a lot of the stuff we need for public safety, but it cleans up those areas that have become very onerous and overly regulatory. Also, what's important concept here with this reform is it's a very surgical approach. It's not a slash and burn, cut everything, leave it for dead. This is very surgical, very thoughtful. And as such, we're doing things like taking things out of 38 different areas of the statute and replacing it in one section in the front of the statute, and bringing in that standardization component, which is very important to add efficiency to processing procedures. And of course, when you do that sort of statutory reform where you're moving a lot of things around and cutting a lot of things, you're going to end up with a large page count. And that's one of the things that we have with this reform bill. It's going to look hefty, but it's really a lot of house cleaning and not a lot of substance. The second area, increased licensing, mobility, and processing efficiency. Montana does not have the capacity to produce all the licensed workforce. We depend on people from other states to move here, and those businesses need those workers. This is already in statutory language. We're going to look at that in a minute. But we need some tweaks and we need some help from the legislature to bring the rest of it to where we can effectively do reciprocity and increase that licensing efficiency. Mobility hits particularly hard for military spouses who often have little notice or choice when they're changing bases. So we have some flexibility for their unique situation in this same area of exploration. On the processing efficiency side, we're exploring ways to expedite fingerprint background checks, which take a while, and also allow qualified applicants to begin work while waiting for some last bit of paperwork by giving them a temporary license or a provisional license. Lastly, restructuring board governance. You know, this is an area that's had a lot of outdated methods and practices as well. We also see the cost of maintaining some small boards would be better administered as programs. As I mentioned, 16% of our licensing is done through programmatic administration. And we can save the investment in the full board infrastructure that way. As far as some of the oldest and outdated specifications are in board governance. This is how boards function, how their meeting frequencies, the composition of boards. All of those things are being looked at to see if we can lubricate that process and make it a much more efficient way to administer this licensing. So that lays out kind of what we're doing with 37 reform. Now let's look at specifically reciprocity. So reciprocity, the practice of exchanging privileges granted from one state to another for mutual benefit or recognition. Just for fun, over the last X number of years, boards have brought in a new term called endorsement. Endorsement is the practice of exchanging privileges granted from one state to another for mutual benefit or recognition. And also some other boards have brought in the term comity, which you've already guessed is the practice of exchanging privileges granted from one state to another. So the very first thing we're doing is we're standardizing that by picking one of the three called endorsement. And in section 15, page 31 of the bill, endorsement is defined as an application for licensure in this state from a person licensed in another state. We already have some of this infrastructure there to do reciprocity. As I mentioned, we just need some more help to tweak some of these areas. Let's take a look at some numbers. In FY22, the business and occupational side of the house, 49.1% of all licenses were issued through endorsement. On the healthcare side, it's much higher at 60.2% were issued by endorsement. With that being the case, and that slant towards the majority being reciprocity, we really need to get endorsement down well. So to do that, we're bringing in some additional changes. But first, let's look at the pain points currently. For a number of years, the process was perceived as an option, and that was because in statute, it used to say a board may issue a license through reciprocity. We went to the legislature in 2019 in House Bill 105 and asked them to change that to shall. So now it reads the board shall issue a license, but that's not our only pain point. Second of all, not all working members of the boards, we have some public members, we have some professional members, but even so, not all those members of the profession fully understand the concept of substantial equivalency. And I'll talk more about that in a minute where it will come into play. No method exists right now to factor in working experience into the equivalency component. And that's very troublesome, and you'll see where that is going to help us here. And lastly, board members, in addition to giving up their time and resources to serve, they're asked to wear many hats. And it's often difficult to remain unbiased when policymaking, as people who also work in the field, they're policymaking for. So that, along with outside pressures from additional associations, really put them in a position of potentially but directly affecting the reciprocity process. So what have we done to start the heel? First, new language. An applicant for licensure by endorsement shall have an active license, be in good standing from a jurisdiction whose license qualification measured at the time of application are substantially equivalent to those in Montana. So pretty easy, pretty measurable. You know, this is the first part of the new section that we want to add. Add to that for applications regulated by a program, remember we have program and we have board. If the qualifications in subsection 1 that we just saw are not substantially equivalent, the department shall determine whether the deficiency can be addressed by the applicant's actual qualification and work experience. This is where we're bringing that, where you've been all your life, doing whatever you're doing, into the equation. And because we do it for programs, we have the same statement in the next section for boards, for applications regulated by a board. If the qualifications are not substantial, the department shall refer the applications to the board to determine if that experience can be used to make up for that. We also have an exception. Facilities and schools, they don't often blend well when they're from another state, so we just took them out so that we wouldn't have to deal with them. They still can become licensed, obviously, but they just don't get it through endorsement. Lastly, what allows us to bring that experience into the equation is this section that's proposed: an applicant who the department determines is qualified under subsection 1 shall have the opportunity to qualify for licensure by endorsement regardless of board or program qualifications for issuance. That means if we have a deficit, but we make up for the deficit, we can still issue. So let's look at an example. So it's pretty clear. We have an applicant. He's an active licensee in the state YY. He's in good standing. We're halfway there. The applicant has actively worked in the profession for 5 years in the state YY. So let's look at our comparison that has to be done. The Montana Board of X, license type A, Montana requires education, 2,000 hours of experience, and to pass a test. The applicant from state YY happens to be looking for license type A, and in over in state YY, for him to get that license, he had to have education, 1,800 hours of experience, and pass a test. So at the bottom, I've just kind of called all the categories. Education is absolutely equal. Passing the test is absolutely equal. And we're at 90% of experience compared to Montana. So is that substantially equivalent? That's the part that the board would wrestle with. But let's just assume it's not. The board says, no, 90% isn't good enough. Now with our new tool, we can take the 5 years of working experience, which is another 10,000 hours, and apply that. And now applicant from state YY can get into the profession here by using endorsement of his license. The most important part is in red there. It's a program to program comparison. It's not an applicant to applicant. When we look at the state of Kentucky, what are their requirements? What are our requirements? Is that substantially equivalent? Yes. Michigan, yes. Mississippi, no. Mississippi doesn't have much licensing. So they never come up on substantial equivalent. But the real value here is we can do this approach in a predetermined process. We can get together every year and look at every state except ours and say, are we still substantial equivalent? And that way, it's a lot more lubricated when we get those applicants from Michigan and from wherever. And also, boards can sit down and say, hey, we're seeing a lot of applicants that are 85% within the mark that we want. If they have 2 years of working experience, that makes up for the 85. We can start doing those matrices that allows us to, again, further lubricate that process to get these folks licensed. And again, looking back at the numbers, we do a lot of licensing through endorsement. We have to make this part really work. So with these little bit of changes, the legislature sees it our way. We'll be able to work with boards and programs to really get the reciprocity component working well. What are we planning on doing? Continuing is explore the ideas and concepts that are within the theme of modernizing licensing law. There's still some more things that we can discover and explore. We're still developing specific revision language to sections of the statute 37 in connection with the red tape reduction initiative. And as Eric mentioned, we're out seeking stakeholder input and feedback through a series of listening sessions. We had one this week. And that'll continue with some specific outreach. So, you know, we're in it to win it. We want to try to get these tweaks done. Surgical approach, big volume on the bill simply because it affects a lot of sections. But nobody's de-licensed, nobody is, you know, gonna be out lifting the cold. It just is that time to kind of go in and clean the garage out, get rid of all the Amazon boxes, you know. Not throw out the car, not throw out the boat, but you know, even stuff you need. So with that, I'll answer any questions. I also will put up another slide here. Top URL is our outreach website, and the bottom email address is earmarked for this project only. So if you have additional questions, you can send them to me there. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that presentation. It's very topical. It was #1 item on our policy workforce committee. It's a really exciting issue. Are there questions?
Yes, Jason Wong. So I've dealt quite a bit in reciprocity. I've done a lot of stuff with mental health workers, whatnot, what have you, and obviously it's always a big fight. So I would like to know, I guess, at this point in time, what are we looking at? Where are we targeting this? Who are going to be the primary affected? I mean, are we looking at doing reciprocity for primarily, say, skilled craft members, electricians, HVAC workers and that such? Or are we going to go ahead and go after everything all at once here? Are we going to, I mean, obviously, and Mr. Herrick can attest to this, there are several groups that have completely and absolutely monopolized the state in every way, shape, and form. Dentists, psychologists, stuff like that. I mean, are you going to go ahead and just we're going to fix the whole problem, or are we just going after certain people here with this? I mean, where are we at?
Yeah. You know, what's great about the way the legislature set it up, all in one chapter, all in one title, that's what we're opening up. We're opening up the entire thing, chapter 2 through 78, and looking at everything. So thankfully, reciprocity, specifically, or endorsement, as we're calling it now, you know, applies across all those boards, all those programs. Anybody who has one of these in another state, the process will be as we want to see it. The individual licensees in that range of boards and programs you were talking about will still have the effect of determining that reciprocity or that standard equivalency. But, you know, this will be the pattern and the blueprint to do it across the entire licensing spectrum. And that's the advantage, because different times of the year for different industries, we peak. You know, pandemic came along and we really saw healthcare. You know, we'll see spring startup for construction. We'll see a lot of trades licensing. Hey, I got a project. I need guys. You know, I've got a bunch from Colorado. How fast can I get them licensed? We can get them licensed a lot faster now if we get there. So your question's perfect, because it isn't one group of people we're going after. It's actually all of them for different reasons. Sometimes it's healthcare pressures, sometimes it's trade pressures. You know, we have 150 different license types. You can just imagine what you're describing. We need to do it across the entire spectrum.
Follow up. So as you're working on this right now, as you're writing this right now, are you taking that 150 different licenses and resetting or categorizing? I don't want this to become a race for the lowest common denominator, right? You don't, obviously, somebody brought up architects yesterday. We had a pretty good discussion on this. I don't want full-on licensure for an architect out of Georgia, because hopefully he can understand snow load, wind load, everything for different geographical area, but possibly not. So how are we resetting these standards for the licensure across the board? I mean, tough question to answer right here. We're not just going to look at 50 states and take the lowest common denominator, right?
No, in fact, we're using this state as the benchmark. That's the whole process. It's everybody compared to us. When you don't pass muster, you don't get an endorsement from that state. When you do pass muster, and there's plenty of states that are higher than us, those come right through. So the requirements aren't changing at all. That is not something that, you look at the pages in Title 37, we're not scratching out any of the requirements for licensure. We're actually just saying, we want to compare our program with yours. And if it's equal or better, then come on. And there's some states that I kind of joke about Mississippi, but they have kind of a dismal record of that $10, here's your license. So we just don't reciprocate a lot with Mississippi. There's also certain trades that don't have national organizational, processes there, some of this is really easy to talk about, like nurses. Nurses pretty much have the process down. Whether you go to one state or another, it's all the same. You get to a security guard under private security board, it could be county by county in some places. The county sheriff will allow you to be a security guard with the county next door. They don't allow it. We have a board, but that doesn't mean that we still can't determine substantial equivalency with that program. The other component that I called out that was important is at the time of application. Some people that have had a license for 20 years, well, when I got a license, it was, just graduate from college and you were licensed. Now it's graduate from that college, pass a test, have some experience as an intern or whatever. So it's at the time of application, which allows us to keep those requirements congruent. You're not living in the past versus the present. It's a well thought out process to get this system lubricated without, like you mentioned, reaching for the bottom. It's maintaining your standards, comparing others to your standards, and then making a decision. So it's the safest, most efficient way to already use what's in place without reinventing it. They have a program, we have a program. If their program isn't as good as ours, sorry. But if it is, great, bring it.
Okay, one more follow-up. Who's determining substantial equivalency? Would that be a initial? Is that going to be passed to the board to initially set up, or is the Department of Labor doing that?
Both, because we have programs and boards, remember, so programmatic ones fall into the department. Boards have it now where they have a board structure. So it really ends up being more of a collaborative approach because the professions, the professionals have a say in it and should. But we're pretty tied into how licensing, what is, how that schema works, how that whole ecosystem functions. So between the two groups, that's when we get the best synergy on this question of what is a good way to determine substantial equivalence. So, it's again, a program to program requirement. You're looking pretty equally across the board to some other place and saying, what do you require? And then compare it to what's static over here. And it's really just a comparison. And we've done that work. I mean, we've done it before. We've looked at all the states, and it's not a very dynamic environment. It's not like a state changes their requirements every week. They'll change them occasionally through some sort of legislative or rulemaking process, but we have our finger on that pulse of when that happens. The last component to endorsement is, normally people come from pretty close, and we get the occasional Texas and Florida, pretty far away, but Idaho, North Dakota, South Dakota, Washington, Oregon, and Colorado, Utah. The people around us are where we usually get the traveling people to come to our state. And those programs we're tuned into even better because we work with those people all the time. They're our neighbors.
Yes, okay. Good morning, Dan. David. Heather O'Hara with Montana Home Association. I was at the board for 8 years for the board of this. So thank you for presenting today. So I just wanted to clarify that what I heard you say is that if we don't find that the education is the same or the hours that need to be worked are the same, that will go back to the board and the board will make that decision. It won't be someone in licensing making that decision in regards to.
Right, the way it's set up is the slide shows, it goes back to the board, determine substantial equivalency or whether they can use other factors. That's the part that's really missing. You know, it's really tough to tell somebody you're 200 hours off of the requirements. I've been working for 10 years as a plan, doesn't that make up for it? And we don't have a mechanism for that, so that will be probably the biggest component of being able to take that additional qualifications and that additional experience and put it to use.
So follow up from that, are they gonna be able to, as a board, and if they start seeing that there is a consistent, I don't know, shortage or whatever, will they be able to make rule then? To allow the licensing department to be able to make that decision?
Yeah, that's the matrix component I talked about, and we've done that when it comes to disciplinary functions. Hey, if they have X misdemeanor and older than X, disregarded. And there's certain boards have pretty intense matrices along that line, and it takes somebody to go through and just see if they qualify. So, yeah, that's the beauty of the way it's set up is not only can it be predetermined by boards, but it can also be policy made, like, okay, but if it's within X and they have this, you know, make it what we call routine, which is done by, you know, as you know, done by the staff.
I guess I have a couple of questions. So I am on the board of Plumbers, and I've dealt with quite a bit of the reciprocity, you know, and we're talking about reciprocity. We're not thinking about one individual applying. He has 2 years of experience over here that has to be approved if it gets denied, because that happens. But usually there is a way of him getting licensed, and it's a non-routine application. He's able to do that. The problem with that side of it, what I see the problem is the non-routine applications are handled quarterly, and it takes time. With reciprocity, or first, I guess I got a few questions, but for boards, are you gonna provide some guidance or definition of substantial equivalency? Because that's a major issue. We just had one of these, they were not substantially equivalent. And in my opinion, we were threatened in the voting. We were threatened on record to vote for this agreement between Mexico. They're not substantially equivalent to our licensure whatsoever. But we were told if we didn't, we wouldn't like the outcome. That was what we got.
Yeah, that's one of the, you know, one of the explorations we're doing about how to nail down for boards substantial equivalency. You know, we don't want to set it in stone so that the board says, well, that doesn't really work for a trade or a doctor or whatever. We don't want it to be so concrete. The best place to start, as you just pointed out, what isn't substantial? When boards have said this isn't substantial, what were the parameters that led that to that? That would be the negative case of what is substantial. So yeah, that's an exploration the department is working on in this process of these drafts and these proposals. As how can we nail that down better, but without locking it into, sorry, you don't meet the definition now. So we want it to be, you know, a process that can be handled with all of the other parameters. You know, the extra experience that's out there, the extra qualifications. And, you know, you brought up a great point about a non-routine application. The problem with a non-routine application, it's not that it's so cumbersome, nobody can figure it out. It's that it has to go to the board and the board doesn't meet every day. And the person waits. And if you do the data metrics on non-routines, most of them end up getting licensed. So we've waited 3-4 months to get before the board for the board to say, yeah, that's reasonable. Well, that's what I was talking about with Heather, is to try to build these matrices to say, if you have this and this, well, then that makes up for that. Don't go to the board, keep moving, that guy's okay. And you know, there's that process that has to be derived from that. It can't just be flip a coin, hey, you won, you get a license. We don't want that. We want it to be very methodical and very thoughtful. So these are all tools in the tool bag. I mean, what we didn't have time to talk about today is all the other tools out there, like licensing compacts and other things that we can bring into play, you know, from the tool bag to say, well, you don't really have endorsement because of these other factors, but you can become a member of the compact for this type of license, do that, and you can work here next week, tomorrow. So again, it's that surgical approach. It's not one thing to just cut out and gut out one section. It's we're tweaking a bunch of different things so that we can actually fix the problem of not diminishing licensing safety, but get this thing a little more lubricated and more people on those jobs than what we need.
So then we move into the reciprocity side of it. Are we gonna have something in place to where, you know, I hate to go back to this New Mexico thing, but that dealt through and we're not substantially equivalent. So my concern with that one would be, we sign an agreement. Are we gonna sign one-way agreements to where they're not reciprocal with us? Because reciprocity to me, an agreement is state to state where our people can go there and buy a license the same. We have some of those. I guess, is there something in place that we, first of all, are we gonna sign it one way? And then second of all, are we gonna have something in place to where we can remove a reciprocity agreement if we determine, wait a minute, they're not substantially equivalent to us, or it creates problems somewhere else. So now what I'm looking at would be, we have an agreement with a different state. Two of the other states will we have reciprocity would see this and say, well, we don't need those guys bouncing through Montana to get their license to come to us because they're not equivalent. We're gonna drop ours. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah, I get where you're talking about. You happen to be talking about another tool in the tool bag, which is the ability for boards to actually formalize a reciprocity agreement with another state.
Yeah.
That is in addition to this other tool that is plain endorsement of, I have Johnny from state Y, that they are substantially equivalent. Some boards have already pre-written those reciprocal agreements. Hey, we've already checked state X, they look good, they're good for us. You know, if they come from this state, give them a license. Well, that's what this will do. You won't have to give up your agreements, but you know, essentially, we have determined substantial equivalency with state X. Okay, great, state X will license. So they're not gonna be something you can't do anymore, and you can get as creative as you want in statute. But this process, if done correctly, will almost usurp that because the board would have already said, this state is good with us. Prior to this new language, this was a great tool. Boards did the work, they did the analysis, they signed the agreements. Licensing could turn around and say, oh, yeah, they're from that's on the list, they're one of the agreements. So again, it's that tool bag approach of how can we legitimately get these folks licensed in a fast manner? You know, like I said, going to the board isn't a bad thing, it's just a timely thing. It takes a lot of time. And, you know, there's parts of Montana that need, you know, not just plumbers, but they need other trades and other professions. So any tool in the tool bag that can get to lubricate this process without diminishing public safety is what we're in.
Have we looked at adding a subcommittee to the boards to review non-routine applications, maybe monthly or something like that?
Well, that's something that the board can pull together independently. And it's not something we would process. Again, I mean, we want to try to find a method that is as simple as possible. I mean, we're still going to wait on a subcommittee. We're still going to have to wait. You know, hopefully we'll get this to the point where boards can just say, you know, we've already done the analysis, we're good with that. You know, normally it's those few states that just don't seem to grab onto the, you know, the licensing process that we have to say no to every time.
Other questions?
If I could, thank you. Good job. It's gonna be a big road. We heard from Senator that probably doesn't want to carry the bill. But all I'm just telling you is that Title 37 is a lot of turf. And people, this is their livelihood. So my question to you is, fees have always been commensurate with costs. Is this going to then reduce those fees that individuals will have to pay for that 100,000 that Montanans are being licensed? Are you looking at restructuring it so that with inflation as high as it is and everything else is part of the ribbon cutting and everything, then going to allow less for a licensee to have to pay to the state of Montana to be professionally licensed?
Yes, for a whole bunch of reasons. In fact, right now, 31 of the 32 boards we already have either seen a fee decrease or they have not raised fees. Simply because of efficiencies we've already done and policy making we've already been able to do without legislative help. The other component to that is going back and getting rid of some of those historical. If you want to reprint your license with your new married name on it, yeah, we'll do that for $25. We took out all that stuff. Now it's go online, do it yourself. You know, the overall net decrease to a typical licensee is very quantifiable. And some of the other components that we're exploring, as I mentioned in one of the slides, you know, doing license administration without a board. There is some boards that meet so infrequently, have so little policy making, have so little non-routine applications or complaints that they really would fit better as a program administered licensing process. And that is where the money is really, you know, made, because we don't have that board infrastructure. We don't have to have all that extra cost of that. So, you know, we're trying to do a lot of different things, and, you know, that's where we're gonna need everybody's attention is, yes, it looks big, but it's really that surgical approach of let's fix all the little things that add up to a big thing when it comes to getting people licensed, getting people to work, and doing it as efficiently and cost effectively as possible.
If I could offer our licensing team, and of course with John's expertise as well, we just did reciprocity and teacher licensing with over 20,000 entities. And the Board of Public Ed is the rules that we opened up to do that. More than happy to share with you where not to go or where more to go.
Great.
More to that.
Great, thank you.
Are you gonna bring this as one bill or?
Series. Right now, what I talked about today is one bill, Title 37 reform. There's also a board governance and consistency where we clean up some of the board stuff. There's one on enforcement, which standardizes a lot of those processes so that we can do that more efficiently. And there's more to come. It's just as we uncover more and we meet with more folks. We had some ideas thrown at us on Monday at the forum. So it's an ongoing process. We're sort of running short on time now, so we're gonna accelerate. But I think, you know, we've got a really good head start on fixing the actual problem without diminishing the safety component.
Real quick, I want to thank Dylan and Eric for being so responsive to a situation we have. But are you folks working with Tammy Peralt, who's with the Department of Defense on state? Okay, just wanted to make that. If you love, yeah, she's great. So we're working with her at the chamber and our Montana Defense Alliance.
She was very helpful with the teacher reciprocity with the schools, anybody with military spouse and dependents. We included dependents.
Yeah, we've been in communication with her throughout. We engage with her through the economic affairs in terms of, and I've been in communication with her subsequently, and she's very pleased with what happens.
And then signed the senator. Oh, pretty good bill.
I want to thank Eric and David for your presentation, excellent presentation, excellent work. And as you can see, terrific discussion. And it's a big topic for everybody at the table. And I'd be remiss if I didn't close with saying that you get the award for the best visual analogy
I've heard in a very long time, that cleaning out the garage, throwing out all those empty Amazon boxes, you can back the car up.
That's why we.
Thank you. I think we've got time to grab some lunch, take a quick break before we get started on our two economic. Start back at about quarter to so. Yep, that works. 15 minutes. That one.
Yeah, did you have? Okay.
Well, actually, you can do that. So you'll. Oh, yeah. You're not.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yep. We'll do. All right. Yes, sir.
Not so much.
Yeah.
So it scared me. There are certain things.
No.
Good. Yeah, I'm normal. Yeah, it's been a way, it's about last few years. It's been a better about everything. Yeah, things are just going. I kind of get on. That's great. Yeah, I've got, yeah, I actually. Yeah. Yeah. We talk about the I want to be able to like offer it to work, we'll be there, we're gonna try to like network, so like, oh, I saw the board here. Staley is sitting there saying, oh, could we do a job shadow of that, you know what I mean? If that one portion of the, yeah, I know, I talked to Sarah about we ended up having to pull it together before the end of the school year, so we do it now, it's November 11th, I'll send you the details. For sure, you know. Yeah, and I know John.
It's really like. Yeah.
And you said this, I know, I don't make it easy.
Well, yeah. No, there's no. There's a couple. Not getting. Right.
It's awful.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, she doing what she got. You know, I think that sanitary license.
Well, get that in.
Sounds good. Just, you know, I hope you. I think you did. Right on. I have one day. Oh, yeah. You guys. All day. There. Charles Robinson. And I think Charles is trying to go higher. One or two going backwards.
Yeah. We have 40. One side is. And the other two were pilot students. And they decided. Quite a lot.
I've got a quarter two and everybody can make their way back.
Yeah, it would be a NAPA building. They actually, turned it into a, I think they. A lot of, he does aluminum. Very rare. No. And we get a lot of like porch trailers in that are aluminum, and with the gravel roads, it's really hard, I aluminum, the vibration. We get customers from Shelby, Glasgow, Carter. Yes. Yeah, we do a lot of. Well, he likes to do the real estate. That's what he likes. So we go through, CMP and Lewis. I have to build the continuous. Drill steps. We buy drill steps. I Sydney over that way. 7 8 oil.
Opening up, learning, we were doing some things. Which, you know. We get it anywhere from 28 and 38.
So Dylan, your daughter's.
It varies from night to night. Last night's was great.
Hearing all the way through. High school.
Hopefully not.
It'll be a delightful Thanksgiving.
Really cool thing that we've been building recently is because of the hay situation in the state. The drought stuff is, bales. Quick attach. Or bobcats or, for tractors, front end loaders, and, you know, any quick attach. It has them bring in their machinery. And they quickly attach. He did it to her. Yep. Yeah, and that was one of the things we did to begin with.
Both sides, you know, both ends of the bucket, have to not sell it the next 100 people. It's possible to get back to us. We can sell them. So you don't stop. You have to put up that back bed. 3 years ago.
The other thing is everybody wants the round bales, now they're coming in squares and you only have anything. So to accommodate your machinery, square bales. And so that was the biggest thing, and then you can stack many. That was pretty expensive. And he also has the CSE which I'm learning how to use. Got a mill and got replaced. Just got delayed, put in, and the press brake is outside still.
Lunch with her today.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so. Al, John, and Travis are all at West Side today. Yeah, got it real time, master, I saw it on the calendar. I was telling you, because I all have the. So it's Al, Travis, John, and then Mike. He was part of it last year, but they were just like kind of. Now they're taking.
Yeah, they were.
That's. Yeah. And that's what we're talking. They were quite ready to take. Yeah, exactly. It's like.
bring them in as parks rentals here. We've been out there for to do 2-3 days during the experience. They get to their wall by the hour. And then they get to see graduates, they get to see kids do jobs. They get to like, okay, let's invest our, let's fix it. Yeah, we're just gonna keep, I think we're gonna. I think that's this year, but it's really okay. Okay, so we got process tight, so. Good job too on this. We have 30 applicants. We got tight, so we can say. Well, you don't. So we've got kind of. Our end. Cool. Yeah, good growth, good growth. You know, that's a good run. I mean, I don't have to keep finding knowledge. I've seen it. Wow. First year starting out. It was like, my dad. I think we'll get started with our next report. Nick Coleman is here to give his update on our state and Montana economy. Yeah, we did. I started at the Department of Labor just before the pandemic, so I got to be along for the whole ride. The largest layoff in Montana's history into rehiring of all those workers and the tightest labor markets ever experienced. So we're going to go through kind of the overview of changes in Montana's economy and then I'll talk a little bit about what's contributing to the labor shortage and so start with talking about GDP growth. If you're familiar with GDP, which I'm sure most of you know what it is, but it's the market value of total production of goods and services in Montana's economy. And so when we look at the last year, we've had really rapid growth in 2021. So it's year-over-year growth after the price changes. What we can see from 2009 to 2019. Okay, so when we look at 2009 to 2019, coming out of the Great Recession, we had year-over-year growth of about 1.7%. It was actually slightly lower than the U.S., which on average is 2.2%, and that's due to that loss in 2016, which was related to petroleum refining losses there. But when we look at what we had in 2021, first in 2020, we had a smaller loss year-over-year than the rest of the U.S. We also had a larger gain in 2021. So when we look at Montana's GDP growth last year, it was ranked 7th across states. It was the fastest GDP growth we've had since 1980. So that's some positive news in terms of Montana's economic recovery is better than a lot of states experience. When we look at our employment recovery, that was also really strong. Taking the average, and this is year-over-year growth for Montana and the US. When we look at the average from 2011 to 2019, that was about 1.3% or 6,500 jobs per year. And in 2021, of course, we're coming out of the hole of 2020, so we're replacing or regaining those jobs. But our growth was 3.8%. That's 3 times faster than the average in the previous decade, and that's 19,600 jobs. So more Montana jobs added in 2021 than any year all the way back to 1976, which is a serious gain. So really rapid recovery of that employment. Sorry, it's not sharing on screen. Sometimes it's well, Wes is ask a question. So
the 19,600 jobs, are those posted jobs or filled jobs? They're filled jobs. So that's total employment, that's payroll and self-employment together. So okay, that's all right. When we look at employment growth across the state, this is now looking at June 2021 to June 2022. That's what's in those blue bars there is the growth in total employment. So every region of the state had growth in total employment. For Montana as a whole, that was 4.1% growth over the year. But for some regions, we're having faster growth. So some of that's driven by population growth. We have growth in the Southwest and Northwest, Central. There's an influx of population there. In some of our more rural areas, there's actually some counties that are losing population, but even so, we have an increase in total employment. And that's due to pulling more people out of, mostly due to pulling more people out of unemployment. So continued growth into 2022. When we look at the yellow bars, that is real growth in the average annual wage for our payroll employees. And so we can see for Montana, our wages, our average wage grew faster than prices. What that means is we can buy more with that average wage. It's a good thing. So we had growth of 1.2% across Montana. But when you look at where that was distributed, we had growth in the Northwest and Southwest regions, but declines in a lot of the more rural areas. So in 2021, they could purchase less with that. Looking across Montana's reservations, this is again looking at total employment indexed to 2019. So how long did it take to recover the previous level of employment that we had prior to the agreement? For most of our reservations, they have not recovered that total level of employment. Some of that is due to population declines in those areas. Some of it's due to Crow and Northern Cheyenne, the loss of mining activity and economic activity connected to power generation upholstery plant. So that's why those places like we have covered, and there's also been declines in population as well. For the Flathead reservation, they've grown by faster than the state as a whole. So Montana is at 4% of 2019 employment. Flathead is at 108%. And so the Flathead area in general is having a big influx of population. Looking at the employment recovery across industries, I don't have all of the industries up here. It's a little too messy, but again, looking compared to where we were prior to the pandemic, how long did it take us to return, and how which industries have grown faster. Professional and business services is an industry that has done really well. That includes things like legal services, accounting services, architectural firms, through that nature. Going by 2%. There's some evidence for that industry that there's some teleworkers that are entering into Montana too. And so that could be also driving the growth. That was an industry that we projected to grow pretty fast. Construction has grown by 8%. So that's really good. We need a lot of construction in Montana. And for the most part, one of the industries that was most affected was leisure activities. Industry that lost 45% of its previous payroll employment. Took into late 2021 to recover, but has grown 5% in the previous quarter in 2021. And then we have some industries that are remaining stagnant, such as mining. Healthcare is having a hard time, I think, recruiting. Healthcare and social assistance is an industry that 50% of those organizations are nonprofits. When you look at nonprofits, payroll census data, they actually haven't recovered for previous levels. That can be due to the fact that wages are growing really fast. There's a lot of competition over workers, and especially those organizations are not able to compete with those increased wages.
So I think if I can ask a question, please. And I apologize if I didn't hear. Where did telework come into play in that last grant?
Oh, so there is some evidence of, when we look for professional business services and census data, we see an increase in new establishments that are single worker entities that are entering in 2020, 2021. And so that would be, and they're in the program. So an industry that like retail workers is likely to tell workers won't really have good data to identify the workers. This is going to be part of that. That's something that we consider. So looking at that strong recovery, that's, a lot of that's driven by the fact that we've had a lot of stimulus in our economy, and this shows personal income by component. So we've had wage growth. When we looked at that blue line, there was a small drop in 2020. That was more than replaced by those government transfers. So we have unemployment insurance benefits that were at times 150% of the previous wages of those workers. We have those enhanced or the economic impact payments, the PPP loans. All of that is working to increase that consumer demand, increase the demand for those workers, which prevents the closure of permanent closure of those businesses, the loss of the jobs. And so that was all a good thing that led to a lot of really rapid recovery. And you also had an increase in business owner income. There's been an increase in self-employment, so that is likely business owner income. Montana, compared to other states, was #1 in terms of personal growth from 2019 to 2020 due to those government transfers. So one component of that personal income is that growth in those payroll wages. That's what this shows. It comes from a quarterly census of employment and wages. So most payroll in Montana. So what this shows is the annual average wage. I thought I'm not adjusted for inflation, but we do have in that green line. That's the real wage growth. So wage growth, or growth in the average wage, that is above the prices. So we see in 2020 we had really rapid real wage growth above 6%, and that's due in part. There's some nuance to that. If you think about the layoff of or the workers who were laid off. Lower wage workers, so that's going to drive up the average wage. In total, when we look at total wages in 2020, they were higher than in 2019. So the average wage growth. But in 2021, we regained all that employment. Those workers that are back to work continue to have growth in the average wage, payroll wages. So 1.2% real wage growth over the year. But inflation does continue to cut into those wage gains. When we look at inflation compared to 2020, the prices have gone up by about 14%. This is looking from June of 2021 to June of 2022, and we see that our inflation has gone up by 8% over that time period. So when we think about inflation, what we use to measure inflation, that's the consumer price index. That's really, never looked at it. It takes a basket of goods that's meant to reflect what the typical consumer consumes. So, and it measures prices nationally. So it's not reflecting those price changes specific to Montana or the way that Montana consumers might be different. There's one way we might be different. We drive more. So that high energy prices, that's driven primarily by those gas prices. So that might be something that's affecting Montanans more. And we don't have our entire year of 2022 to look at whether we have continued growth in real wages, but we look at a smaller survey from the current employment statistics and look at hourly earnings. They were growing, they grew less than the all items bar there, which means there would be a decline in the real wages, but we don't know for sure what's happening in the payroll wages until we get that updated data. So one price increase that isn't included in CPI or
our consumer price index is increasing home prices. They do include housing, which is actually rent, but it doesn't include these increasing home prices. When we look at Montana, this comes from a dashboard that's available on our website. It is from the Census Bureau, but this shows the median home price increase since 2015. So from 2015 forward, if you look at Montana, we've had an increase in the median home price of 54%. Primarily driven by the areas that are seeing a lot of population influx, such as Gallatin, Missoula. Gallatin has increased by almost 100%, which is the median home price. So that's a significant increase. Something that is affecting the availability of workers in certain areas, and we do continue to have population growth that is faster than housing. So demand outstripping supply. This is also from a dashboard on our website. It's also part of our Labor Day report. It shows net migration by counties. It's actually kind of cool. You can select counties and see where people, what states people are moving to and moving from into these counties. And so when you look at this, this is showing April 2020 to July of 2021. We've had an increase of about 22,000 more people moved to Montana. Those are concentrated in the areas we know. People are moving to. Flathead has grown by 4,300 more people, and Gallatin net has grown by 1,300. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Nick, on that, do we know if they're employee, I mean, are they working people or are they retired people?
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't.
That's something I would like to pay more attention to getting at, whether these are retirees. But even if you think about remote workers moving into Montana, they would be contributing to the local labor supply, or they could be contributing to that local demand. So that could be another thing that's affecting the feeling of tightness in the labor markets. Is that increasing the demand where you have a lot more supply of workers. But looking 2010 to 2019, the average growth year over year, or average growth in net migration was 6,200. So that's, yeah, we have a lot of people coming to Montana. And I talked earlier about that evidence of teleworkers. This also shows some of that. What this is growth in new establishments in Montana. That's new business locations. We had 4,700 new establishments in Montana in 2021 across all industries. And that's primarily driven by the professional and business services industry, where we have a single entities or single establishments. It's really sharp increase in that. But we do have growth in other industries such as construction and financial activities as well. So shifting more to the labor force and what's going on with our labor supply. What we have here is our labor force and our employment. Our labor force includes employment, includes those people who are employed, but also those who are actively seeking work. So that would be considered labor force. And we have continued to have growth in our labor force. We have more people in our labor force than we've ever had before, as well as more people employed. But we also have growth in the population. So like when we talk about any shortage, it's really demand side of the supply side. We have more people demanding goods and services, and we have more people supplying goods and services, but those the population is growing faster than the labor force. And so that's not an official population measure there. That's actually something I backed out of the employment statistics, but I put that up there because it goes along with what we see in migration data. So looking at the difference between that black line and that blue line, that's those available workers, those people who are not attached to an employer, who are actively looking for work. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about unemployment rate. It's a lot of focus in the indicates how easy it is to find a job, which is pretty easy to find a job when the unemployment rate's low. And from an employer's perspective, how difficult it is to find workers. So we've hit a record low unemployment rate the last year. We started to come up just a little bit to 2.7% as the most recent release. But if it feels unprecedentedly difficult to find workers, that's because it is. This data comes from the job openings and labor turnover survey. So what that data is, and when you look at the green line there, that's unfilled job openings at the end of each month. So we can see going back to 2009, coming out of the Great Recession, we had this sort of steady growth in the number of unfilled job openings. And part of that is due to the expansion of the economy at that point, but also have the baby boomer generation first started to hit retirement age in the 20s. So they're leaving behind the vacancies that are not young people to fill. However, when we look at 2021 and 2022, we've sort of hit our low, record low unemployment rate, and now we have more unfilled job openings than we've ever had before. We sort of have this level of jump up to 45,000 unfilled job openings. So part of that is due to that stimulated consumer demand and demand, but there's also just the fact that we have population influx, and then the other thing that I already added, which was the fact that maybe there's remote workers coming in. On the flip side, we have the people exiting or leaving their employers. So we got the blue line is again those hires, but then we have quits in yellow and layoffs and discharges. So we see that some evidence of that increased churn. There's increased turnover in the economy because employers are competing over those workers. Those workers can move into better opportunities. So more hires, more quits, and we look at layoffs, and that's actually remained a little bit lower than prior to the pandemic. So it seems those employers are trying to hold on to. So putting those unfilled job openings into perspective with the unemployed or those available workers who are not attached to an employer, see going back to the 2009 recession, we had more available workers than we had jobs. And so we slowly come into sort of more equilibrium at one point. But in 2019, even before the pandemic, we start to reach this point where we have more unfilled jobs than we do have people. So we have 1.4 jobs per person prior to the pandemic. That's because this labor shortage is really driven primarily by that shift of those retirees, shifted the baby boomers to retirement age. And now we're even more out of whack. We have nearly 3 job openings wherever they're available. So how do we, tackle this problem? We can really either, increase productivity, increase the amount that we get done with the workers that we do have and the hours that we do have, or we can increase the engagement of those who are not in the labor force. So that's what this chart shows: are people who are not in the labor force by their main activity while not in the labor force. So the only line, and that's really been growing, is that line that shows those retirees. 50,000 more people who are not in the labor force because they are retired than we had 10 years ago. When we look at all the other reasons for staying out of the labor force, these are all really good reasons. Attending school, you're investing in your human capital, that increases your long-term wages, as we'll see in the college report. But we want those people to make that investment because it increases their productivity. We have 42,000 who have an illness or disability that keeps them out of the labor force. When we look at those groups, most have issues with mobility and walking. So accommodating disabilities in the workplace could be more of a focus, and potentially remote work could be a good solution for those workers. It's especially difficult to travel to or work. So those caring for family, most of those are parents, while some are caring for disabled family members or elderly adults, and as we shift more of our population into those older years, there's going to be more demand on those programs. That's important work to, it's unpaid, but potentially, even prior to the pandemic, we already have a child care shortage across Montana, which my colleague in Boston has also done work on. So you can read her child care report on our website, but she estimates that our licensed child care capacity only needs 47% out of the estimated demand. So there's a lot of room for improvement in terms of making parents more available. Then we have other, about 14,000, which shows you people that just don't fall in any of the other things. I'd like to use that to talk about some of the other issues, such as having a criminal background history, mental health and substance use disorder. Those are things that make it difficult for people to become involved in some situations that would also need to be tackled. So I said before that we have our population is growing faster than our labor force, and one metric that we use to discuss age 16 and up to participate in the labor force. So when we look back to the 90s, 2000s, we had a participation rate that was above 66%. So it's really because we had a greater share of the population who were in the age group of 25 to 54. In 2009, we had a drop in that participation rate, and that's because we had a recession, so people lose their job, they stop looking for work because they become discouraged. So that's when you fall out of the labor force and when you stop looking for work. So coinciding with that, we have the baby boomers retirement age, so it stays low. Our participation rate stays low, continues to trend down really to that increase in share retirement. Nick, can I ask a question? I apologize for interrupting. So back when I was in high school, mid-80s, I'll date myself. So kind of the numbers we've heard is about 66% of high school graduates had a job, grocery store, whatever might be, fast food. Now the number floating out there these days is 33%. So are those numbers taken a look at in the labor participation rate? And back then, how many high schoolers had a job while in high school? And how many do these days? Because that could also be a huge variable in the labor participation rate. So that's actually what I think this chart gets at a little bit, is those who are looking at the participation rates by age group. And so when we look back into the 90s, there really hasn't been a huge change in the participation rates of those under 25. So I'm not sure about exactly the high school. I've heard nationwide, I think there's always is true that it's line participation on that age group. But when we look at Montana, specifically in the current population survey, we don't see a big shift in the participation rates by age group. So really, when you look all the way back to the 90s, it's not shows 2010, but there hasn't been a big change. And that age group 25 to 54, about 85% have been participating. So really, because there's not that big change, the main driver is moving people from that 55 to 64 age group down to that 65 and up, where participation rates are about 20%. There's actually been a little bit of a slight increase in trend in those under 25 participating in the labor force. That coincides with some of those wage gains that were occurring prior to the pandemic and into the pandemic. But even prior to the pandemic, for those lower wage jobs that those under 25 tend to work experience. So as those wage gains increase, you do see a slight increase in participation. So potentially those higher wages will draw more.
I could make as well. Speaking of someone who has an agency, so for government, I don't know if you're parallel with government as a sector, but it is really challenging to hire government because our wages are confined. And I think that's true without every single bandwidth, whether it's a lawyer or an economist or any within the framework of government. I know Dylan was not here, going to the governor's office and asking Wes if there's anything that is going to be aiding government this next session in what is paralleling with the private sector, which is increasing the wage, or offering the opportunity for telework outside of Montana to be able to be employed in the public sector. I know I've talked to individuals about that in my agency. I have half of the agency teleworking from 16 counties, and I know it's going to increase. Our schools are everywhere, so it can replicate because of who our customers. But government, it's not that we're hurting. I mean, most people that less government are happy right now because there is less employee, but it is really challenging. So I would ask that to carry that forward, whether Commissioner or Wes, if you could, how do we heal the burdens of government?
I could add to that too. 2 weeks ago, I checked job openings. And 2 weeks ago, there was 469 open jobs in the state of Montana. 245 open jobs at Montana State University.
Can I ask you maybe a dumb question? How do you define a job? Like, so is it postings? Is it a certain threshold? Because I'm sitting here trying to think about it. And I'm like, even in my local labor market, I hear an employer say, I could hire 5 people right now. And then I look at it and it's $10 an hour. And I'm like, can you hire 5 people right now? Because no one is taking a job. So you know what I mean? Like 5 jobs to this person is not 5 jobs to me. And my, at that wage rate, how do you guys define a job? Like when you say 23,000 open jobs?
Okay, so when you look at the unfilled job openings, yeah, that's a good question about like the technical details about, and I don't have that off the top of my head, but the survey is those employers who ask them how many positions do you have? I wonder, you'd be willing to hire as many as you could at $1, but
yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I'm trying to like get in my brain. Okay, well, what is the new equilibrium for that? Like as far as wage, where it's like, well, do you, if you can hire 5 at $10 an hour, that's low enough wage where it's like, it's not really a job anymore because you're going to have a really hard time hiring someone. Could you hire 3 at 15? And then you're maybe talking more of like, yeah, that's an actual job. So I just was curious how the numbers are like starting wage wise. I work with students, so that's where they're usually starting, but just curious.
Yeah. I know I have to do some more look into the technical that I did, so but yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so on to some of the other issues that are affecting labor supply. We have increased absenteeism. So what that is people who are employed, but they are absent. And so you can see that number at a given time during 2022 was 25,000 people. It's come down a little bit since 2021. And some of the main reasons when you look at that, it's not really an increase in those people taking vacation and personal time. That's actually kind of on the level with the historic trend of the past months since 2020 when we take a lot of vacation. But when we look at other, that's again, we don't know what that is. We do see a little bump there in 2020. That was probably due to those temporary closures, and it continues to remain a little bit elevated. So there might be some other things. The main one that's really continued to stay high is those illness who are absent due to illness and medical leave, and so that's something that's also reflected in some of other data that comes from the Census Bureau's Household Pulse Survey. It's an experimental survey that we're doing. I've actually taken it a couple times on the phone, but they ask a question for those who are not working. Are you not working due to caring for someone specifically sick with COVID or due to sick themselves? And what you see is in 2021, so at any point in time when this survey was taken, about 8,100 people were absent from work at that or during any time during that survey. In 2022, it's even a little bit higher, and that sort of mirrors the new COVID cases data from the CDC that reflects in 2022 we're going to likely have more new COVID cases. So that's something that's continuing to keep people from being able to, or being available for their full hours as
And we see that for parents specifically, we do have a decline in the average number of hours they work post-pandemic. So we've had a decline of about 2 hours a week fewer for parents compared to non-parents. Non-parents had a decline in the short term, but then recovered, but then dropped off a little bit again. And that's not a small, 2 hours sounds small, but you calculate that out back in the envelope for how many parents there are, that's about 96 fewer full-time employees. So I said before that one of the things we could do is work harder at accommodating disabilities in the workplace. That's blue area in the background. That's the number of people who are not participating in the workforce due to their disability. The last 12 months, average about 42,000 people. That's stayed relatively in the past years. We see the two biggest difficulties that are affecting those people with disabilities of walking and mobility, but there's also hearing and sight that are coming in about 10%. And those are not exclusive. Some people have more than one, but there are programs, the vocational rehab program in Montana to address that helps workers obtain adaptive aids and works with employers as well as that can be a resource that employers utilize. And then some of the other main challenges for workers, when we look at this comes from our survey of our job service workers, the worker experience survey, where we ask what are the main challenges for the workers that they need to help place with employers. And we see a lot of this really just confirms a lot of the other things we've already talked about. Affordability of housing is the most extreme challenge for workers to obtain employment. So one solution to that could be for those jobs where it's possible, remote work that will allow those workers to work in another location. Housing is more affordable, but also increasing the supply of affordable housing communities. Solution. Affordability of daycare, that's again another one that we've long known is a problem and needs more attention that will help to availability of parents. Low pay at available jobs, that's one that affects the affordability of everything else, but that comes in as the third most extreme challenge. So increase pay when possible. If it's not possible for the organization to increase pay, potentially non-monetary incentives that can make it easier for parents to balance those responsibilities, increasing the flexibility of the place so that parents can do benefits.
Sorry, Nick, I gotta ask you, so you talk about that, increasing some benefits that are monetary, so the flexibility, how does that play into effect with your graph of decreased hours? That's just something we're trying to do personally is allow some more of that flexibility. If you get sick at school, go pick them up and don't worry about taking your paid time off or your vacation time, right? How does that equate into that knowledge, you know?
Yeah, I was thinking, well, I think it does allow parents to shift their work to times when they're more productive and times where they need to get their kids to school and not travel to the workplace, but be able to get more hours, I suppose. Because of it having that flexibility would be my response to that. And that's definitely something I know has been true for my sister, who is a single mother, having the flexibility to be able to workplace. Something that she still gets the same hours, but it's giving her more flexibility to do that without trying to workplace. So yeah, I think that would be something that for some jobs it's just not possible. Or it's more difficult. And then background issues, I talked about that earlier. We look at national surveys those who remain unemployed at the time was really actually very easy to find a job with unemployment as well. 50% of those men in their 30s have a background issue that is keeping them from
getting to finding employment. So Department of Labor does collaborate with Department of Corrections to do a prison job fair, so employers can participate in that to help those who are incarcerated transition into a job. So that's so main takeaways about Montana's labor market. Our demand for workers is really high because we had a really positive economic shock to Montana's economy. We have really rapid growth. We'd be happy that we're not still some of the other things that could be contributing to greater demand is the fact that we have higher rates of turnover as those workers seek out better jobs. Employers have to replace them more often. We've also had high migration from out of state, so that's going to increase the demand for workers, and it may not be increased the supply of workers until workers, or if they are retired. The supply of workers, the biggest thing keeping our supply of workers, aging workforce, aging into retirement, is still contributing to demand to labor supply. Though we do have some other opinion-related issues such as that illness and COVID that's keeping reducing the number of workers. And that ties into childcare. Is if there's a kid, you have to stay home and take care of your kids. Flexibility could increase the supply of those workers, but they do continue to report those hours. We also have high migration from out of state, expect to be increasing the supply of workers. But like I said, we do have that now greater competition from remote employers. So remote employers are taking workers away, and that's increasing the number of unfilled jobs. So what can we do about it? We can make it easier and more attractive to work. A better work-life balance, I think, is a big key for all of those who are not in the labor force. When you look at those retirees who are the biggest group, 50% of them nationwide do say they want to come back to the workplace, but want to control how and when they will want to control the pace of their work, and are looking to balance the enjoyment of their retirement with work-life. So increasing that flexibility as well. And then we can tackle bigger issues in our communities, such as the availability of housing and childcare. We can, of course, increase wages, which isn't always an option for some employers, but where you can increase wages, try to increase or improve those non-monetary incentives. And then if you can't increase workforce, you have to increase your productivity. So how can we increase productivity is provide better trainings, maybe invest in better technology to get more done. And we talked about all these groups we can target: the retirees, disability, parents, students, and those with diagnoses. If you're looking for more information, we put together a lot of data dashboards that are available at online.gov. You can also go there and subscribe to our Economy at a Glance articles, which next month we will have an article on housing shortage. So if you're interested in more about that, but every month we do it. The latest. If you have any questions, feel free to. Very cool. Thank you. Are there any questions for Nick? Fantastic. I was on. Maybe you're on.
We're gonna test your stamina for listening to it tonight. Thank you. You all should have a copy of the Montana Post-Secondary Workforce Report. If you don't, I have brought plenty with me. It's a little light reading for your afternoon. Just give me a couple of seconds as I put it up.
Amy, did you say these were $10?
Yeah, 10 bucks to you because they need their. So we're getting this set. I'll just introduce myself. My name is Amy Watson. For those of you who I haven't met, I am right now the interim state economist for the Department of Labor. And I'm happy to be here today to talk to you all a little bit about this post-secondary workforce report. This report we produced at the Department of Labor in conjunction with the Office of Commissioner of Higher Education. It's a report that we've been working on updating for the last year or so, and it was just published on Monday. So you all are having some of the first look at this report, and we're really excited to be able to present this information both from a workforce development perspective and from the post-secondary education side. So let's see. You may or may not remember back in 2017, we actually published the first version of this report. We often refer to it as the state college report. It was published back in 2017, and this is an update to that. So the primary research question that this report strives to answer is, does our post-secondary education system produce enough graduates in the right fields in order to meet our future workforce demand? We understand that the post-secondary education system is a critical player in the state's workforce development efforts, and so we want to make sure that we are utilizing those resources efficiently and effectively. The first section of this report covers workforce outcomes of graduates from our post-secondary system. Those workforce outcomes, we looked at both wage outcomes from our unemployment insurance data, as well as used income tax data from the Department of Revenue. And so these are workforce outcomes for graduates over a 20-year time frame from 2001 through 2020 in the 10 years after they graduate. The second section of this report talks about answering our primary research question through a supply and demand analysis. So that really answers whether or not there are enough of those graduates in order to meet our workforce needs. Just to define what I mean when I'm talking about the post-secondary education system, this is a map. It's somewhat small, but it's a map of the 36 institutions that we included as a part of our post-secondary education system. That includes 15 Montana University System schools, 4 private four-year colleges, our 7 tribal colleges, 10 Montana vocational institutions, as well as our Montana Registered Apprenticeship Program. One of the updates and improvements that we were able to make on this report going from the first iteration was expanding that to include information on our tribal colleges, those vocational institutions, in Montana Registered Apprenticeship Programs. So we were very excited to be able to incorporate those into this report as well. Overall, we're talking about in this workforce outcomes section, covering the workforce outcomes for about 145,000 graduates over that 20-year time frame, and about 170,000 degrees. So I'll start by providing just some high-level overview of that first section. Just to give you a perspective on this higher education system's contribution to our labor market, we see about 11,700 graduates per year coming out of this from those 36 institutions. About 74% of those students will work in the Montana economy at some point within the 10 years after their graduation. So a significant number of those students will be employed for Montana employers. And that we see graduates working in every county in the state. So that just gives an idea of the breadth of impact that the system has. Those students start out by earning on average, at the median, about $30,000, $31,000, which is about our state median. And then their wages progress over the 10-year time frame to about $54,000 and above our median full-time earnings. The shaded area represents the distribution of those graduate income levels. Of course, they vary on a variety of different factors. Between the 25th and the 75th percentile, between about $30,000 and about $70,000 in the 10 years after graduation. That hits 50% of graduates fall within that range. And just as an aside, feel free to stop me at any point if you all have questions. I'm happy to. Yeah.
These years when it can current back.
So it's 10 years post-graduation. So if a student graduated in 2001, it looks at 2001 to 2011. If you were 2012, it's all like forward. But the wages that I'm reporting are adjusted for inflation and are reported in 2021 dollars. So they're apples to apples comparison over time. That's a great question. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. So as this chart shows, there's a lot of different reasons. There's a lot of variation in income levels. One factor that we found increased an individual's overall workforce outcomes was whether or not they had work experience. I believe there was a question with my colleague's presentation about labor force participation rates while you're in school. We find that about 56% of all graduates from our post-secondary system do graduate with work experience. So that is a little bit older than the high school age you're referring to, but we're talking about college age students, and those individuals are rewarded for their experience in a higher wage. So initially, they're more likely to be employed in Montana. We see 87% of those individuals with prior work experience do stay in the Montana labor market. And they have a wage premium of about $11,000 in their first year after graduation. That wage premium decreases slowly over time as our non-incumbent workers, we call them, those individuals without work experience, gain work experience, that gap closes to about $4,000 when you look at it 10 years. So the biggest difference is initially after graduation, it helps with retention in the labor market. But over the long run, we see that gap closes slightly.
Is that considering relevant work experience to the graduate programs they're in, or just work experience?
That's just any work experience. So if they worked for, and it wasn't, I tried to make sure it wasn't just a month here, a month there. So we looked at, I defined work experience as they had to average work two quarters, so half of the year in the 5 years prior to their graduation. That had to be their average. So it's a significant amount of work. It would have been more than just a summer job. It would be, significant work experience. Yeah. We were also able to demonstrate positive returns to increasing levels of education. These are the 6 different degree types that we looked at. In this report, the CTS stands for Certificate of Technical Studies. CAS is Certificate of Applied Sciences. So those vary based on the length that it takes to get the certificate. You can see the median income increases generally as you move up in terms of degree attainment. The percent filing there is our estimate of retention in the Montana labor market. That is the percent of individuals who were filing Montana income taxes, either as a resident or non-resident, in Montana in the year or 10 years after graduation. You'll see some discrepancies, for example, between associate's and bachelor's degrees in their first year after graduation. Associate's degrees actually earn higher than bachelor's degrees do, but over time, we see those bachelor's degree earners wages grow faster and they surpass the associate's degree earnings after 10 years. Yep. Yeah. So you have to do a Montana state between to qualify for that? Yes, you do. Okay. Yeah. That's how we're capturing folks. And it's actually an improvement on the way that we did some of the information in the first report, and that we're able to capture self-employed folks versus just using our wage records that we have. Doesn't include.
So I just kind of want to put something out there. So as far as tribal members, if they live on a reservation, they do not pay state taxes.
That's true. Yeah, so they would not be included in the. Yes, you're correct. We have also see higher earnings for our Montana Registered Apprenticeship Program. In the first year after graduation, our registered apprenticeship completers earn twice as much as those with a bachelor's degree or an associate's degree. They earn about $63,000. And that wage grows to about $70,000 10 years after graduation. You can see, and this chart shows apprenticeship as well as a bachelor's and associate's degree with work experience and without. So those, you can see over time how the bachelor's degree have a higher growth rate in their income or in their wages, and gets closer to that apprenticeship wage, but still even 10 years after graduation, apprentices have the highest wage among those degree types.
that has a lot to do with the makeup of those programs within each of those fields. And so I wanted to just briefly touch on some of the differences in the program outcomes. Of course, this is shows certificate and associate or associate and certificate degrees. Just to kind of orient yourself with these graphs. The way I'll show a couple of these type of bubble charts, the way on the y-axis, you'll see the average income. On the x-axis is the retention, that ability, the percent filing income taxes. So those programs in the upper right-hand corner have better workforce outcomes than those in the lower left-hand corner. You'll see right off the bat, 2 of the largest apprenticeship programs, plumbing and electrical, have some of the best workforce outcomes. That's what's driving the apprenticeship result that I showed in the prior slide. You'll also see high retention for our nurses in Montana, registered nurses and our practical nurses. The size of the bubble corresponds to the size of the number of graduates coming out in those programs. The bigger the bubble, that's the bigger the program. The biggest program is actually our liberal arts program, that's the most common degree type, followed by 4 associate's degrees. We also see registered nursing as another really high one there as well. This shows bachelor's degree programs, same graph there. We have high retention rates for educators, for education and elementary education, high wages for a lot of our health science programs and engineering programs. Those engineering are in yellow there. Civil, construction, mechanical, and general engineering. Again, liberal arts is our largest bachelor's degree program, followed by business, and then registered nursing as well. And then the last category I'll talk about is our graduate degrees. We try to denote the specific degree type by each program here. If you can read it again, we see the red, all the red dots are health science programs. Those tend to be in the upper portion of the graph, indicating higher income levels. And then we see a lot of green kind of over to the right hand side. Those are our education programs. And then liberal arts makes up a smaller portion. We see a lot of master's degrees in education. That's a large program, and then combined a lot of our health science programs and also our big programs, but they're broken out here into a number of their smaller programs. So, but of course, not everybody goes into the Montana workforce. We also wanted to look at how many of our graduates continue their education. We see that it's about 10% of those graduates go on to pursue further education without entering the labor market. And another 24% do both. They both continue their education and they're in the workforce. So this pie chart shows their what happens to those graduates, either whether or not they're employed or enrolled in college, and then about 20% we couldn't find either. So those individuals may be working, they may just be working out of state. They may be at home taking care of family, out of the labor market. Any of those reasons that individuals that Nick presented may be out of the labor market, that could fall into that 20% there. We did find that most of those students who do go on to pursue higher education do so in Montana. About, I believe it was around 96%, although I don't have the statistic in front of me, but the significant portion pursue further education in the state. Of those who do go out of state, they go mostly to the west, Colorado, Washington. Washington is the biggest one, and then Colorado also, as well as Oregon and California are some of the highest. So just as a quick review here, most of our graduates do work in the state, about 75%. We see 34% continuing their education in some capacity, and obviously those two populations overlap. We see higher state median wages for our graduates, higher than the state median wage, specifically for those with prior work experience, those people who are a part of our registered apprenticeship programs, as well as some other specific fields of study like engineering and our health science programs. We were also able to demonstrate positive returns to higher education, which is important as we continue to increase productivity and invest in human capital. We want to see that be beneficial for the individual as well. But the question still remains, are there enough of these graduates? Are we producing enough of them for Montana employers and to continue our workforce, our labor market growth, and our economic growth? And so the second section of this report really tackles that question. Are we producing enough graduates in the right fields. And so we're looking at taking the supply of workers that are from the post-secondary education system and comparing that to demand. And it is a difficult challenge to quantify exactly what employers demand. But we do that with our employment projections. That's what the Department of Labor and Industry produces, employment projections over both the 2-year and 10-year timeframe for every occupation in the state and for every region. So that's what we use as an estimate of demand, is total job openings that we project. Most of our job openings projected through 2030 do not require a higher education. About 72% are a high school diploma or less than that. But for the purposes of this report, because we're talking about the post-secondary workforce, we focus just on those that do require at least some college education. And specifically high demand occupations within their educational level. So for those high demand, we defined as occupations that fell within the top quartile or top 25% of total job openings within occupations that are of the same, that require the same level of education. So that's how we define our demand. And then looking at the supply side, again, I covered this, but instead of it's the same post-secondary education system, but we focus just on measuring supply as the number of graduates of the last 4 academic years by program. So again, just as a quick reminder, I tried to blow this map up a little bit so you can see which colleges are represented, which programs and institutions. I don't have the registered apprenticeship program on the map because of course those individuals work and are throughout the state as well. But we did try to gather as much information from institutions across the state. And what we get from that is a supply of graduates by program, right? So we have a number of business graduates, number of nursing graduates, number of engineering graduates. And what we're comparing that to is the demand for, managers or nurses or by occupation. And so in order to be able to take those supply of graduates by program of study and convert those into occupations, we used historical employment patterns. And that's also something that's new to this version of the report. So what we did is we looked at where graduates from those programs have historically worked. How many have gone on to become, if you say you have 100 business graduates, and historically, say 25% of those have become general operations managers, another 25% have become financial managers, another 25% say they work in the service industry, and another 25%, do something else like they're bartenders or something. That's how we allocated those 100 graduates into those occupations based on that distribution. So 25 in that sample scenario, 25 individuals would have been allocated to each of those occupations. And we did it this way because we wanted to be able to account for graduates who move out of state. Say they wouldn't have been in our employment pattern, so you would see that. Graduates who don't work in their field of study, so that, for example, if there are individuals who graduate with a liberal arts degree or something, and they become, they work in an occupation that maybe doesn't require a college education, we would be able to capture that. We would also, we're also avoiding double counting for students who graduate from programs that can work in multiple different occupations, where it's not just a one-to-one match. We were able to prevent that double counting and better accurately measure supply. What it doesn't account for, though, is graduates who are underemployed. So it allows people to work in occupations that may not require a college education. And it also doesn't capture new or emerging occupations because it's based on historical data on what has happened in the past. So those are some pitfalls, but I just wanted to spend a second to talk about this methodology because it is something new, and we were excited about being able to incorporate that into this project. So overall, our employers are estimated to meet demand if they, at a minimum, our colleges are estimated to meet demand if for a program, if at a minimum, they are producing enough graduates to cover the total openings we anticipate for growth and retirements, and at a maximum, the total openings. So the difference in that range, the middle section, is that job turnover. So an individual who there's been a lot of turnover in our labor market as was presented by my colleague, and
some of those individuals, as they turn over, they're obviously vacating a position, but then they're also available to fill another position. Now, depending on what position they're looking to fill, they may or may not need retraining. And so for those individuals that do need retraining, they may need to come from the post-secondary education system, but that's not always the case. So we felt like it was best and most appropriate to define it as a range in order to best to capture our demand side. So all that said, what we ended up finding is that about 62% of our high demand occupations in the state are undersupplied by the post-secondary system. Primarily, those are in social work and mental health professions, construction, early childhood education, and we also saw a lot of shortages in our healthcare professions, specifically at the graduate level. Now that's the majority of our occupations, right, that are undersupplied, that are high demand and require some college education. But so then the question is, so then do we just produce more of them? Is that the response? Well, as you may know, all economists answer questions like that the same way. It depends. It depends on the situation. So there are a number of different options. I just wanted to talk through a couple of them. I won't belabor this point too much, but one reason that a job might be undersupplied is just sheer there aren't enough people. I mean, and in that case, yes, we need to work on increasing post-secondary capacity, but there's also a lot of different market forces that happen once an individual graduates from college that determines what occupation they choose. So it could be that graduates are pursuing a different career. They're staying in Montana, but for whatever reason, they're not going into the occupation that's undersupplied. And that could be because there are other better alternatives with higher wages. So it could be an issue of competitiveness of the wage rates or the benefits offered for those occupations. It could also be the graduates are leaving the state. So say they're becoming nurses, but they're moving to Washington and becoming nurses there because their wages are higher. So it's not an issue of that we weren't producing enough nurses from the university system or from the post-secondary system, but that those wages just aren't competitive within Montana. There are more options than that as well, but that's something to think about as we look at initially that big 62% number and break down into what do we do to kind of help address that. So we did identify a few expansion candidates. These are occupations that are undersupplied, they're high wage, meaning they earn over $20 an hour. We could argue that that's maybe not as high a wage as it could be, and high demand occupations that again require some level of post-secondary education. We see electricians, plumbers, a few healthcare professions, and software developers are all some of those expansion candidates that we pulled out from that list of occupations. I also wanted to highlight a few low-wage occupations that are undersupplied. This isn't necessarily an issue of just producing more graduates, but I felt like it was necessary to highlight these occupations as well. Early childhood educators, mental health counselors, social workers, and nursing assistants are also significantly undersupplied and provide critical supports for our overall workforce. So I felt it was necessary to mention those individuals as well, those occupations. The other ways, we did this supply and demand analysis a couple of different ways. I just talked about by occupation. We also did it by program. This is beneficial for colleges themselves to look at, okay, here's my programs, which ones do I need to produce more of, or which ones could be scaled back. So what we found is about 52% of the 85 programs that are available in Montana are meeting demand or exceeding demand. Only about 48% are undersupplied. So when we look at the actual programs, we see a little bit of a different take, which is why we do this a variety of different ways. So I just wanted to highlight some of those programs. We looked at in this section, in the back half, you'll find these 5 different categories of their own sections where I highlighted health, education, construction, our STEM programs, and humanities. That covers most of the programs that our university systems offer. I should say post-secondary education systems, not just the universities, but we see a number of health fields and substance abuse and counselors. In education, we see elementary and special education coming through as undersupplied. In construction, we see electrical and plumbing as well as heavy equipment operation. Those programs are undersupplied. For our STEM occupations, we actually didn't come out with a ton of undersupplied programs there. The most notable was our computer and information systems programs, more software developers, that kind of corresponds to the occupation side as well. And then in the humanities programs, law, legal professionals, although that's never popular when I say we need more lawyers, but they are undersupplied technically, and social workers, of course. So
Try to find a lawyer in the state right now.
okay, there you go. Okay, yeah. See, and this is, I'm giving you the data and the information to hopefully back up things that you're already experiencing, you already know. I don't think any of this information is going to be revolutionary in its conclusions, but hopefully this gives some concrete ideas behind the data behind what you all have been experiencing. So, of course, the last section of our report does do a little bit of work looking at regional discrepancies. We have a large state with a very geographically dispersed population, and it's hard. We may be producing enough graduates, but they may just all be in Bozeman or Missoula, and they're not out in eastern Montana where they're needed. So in our eastern region, we were only meeting about 22% of the demand when you look at college programs. And so in migration, both we're net importers of, we net in-migrate individuals into Montana in general. But those rural regions also rely on the secondary education system in other parts of the state. So this map shows the 5 regions that we talk about at the Department of Labor. The arrows show the direction of net migration between the 2 regions. So the eastern region imports graduates from every other region in the state. And the Northwest and Southwest regions are net exporters of graduates. So for, of course, UM and MSU produce graduates that are needed across the state. They're overproducing in their particular region, but that's their goal is to produce enough for the whole state. So there's a lot of interesting. I also broke out the supply and demand analysis by region, so you can look at for each program, say it meets demand at the statewide level, but there's pockets where it's undersupplied. That analysis in the back of the report. I'll see if I can maneuver this report. It's 2.18 is this figure here in the back. That shows how it breaks out by each region of the state. So yep, 85. Yep, and all of this information is in this report. Hopefully I was able to bring out some just main highlights. It's also available electronically on our website at lmi.mt.gov. Also going to be working on producing some handouts, some quick one-pagers with information. This is a lot of material to digest, so we're looking at kind of distilling it by topic into certain handouts for specific audiences. So hopefully the overall intent of the report is just to help educators and policymakers better understand the contribution of the state's post-secondary education system to our economy, and to help guidance counselors and students pursue careers that are high demand and high wage among Montana employers. So with that, I will open it up for questions, and I'm happy also to stay a little bit after to answer questions.
Questions, Brady? I guess just more of a general comment here. You know, a couple of years ago, this board met in Missoula, and we talked about the overall demographic of Missoula County being highly educated, and then average being one of the lowest in the states. And then I go in and look at page 50 of the book here, and very high demand occupation, forest and conservation tech, associate's degree. We're overproducing graduates for the demand for jobs. I have to imagine OT looking at these programs and going, why are we continuing to fund some of these programs that are overproducing in underpaying jobs for our community? And couldn't our state funds be focused a little more appropriately to these demographics, where we know we need more efforts and support to develop our healthcare systems and other pertinent things? I mean, that level of liberal arts, and I appreciate the education they get in them, but they're not equating to demand jobs. So I just,
I would say state funds aren't used to educate out-of-state kids. And this is gonna show out-of-state kids. Right, so many of those kids that are getting the more are on state, yeah, and we're not using funds.
but
So if, just kind of as another aside, our four-year systems, they have a lot fewer Montana residents than our two-year colleges do, but those, they have a higher percentage of retention in the labor market. So they bring more students into the state who end up staying here and working here than they do who go back home. So they have a lower retention rate when you compare to the two-year colleges, but they also have a higher percentage of out-of-state residents coming in, and they actually have a higher retention rate than they do the percentage of out-of-state. If that makes sense. So they are importing graduates. But yeah, I heard your comments, and I think that's kind of the type of thing that this report is designed to highlight. We had, when the first report came out, nursing was a big discussion. It still is a big discussion. We always need more nurses. But I think it's important to also remember that this is the employer side of it too. And ultimately you can't force people to become nurses if that's not where their student interest plays a huge piece in this too. So that's something else to see.
you highlighted some of the STEM stuff in here. I mean, no, it's not as much a shortfall anymore. Well, to go back 10, 15 years ago, and what happened was we focused on STEM educations and career leveling or career pathways within STEM and opening up the non-traditional demographics. I think that's, the highlights within this book help employers and help. So, the healthcare industry in general to say, wait, you can do this. I mean, for when the guys, the plumbers, electricians across that, leveraging this to show opportunity outside of now STEM and outside of the liberal and stuff to, help our economies in general increase in these. Because to those points, Patty, I get that we've got a lot of influx from out of state students, but guess what? They fall in love with our state and they stay here. And they're, I guess if we, that resonates with me from the county, and that their average median income under $30,000 per household. You remember that at all? It was just flabbergasting and having, highly educated population, but it doesn't equate to jobs. And so that's where that concern comes in. I get the state of fund the programs, but we support the colleges as general education.
I think this report been given to Frederick Van Den Abel and his group that are doing business attraction.
What was, sorry, I didn't.
Do you know if this report has been given to Frederick Van Den Abel?
That name doesn't sound familiar. Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, I'm.
But they're doing business attraction.
Oh.
And I would think that this would be a great tool for them to attract businesses to the state.
Great, yeah, awesome, sure. I had a question on the education sector. I'm just struggling a little bit in my head with what I hear from the field and what I see here. There seems to be, what I hear from the field is we have a shortage of CTE, in particular industrial arts teachers, in the schools, in the K-12 schools. And as far as off the top of my head, I'm thinking MSU Northern and Bozeman are producing those teachers, but I don't see them in here. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around, there just seems to be a discrepancy. And I know that that's also an aging workforce. Average shop teachers, and they're getting close to retirement. So am I missing something? Or? No, that's a great question. So I was,
there is just some level of generalization that we have to do to be able to condense programs from that many different institutions into a manageable list. And so those industrial teachers are in just secondary teachers other. There's not enough of them to really break them out and report them. But that's where you would see those individuals show up. And I don't remember exactly, and you would look in the program section. So let's see if I can. In figure 2.7 is long, but it encompasses all the programs that I'm talking about, and it's kind of a high level place to start if you just want to like reference what pages are on. It starts on page 64. So yeah, secondary education other is listed there. That's where those industrial teachers are, and it is undersupplied. So.
I would like to meet with you later because I think if I can pull information from the OPI with those areas, I mean, we have a shortage of construction workers, we have a shortage of, and it's heavy construction and the highway it's building construction, manufacturing, those areas. Well, those teachers are the ones that are teaching those kids. So it'd be interesting for us to sit down and visit to see. This is an area where we don't have enough shop teachers teaching our kids, and this is just the cycle's just gonna continue. So,
Well,
before you leave, I want your card.
I think you see that across a lot of different positions in education is people can go make a lot more by being on the field. Go back and look at petroleum engineers in here. Look at what the petroleum industries are having to do with Montana Tech to fund the professors there. Coming from private industry, they gotta have that skin in the game to say, if we need to educate these students here, we need qualified educators from it, they need to supplement. I think there was just a recent, like $2 million endowment for metallurgical engineering department of Montana, strictly to supplement the education, the professors pays to keep up with industries. So we know that there's restraints of what we can work in the wage pushes here, but industries have to start playing a part in that and help supplement that difference to get those. I see that in high schools for sure. We've got a shop teacher that doesn't know the industries, and David's done a great job of trying to get those educators up to par on that, but it's got to be driven by industry first.
I also feel, just education in general, I feel that you mentioned some of the, like, maybe some shortcomings of these numbers. It seems like seeing that it meets demand for the number of graduates. I would love to put that alongside of how many people are in education after 1 year, after 3 years, after 5 years, because yes, we are meeting graduates, but I know, yeah, retention of those teachers, you can go out and make more as a real estate agent, you can go out and make more selling insurance, you can go out. So we're losing, well, it looks like we're meeting demand, or, our education system's doing our job. Clearly, teachers are not being retained for not just wage reasons, but other reasons as well. So it's just, I don't know, it just feels like something that, I don't know, we can solve this, but it's something that we should keep in mind when looking at this.
And there's something that I wish we could include is looking at what jobs specifically those graduates are doing. Unfortunately, we are relying on historical employment patterns to put those people in there, but we don't actually know by person where that individual worked or when we would just know here's their wages and how their wages have changed over time in that first section, but I wouldn't be able to say they stopped being a teacher after 5 years or 7 years.
So I love your economic reports, they're really thought provoking. So I've got a question and a comment, and the big question is an articulated. So the chart that really struck me was the one that showed migration patterns. 22% in the east are being met. But if I kind of levitate up to a bigger market, this employment challenge in Montana is not unique to our right next to us. It's shocking. I mean, I won't
date myself, but I went to high school about the same time Shane did. I said earlier, when you got out of high school, you pretty much went to both schools. And that was, you know, the bulk of folks, that's where you, my son just graduated, the bulk of the kids are leaving the state. And you're seeing that across eastern Montana, the western Dakota schools, the enrollment's driven by eastern Montana kids. Kids are going to UND, NJSU, Dickinson, so when I think about the 75% statistic that says 75% of kids, students, are going to stay after they graduate, you know, and all things being equal, 3/4 of kids that leave Montana to go to school in North Dakota are coming back. I mean, if we can just interchange the states for that statistic for the argument discussion. So when I assume that the question is that of that blue area in the east for the areas are coming in 22%. I assume that at least 1/4 or more of the meeting the demand of employers are coming from those kids that are educated outside of Montana. At least there's a portion of that fair.
Yes, that could be, yes.
So when I talked to Rob Peskin about this several meetings in there, and I think this fits with our discussion earlier on the licensing reciprocity, trying to lower those barriers, as well as some of the governor's efforts on state that kind of will make us more equal to being competitive. Is there an opportunity? You know, this is really a question to see. But right now, North Dakota gives Montana students in-state tuition treatments, but Montana doesn't offer North Dakota kids the same treatment. You pay full odds. So, which is significantly higher than the state rate. So, if the question really would be, you know, for the board of regions, if we're thinking about increasing labor, supply of labor, if 3/4 of those graduates stay in state, could you give a reciprocal reciprocity track 400 or 500 more students from Montana? What would you be between quarters of? Yeah, that's more of a state question, but I think, you know, when you get into that eastern end of the state and the demand is so high, North Dakota plays with North Dakota and South Dakota play a huge element in sucking graduates and talent away. We're only attracted from, what did you say, Colorado?
Yeah.
The primary attractions of where we're getting students from. We're not our direct neighboring states.
Yeah, that's mostly where individuals, if they graduate from the post-secondary system and go on to further education, if they don't do it in Montana, they usually go to Washington or Colorado. Or
Other questions for you? Thank you again, really appreciate it. Reports from people. This time I'll ask for public comment one more time. In the room or on the computer that making statements.
Is this in general hall or? I wasn't sure if that was now or later.
What's that?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was now or later.
The public comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, right now I open it up.
I talked to Wes last night. This is about what we're doing in Great Falls.
Public comment about any.
Okay, I just want-
Any member of the public wants to talk about.
Okay, I didn't realize that the superintendent was going to leave, so I apologize. I wanted to get this out there and let everybody know. The Montana Ready finally kind of starting to gain some ground. I met with Great Falls School District and, first of all, their work with the Central Montana Works and what they're doing here is phenomenal. You guys saw that yesterday. As they move forward and we propel into making that more and more of a connection with education and workforce development. Right now, we have 13 students that are ready to go for second semester.
for signing up for Montana Ready. And the cool thing about it is that's so far. We might have more students as we get closer to second semesters. 3 of the students are health science focused. All of the students, by the way, are from the 3 high schools here. There's CMR, Great Falls High, and Paris Gibson. So 3 of those students are interested in health science and career pathways. They're working with benefits as well as some other employers. 2 of them are specifically interested in following the CNA route in their career right now. 1 is construction. They have also been tied to an apprenticeship with Department of Labor to gain their apprenticeship hours. There's another one student is automotive. Same thing, they're working on apprenticeship hours with Department of Labor. 1 is in child development. Most likely, they're going to go work with the CDC at Malmstrom Air Force Base, which is awesome. We're bringing in our military. 1 is with culinary arts. We have yet to determine the employer. 1 is arts and audio visual. That student is very much interested in pursuing how to get into the art world of not necessarily being an artist, but the marketing of art. So they're interested in working at the Doll Gallery and the Paris Gibson Museum. 3 are business and marketing career pathways. And 2 are welding. And with those 2, they're also working with Great Falls College for dual credit. Partners in this Department of Labor and Industry through with the apprenticeship program, and Carrie Woods is phenomenal. She's doing a great job working with Great Falls School District and Central Montana Works. The United Way is also a partner in this because they have the ability to really help us understand and get focused in the students that are at risk, because they have that connection to the lower income tends to be the students that are more at risk. Malmstrom Air Force Base that I already mentioned, and then obviously the private sector. So we're pretty excited about it. Like I said, it's 13 students so far that are specifically Montana Ready. Aside from that, there's also a number of students that I'm going to do a follow-up with Assistant Superintendent Heather Hoyer and Mark Yeager, who oversees the CTE in Great Falls. But they have we talked earlier about transformational learning, and there's another kind of subgroup off of the work-based learning that Montana Ready is focused on, where we're going to bring in transformational learning under that Montana Ready umbrella as well. And those are students that are about 14, 15 years old, and they're the at-risk. They're the ones that want to drop out of school. We don't want them to drop out of school. We want to keep them in school. So it's doing some of those same type of things with the partnerships and with industry, private sector to pull them in. Like, hey, if you stay in, we can get you in a job shadow, an internship, something along those lines where there's perimeters to get them to really stay in school and work on that. So I wanted to report that because this is really awesome. And it's just, it goes back to kind of what Dylan was talking about earlier today, some of the things that we're trying to get done in the state, not just in the legislature, but what this board is trying to do. And we know that those areas that we just talked about with construction, manufacturing, healthcare, those are the areas of need, and that's what we're focused on. So one last thing on that, I've also, it looks like, and I have follow up on it, but I think we're at Fort Benton is interested in getting involved. And then Helena, who's got some things going on with Boeing, that they're interested in getting involved as well. So we're starting to, Great Falls is kind of our central focus right now because they do have so many of the right components already in place. And then we'll branch out from there. So, thanks for letting me share.
Thank you.
Wes, would you like to take over the SWIB director?
So as part of the bylaws, also part of my job is to update you all just about some other things that we're working on within Workforce Services Division and updates that I can provide to you all. And so a couple things, one housekeeping items is the travel reimbursement form. You should have all received them in your packet. They were just in there. If you didn't, I apologize. I missed some. But I have some more, just let me know, but I do need those from you all if you would like to claim reimbursement for your travel. Additionally, I saw some folks take pictures and a bunch of references to the presentations. They're all found on the SWIB site and you can download them. We had a number of changes to some, but hopefully the most updated will be on there at least by tomorrow. But those can all be found online and then they're always archived as well. So in a little bit of a different section on the website, there's an archive events and meetings section, and you can download anything there as well. Some other things to just notify you of that we're working on. There was a desire to request a waiver for our youth program some time ago. And there's been a group of us working on that internally at the Department of Labor and Industry and with the Office of Public Instruction. One of those pieces was flexibility for our in-school youth. In-school and out-of-school youth currently, the ratio has to be 75% of the youth funding goes to out-of-school youth and 25% goes to in-school youth. In our more urban areas, that works fine, and those service providers are able to meet that just fine. In our rural areas, it's very difficult to attract, retain, and assist students that are out of school that may have dropped out or for whatever reason are not in school, but within the age range. And so we are requesting a waiver to have more flexibility to bring that to 50-50 split, to allow up to 50% of funds to be used for in-school youth and out-of-school youth. And that's ongoing. We have a meeting actually on Monday to hone that in a little bit more. As part of that, through the Education, Training, and Upskill Committee, one of the pieces that came up was the potential of utilizing WIOA funds for students to earn dual enrollment. And one of those methods to do so is another waiver request. Currently, what I've been told by our federal partner at the U.S. Department of Labor is that we have to request 2 separate waivers. So also in the process of that, we'll meet on Monday to discuss that too. But essentially it's to allow in-school youth to create an individualized training account, which would then allow them to utilize some funding for dual enrollment, which could help with some of the credentialing opportunities that may exist. So that's something that is in the works and we'll keep you updated. Eventually, if that is approved, that's our first step. Then it would eventually come to the board for approval by you all to actually implement it in the state of Montana. Some good news came in at the beginning of October. On the 5th, we got 2 pieces of good news. One, that the WIOA, the 2022 WIOA state plan modifications are finally approved. That was a long, daunting process, and we finally got that approved. In addition, the second piece of good news that came on that day was that our desk monitoring review or our audit by the U.S. Department of Labor that was completed last summer of 2021 was also finally approved and completed. So we no longer have an outstanding desk monitoring review, and we no longer have outstanding modifications for our state plan. So those are good pieces of information and good things. Another is the state of Montana. We applied for the National Governors Association to be a part of an action lab series. So next week, a number of us from DLI will be meeting with some folks from the National Governors Association on youth apprenticeship. And it's a collaborative project with the number of states to give more actionable outcomes to ensure that youth apprenticeship is active and well in the state. And we had submitted an application and we will begin working on that. And that's myself, Dylan Plattmeyer, some folks from our apprenticeship team, and Sarah Swanson. Another item, just so that you're all aware, I sit on the State Rehab Council appointed by the governor on behalf of the SWIB. That's one of the statutory requirements that has as part of our partnership with Voc Rehab. I was asked to go to the national conference for the Coalition of State Rehab Councils. So I'll be going to that in Texas at the end of this month. And again, increasing opportunities for folks with disabilities in Montana and how we can do more to encourage and include them into the pipeline of workers. Hopefully some more information will be learned there as well. One other thing is that in your packets is also this handy dandy workforce system guide that I did email out to. Most of you should have, possibly not the new board members, but it is found on this website. And then it's just something that's good to have. It hadn't been updated for 7 years, so over the summer, I worked with a lot of other partners to ensure that it was updated and as proper as possible. This would be something that is tasked to be completed every year going forward, so it doesn't go 7 years without being updated. But with that, there's some really good information in there. It also now links people to the website, and if you do download the PDF version, all of the links are clickable as well, so you can go right to the federal legislation, right to the MCA, right to wherever the section is that it's directed to. So hopefully that's helpful. If you ever have advice or any feedback on that, please let me know. And it will be planned to be updated by August of every year. So those are some pieces that I had for you all. Do you have any questions for me?
So the youth apprenticeship action lab, is that going to include like the pre-apprenticeship program? We have a number of students on the high school house, so we do a signing day where we put them into the pre-apprenticeship program. Is it the same or is it a little bit different?
We will see. It's more so of aligning states and what they're doing. The terminology used for pre-apprenticeship and youth apprenticeship is different in some states. So it'll just be more of an alignment of how we can ensure that Montana is doing the best it possibly can around youth apprenticeship, but I would probably assume that that will include much more as the conversations go on. So it's a 2-day remote kind of experience with a number of other states and the National Governors Association. But I'm sure it'll include what we consider pre-apprenticeship and youth apprenticeship, but how other states define that isn't always the same. If that answers your question.
Yep.
Other questions for one?
The next section, just want to talk a little bit about the committee meetings and the goals. And Wes sent out to you the summation of the goals for the various committees. I want to start by just really thanking all of you for getting engaged in the committees. I think this is a really exciting step for the SWIB. We had committees years ago. It feels like that's a road that needs to be sort of graded, made better usable. And I think we're well on our way. So we met as an executive committee beginning of this month. Went over all the minutes from the meetings and really impressed with the dialogue that you all had in the meetings. Pretty exciting stuff, and I think we're off to a really good start. Want to, I guess, preface the goals as we get into them. As you all know, we all are here at the pleasure of the governor. Our role is really to advise and provide workforce strategies to the governor. These goals are really meant to be a start at trying to kind of work down that path to improve the workforce landscape in Montana. That said, certainly his prerogative, he may add some things to the list, modify some things, or help us point us in the direction that best meets his needs. So at this point, I think we've got a really good start of items, as Commissioner Arnson talked about earlier, providing some of those goals and some of those wins that, for the state and for the governor. There were a couple of changes that we did add when we talked earlier this month. And Commissioner McGinn, I'd ask you to see if you're okay with these additions for the WIOA committee. One of the things that we talked about is the WIOA committee serving as a resource and being included in the next state plan modification, just in terms of bringing that committee into the process. And that would be acceptable to you. And also, the last part is really central to what we all do with WIOA. The state is just support WIOA policy and administrative compliance. If those two things are acceptable to you, we'll put them on the list. If not, we'll continue for that.
No, that's perfectly fine. That's why I think that is what I've always really understood the job of the wheel committee would be. Some of the action items we talked about in the meeting, we'll get into later. That is, I think, heart and soul of what the wheel committee should be doing is this policy, state brand, and they call this funded policies, and then we'll get to here. 3 points. Yeah, thanks.
One of the other things that came up, Adam Gilbert's not with us today, but he chairs the Education, Training and Upskill Committee. And Shane stepped out. I'm just curious his take on this, living in a community with a large military installation. But Adam commented that Montana is one of the states that taxes at the state level that retiring military benefits. And I know a lot of times people that are in the military, they're not from the state, but when they retire at a young age, and this kind of dovetails into the next topic we're talking about, but the is a potential legislative or a discussion about this worthwhile to match our neighboring states and not taxing military retiree benefits, just in an effort not just to retain those people in the state, but also recruit other people that retire from the military. As we talked in Bozeman with about the same topic, they're 45-ish years old with a lot of years ahead of us. So I thought that was an interesting discussion. I'd never even thought about that until I brought it up during that. I see David had to step out. Adam's gone. Mr. McGinley, you are here. Anything that you'd like to add about the committee meeting, or for that matter, I turn over to the group if there's anything else would like to add about the goals themselves.
No, just a question and follow up on that military, state of Montana taxing military benefits.
I think that they're taxable at the state level, and some of our neighboring states, they tax. Again, I commented about thinking about you as you stepped out, that living in a community with a large military presence, and might that be an opportunity to help you in the local market retain and attract people that can still benefit from the military installation even if they're retired, for the Great Falls market.
Yeah, it would be huge. We're one of 9 states that doesn't offer any benefits for military retired or state income tax. So all the states surrounding us have benefits, and typically they are excluded from paying state income tax on the military retirement pay. And these are folks that live in the Northwest region, so they know they want to live here. They've been in Wyoming, they've been in Minot. We want to live in Minot. But then there's Montana. But then when they're taking a look at where would they want to move so their retirement pay is not taxed, we're going to be looking at the other states, Idaho, Washington, Colorado, Wyoming, and so forth. But again, I take a look at it as, yeah, it's a short-term loss, but typically these folks start a second career at a higher age, they buy a home, they're paying property taxes. Some of them still have youth in high school, which will help our workforce, and typically their spouse also has another job. So while we might lose some income on their retirement pay, we're going to gain threefold in other areas across. So again, it's just working it out of the budget and doing that. So we're working with Roger Hagan and a few others. But yeah, we'll be up there to help with the SWIB board on working on that legislation to get it through. And obviously, Blue Jones used to be part of that, and a few other players as well. So they would be here. Thank you.
Because this would be maybe the session to do it. I keep hearing the senator, the income tax state of Montana is what, $2 billion above what they were expecting or whatever on that part. And it almost reminds me 3 or 4 sessions ago when they did that gas tax. They got a gas tax for infrastructure. When it went on there, gas was actually heading down. So, nobody paid attention to what went on. So why the surpluses, Jack doing this, they want to call it, would be the perfect time to add something like that. So
there's been studies from other states that show the benefit of it, long-term benefit, again, of doing that, again, a short-term sacrifice under a retirement plan or 401k, you're giving up money now for a greater good down the road, so.
Yeah, I had no idea that we were one of the 9 states or that there was even a difference. You know,
And it would benefit not just Great Falls, but all of Montana. It would just benefit the whole state.
Are there any comments anybody has about the list of goals that we have? Concerns or questions? Next steps, what we'll do is, I'll work with the committee chairs. We'll look to set up committee meetings and you can, at those meetings, take a couple of them. One, two. Try to develop maybe some action plans, action thoughts around this goals. We just keep working. We'll lower the elevation to get down to the granular level to see what we can do. I think Shane, I've got some time. I'm not bucking for this, but I just want to say what we saw yesterday. I thought about it all night this morning. That was really impressive on a lot of levels that level event. And what I really liked is thinking about the discussions we've had around the table, the SWIB, connecting these dots. I think, you know, the training upskill committee, they had a really wonderful dialogue in there between Adam and Brock Testman, and it resulted, I think, in a goal to talk about the genesis of it was we need to stop competing with one another, and I believe in the notes. And it turned into this support the collaboration and the partners between private industry and the state of Montana to engage industry, employer support, buy-in. And that's really what it seemed like I saw yesterday. You know, I love the fact that wasn't, it was an all-encompassing sort of opportunity for kids to see a universe of employment options. You know, it had all the healthcare components there in that gym there. You went outside, you had big heavy equipment from ag, production welding, plumbing, HVAC, you had firefighting, police on the other end, financial services, banking, and Great Falls. So it was really even like the local workout gyms, you know, nonprofits, early childhood stuff. We talked about that. So I mean, I love the breadth of it all, but in amongst that, you had Great Falls College and Providence College able to say, you know, connect early childhood programmatically with the pathway to get. So it was this really terrific collaboration between higher ed, upskilling, and industry. So I congratulations, that was outstanding. Really a model, I think, to take all over the state. Just, you know, so many places, so many avenues you can go off that to grow it, which is really impressive. I appreciate it.
I guess one word I'll just throw out there that, you know, there's competition, and we've kind of been adopting the word Great Falls called co-opetition. We're still competitors, but we want to cooperate together to solve our problems. So it's really a word that we've landed on. We've used the chamber and we're talking to other businesses and that public industry. And it really came from the retail sector. We put together a group before COVID on what do retailers need these days. So workforce was an issue then. Shoplifting, crime was another one, and then another one. But then we put together subgroups. We said, you know, we're competitors in the retail arena, but if we can cooperate, again, then we can drive the greater good for our community. So competition, this might be a word you guys might want to plan on and adopt too. So
I like that.
So for the notes, how do you spell co-opetition?
That's been something that's come up a lot here, and we talk about that as, you know, we're gonna steal employees one way or the other back and forth. We look at the state and we're successful, we'll get people away, it's a bargain. Well, same thing that Microsoft and IBM are doing right now in the state of Montana, is it's a bargain for them to come and get employees working and live in Montana and take money from our pay. Now, the point is industries have to be putting down. Each of us have a responsibility to that, so that we can build those pipelines and have something to choose from. Make sure that we're appropriately doing. We're gonna share them across the board. Looking at this competition or the job market, we're all in it together. So it's great. It's been around. I've been on this board of that same mindset. And I think that's part of this board's obligation to go back to our communities and encourage that across. I apologize that I missed that, Shane, but I want to get you my numbers so that we can make sure that we're participating next year in that. Highlands College did it 2 weeks ago, their trades and technical, they had 400 high school students from around the state. The year before they had like 120, 400, and half a day, and it was so fun to see that, and it was fun to see. You know, I had a lot of kids coming to me saying, I want to be a welder, I want to be a welder. I'm like, great, here's Montana Precision over here, here's Bowling over there. Like, go talk to those guys, see what each of them have to offer, and define your value. Where do you want to work? What do you want in your life? So it's really fun to see that come together. It's just a focus that this board can take out as individuals.
And we talked about some businesses being both inside and outside, like I talked to Heidi yesterday about Northwestern Energy being inside, talking about the logistics and opportunities within, but then also let's put a telephone pole over. Let's show what linemen do and kind of get them put on, I call them jack boots, but we don't do that anymore to climb poles, but you kind of do. So it's how do we get kids excited about, man, I love to climb poles. So, yeah.
As Joe Quinton Bach was really rolling in Eastern Montana. And it's a joke, but it was reality. You'd lose a employee for a quarter an hour, but if you just waited on 8 iterations, you got him back for $2 more than what they left. It was just a circle in wages up.
Yeah, just follow up on this new word competition. You know, it's the same way as going through a lot of this stuff, and I missed the thing yesterday, but I heard a lot of good about it. But in our committee meeting, when we were talking about it, and you've seen it this morning with Katie, the adult eds and everything, like, is I like to go back to that first grade word of show and tell. When something happens really good like that in Montana, we need to show it and tell it in our own community and share that kind of stuff. That's sort of the word I like to use a lot of this stuff is that. I think that was one of our goals, sort of just trying to advertise what we're doing really good in Montana to make sure everybody knows about it. So that's got to be the competition show and tell. So
I know, thank you for bringing that up. You said that before the meeting started. And glad
yeah.
So we're a bit ahead of schedule right now. We built some time into the agenda. Nick and Justin are here. Are you ready to sort of jump in? Love to have you. I think we do. Do you want to take 10 minutes? We'll start at 2. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're until this class. Well, we they pick the hell big scab. We just gonna do that. That'd be great. Yeah, no, that's fine. So we don't report it to the cloud.
I'm glad you can.
But our shit.
And I saw it, I mean, you see it at the time.
They said they'll fix it, yes.
So, yeah. So I was somewhere. I want to hear the we're ahead of schedule. So I gotta hear that's true.
So, yeah.
I've been working on the line.
And I think now it's like, now knowing that.
Yeah. Yeah. Where did you?
Okay, so I just had a question. So all this stuff out, but I say we get that by four, so I just be back to that 45. Just get rounded. And personal card, to it, and then launching that's you pay for that, so I don't need that, and I think I've done that. Okay.
I don't know.
I think it is here. Yeah. Or like if it's left up to me, I'm left to my own devices, and then I don't get booked in time, and then I got there full for the night, and then you. Is there any issues with the only thing I see is like, say yesterday, I found out that you have a room for me and then it's canceled, like how does that work? But and especially when you're doing like pay your rent 20 rooms, like it's one of those things where the loss of the one room. Or to come back here when we do great calls, it's like it's a no-brainer. So I like it when you take care of that.
Well, I hope we can.
Can I get that?
Well,
It worked out well this time.
In my nature, you need your business. That's why. Oh, you're right here. I'm putting that quick check to my brother. Whichever one, yeah, this one. That's what that was to do. Yeah. I'll pay for it.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm so glad I did.
Are you gonna turn things?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I just. And some get-
No, I'm not on, but I didn't realize. Something.
I was gonna.
No, they really don't.
They do, they.
No, we can answer it.
If you take our seats, we can. Roll into the next agenda. item, please.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nick Muschetti. I'm the state program veterans coordinator across the state. And, before I get started here, I wanted to thank Wes for inviting me. I think I have an exciting story to tell, exciting story to share. We're doing a lot of exciting things. And you think about innovation, especially veterans. We've made huge strides today working with veterans across the state because times have changed. I mean, we've changed our philosophy assisting veterans. Well, used to a veteran would come into the job services across the state and we had 4 or 5 job referrals and they go off on their own. But where those job referrals really end up? Probably in the floorboard of their car, and maybe used for kindling, maybe thrown in their backpack or who knows what. But today, through effective case management, kind of a different philosophy in working with veterans, we're moving more in a position of helping them define their passion and defining their purpose. Because without passion, you have no purpose. Without purpose, every day is Monday morning. So we're trying to change that philosophy out there. But what we try to do is empower our Montana veterans through work and opportunity. My staff, or the staff I work with, are supported by the JBSG grant, Jobs for Veterans State Grant. It's a grant out there that we're awarded on an annual basis. And that provides funding for my veteran reps out there for the travel, for the entertainment, not so much entertainment, but travel and training that we do on a consistent basis out there. It's an evolving world out there. If we don't stay abreast of the situation, we're going to lose focus, and that's not fair to our veteran population. So where are we at? We enjoy 17 sites across the state. 8 of those sites have what we call a DVOP, or a Disabled Vet Outreach Program Specialist, who only works with disabled vets. Now, I'm not saying that any vet that walks into any job service anywhere doesn't get veteran service. They not only get veteran service, they get priority of service.
So again, we were talking about military retirement a few minutes ago, about taxation on military retirements. With 11% of the population across our state right now, that's roughly 85,000 votes that would go to somebody out there. That would be a very popular amendment and something that I think a lot of people will support. So again, I'm from Montana. I was in the Marine Corps. My wife is just now getting out of the Army after 32 years of active duty. So again, taxation on this retirement pay is something near and dear to my heart, because it's going to be affecting me very soon out there. And lastly, while we assist every veteran walking into these job service sites out there, we help them with everything from job placement, to interview skills, to soft skills, to even helping them file their unemployment. But we're not unemployment. That's something to make that clear. There's a separate branch out there that definitely does a better job of that than us. But let me talk a little bit about, where are these, what is our veteran population in the state of Montana? I can't take, and Nick Holmes supplied me with a lot of this information, but again, Montana ranks third, probably second now in the ratio of veterans per capita out there. And these veterans are arriving into our state on a consistent basis. We all know the last 4 or 5 years, what's happened? Montana's been found, maybe 10 years now. We've been found. We're no longer the, Montana, this, one of the largest states in our union, and somewhere in northwest of the United States. People are moving here in droves. I'm not, that doesn't shock you, but I'm seeing a huge number of veterans relocate to Montana, not so much with retirement taxation, but on the fact that we are one of the most veteran-friendly states around. I have employers calling me up on a weekly basis saying like, hey, if you have a veteran out there, send them to me. The vast majority of the vets I'm seeing are from the Navy. Shocking. I know, maybe they're trying to get away from the ocean. I don't know. But anyway, I am seeing everything from generals to E2s, E1s. That's enlisted one, that's the lowest rate in the military branch of services out there. And across the spectrum, intelligent people moving to Montana, wanting to move to Montana. Again, one of my biggest challenges is finding out people. A lot of people want to move here. Once they get here and they find out what they're paying for real estate anymore, the lack of real estate, it's an issue that we're all going to have to deal with. Montana veteran statistics out there. I constantly am amazed by the amount of Vietnam veterans still looking for work. We all know that the age of these Vietnam vets out there, everybody's between 67, probably 75, still living out there. We're still seeing a high proportion of vets in that era of Vietnam veterans still looking for work. Are they anything like the Iraqi or the Gulf War veterans out there? There's a big difference in terms of the type of skill sets that they can bring about out there. But again, as you can see from the graph, almost 38% of our vets in our state are Vietnam veterans. 42% are the Iraqi Afghani vets. Different cats, different skill sets, different objectives and priorities out there. There's no question about that. They're still vets. They still get the same kind of case management opportunities from every one of our AJC, the American Job Centers out there. And like I said, we are so blessed in this state because every employer out there I've had the opportunity to work with over my last 10 years with the state is passionate about hiring vets. How that has changed since 1960. It's a different philosophy. It's exciting. It's a great time to be a vet. It's a popular time to be a vet. And I think on the flip side, there's a lot of vet can offer employers in today's society. Again, educationally wise, our vets are coming out of the military more educated now than ever before. These vets are more highly educated than the typical peers of civilian counterparts in our workforce today. Another reason our employers are gobbling up our vets on a consistent basis out there. And not only that, as these vets are able to get out of the military, sometimes with even a 10% disability, they're eligible to take VA benefits to go out there and even obtain a higher level of education, get their master's degree, get their graduate degree, get their bachelor's degree for that matter. I mean, the VA
pouring money in the vets these days in terms of education opportunities, upping. As you can see from the graph doesn't, it speaks for itself. Our Montana vets are more highly educated today than ever before. Unfortunately, our vets have a higher rate of disabilities. I mean, when people were getting out of Vietnam, they were basically handed their DD-214, which is their discharge papers, and a you know, their whatever clothing they had with them, and said adios. Today, we're seeing transition assistance where these vets are actually given advice and counsel how to get out of the military effectively, how to prepare themselves. Our Great Falls Bebop spends time at Mount Air Force Base doing the transition assistance program, helping educate our vets on, you know, hadn't been hurt, and if so, make sure that the VA is aware of it, so they can note that disability out there. But like I said, as compared to our civilian counterparts out there, 68% of the vets are in a disabled status out there. We do our best to serve our country out there. Unfortunately, injuries occur. It's a difficult job. But we assume a disability is something that we can see. You know, missing an arm, missing the side of your face, missing the leg. That's not the case in the majority of the vets that we're seeing out there today. PTSD is a real disease. I mean, there's post-traumatic stress, anxiety, panic disorders. These guys and ladies have went through hell. And you know, there's a lot of hidden injuries that we can't see, that we work with employers, helping those employers understand how to best bring that talented vet into their workforce out there. Median income by veteran status. Another fact that shocks me on a consistent basis out there, that our vets are making more money than their civilian counterparts. They're coming out of the military, better able to support themselves on a consistent basis these days. It's a stat that, again, it just shocks me in terms of how readily available and these vets are assimilating into our society out there. Our unemployment rate around Montana, as you well know, runs 3.4, 3.5% right now. Our veteran unemployment rate across the state runs about 2.4 to 2.7%. Wow. How excited am I? You know, that is just such a fantastic statistic. I just can't get over it. Like everywhere, 2021, our homeless veterans, they're still concentrating about 50% of our homeless population. 205 vets walking around the state right now homeless. Some of them choose to be homeless. I mean, that's their objective in life. You know, screw the government. I don't want to have any. I don't want to go with VA. I don't want to go with any government organization. Others are out there actually homeless walking around. And it's our job as disabled vet outreach program specialists not only to find them jobs, but we strive to say to create a community where we can do these warm handoffs to other veteran support organizations, so they got a place to stay, so they can find clothing, so they can put some food on their table out there. We're very effective at creating these community organizations where we can help. Again, the day of handing somebody a piece of paper is gone. What we do now is we create that late relationship. We do Maslow's theory. We make sure the core elements are taken care of. Because again, if you don't have a warm place to sleep, if you don't feel secure, if you don't have food, if you can't take a shower, you're not going to be ready for them in front of an employer. You're not ready. We need to get them ready to go inside in front of that employer when they're calm, when they're confident, when they're clothed, when they're, you know, ready to go to work, and they define that passion and have that purpose. That's just where we're at today. And like I said, I mean, we live in a very generous state. There are shelters. It's easy to put these vets in with like-minded vets in certain shelters out there where they do have vet pods specifically set aside where they can all kind of relate to each other and tell stories. But again, with the skyrocketing prices we're seeing in Billings and Kalispell and Bozeman and Missoula, it's tough to find one place. It's very, very difficult in our present economy to find these people homes to stay in. Unfortunately, the bad news is that veteran suicide rate in Montana is one of the highest in the nation. You know, 58.2% of veteran suicides occur 100,000 people, but compared to a national average of 31.6, not acceptable. You know, we need to do a better job of working with our vets. finding that passion and purpose. I mean, that's my sole objective in my life. Is helping these people understand what do you want to do? I mean, what can, what makes you wake up on a Monday morning and say, I can't wait to go to work. But it's just a sad fact that, you know, not everybody coming out of the military today is healthy, mentally, physically. They're just not healthy. And, you know, as much as I like the VFWs with the cheap drinks and strong drinks, I have to say, you know, these vets are going to these places, they're getting drunk, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and they're depressed. I mean, it's an easy out. Death is easy, living is hard. We did, I will say this, with the introduction of 988, the new 911, 988 suicide prevention number, it has substantially helped in terms of cutting down the complexity. Where if you see somebody in crisis, if you hear somebody in crisis, whether it's a brother, sister, cousin, aunt, uncle, it's time to, you know, take action and make that 988 call and get these vets and assistance out there. Again, 58.2% per 100,000, unacceptable. We all need to do a better job of making sure that our brothers and sisters are taken care of. The Jobs for Veterans State Grant, that's what I'm associated with out there. You know, it provides funding for our disabled vet outreach program specialists across the state. And it allows us to provide individualized career services for these vets that are walking into our offices out there. We're out there to create a relationship with these people. No, I'm not here to hand you a piece of paper and say, you know, walk down the street and buy. I'm here to help you find again, what is the next action? How can I best help you? And by having these disabled vet outreach program specialists scattered across the state in 8 different locations, allows us to create that relationship because we've been there. We've walked in those. If anybody here has been in the Marine Corps, the first thing you do is get out the bus, get out the white and yellow footprints, and it all begins. But after that, your brothers, I mean, we can all relate. We've been at the same bases. We've been on different ships. We've fought different wars. We're able to create that relationship in a much more casual, easier environment where a non-vet, if they're speaking to a non-vet, they just don't have that camaraderie. They don't have that communication level. They don't have that comfort level. And we're able to get there much quicker with the basis of trust. So we can create that cohesion out there, allowing these guys to talk in a more open fashion and develop trust. Our goal, again, is to identify the barriers to employment. We're not psychologists. We're not social workers, but we're just rather a consultant with good ideas. And you would think after 4 or 6 or 20 or 30 years of being in the military, that you're going to transition out and have an idea what I want to do. I'm telling you what, these vets are getting out today. They've been so focused for so long on completing this mission. They haven't thought outside the box. They're getting out of the military and they're going like, man, I don't know what to wear. I've been wearing a uniform for the last 30 years. I don't know how to walk. I don't know how to interact with my peers because these millennials, man, they want to like show up at 9 o'clock. I'm there at 7:30. I can't deal with it. I mean, and so what we try to do is help them, you know, identify that issue. Help them, you know, take a chill pill, relax. This is a civilian world. You don't have to, you know, show up at work 45 minutes early and salute people that walk by. Be respectful, be courteous, but at the same time, you don't have to lose a little bit of military discount. I'm telling you what, it's easier said than done. Our DBOPs, again, our disabled vet outreach program specialists, work with vets and qualified spouses of vets. No, we don't just, like I said, if a veteran walks in, male, female, or whatever, we don't care what their sex, gender, race, religion, creed is. That's not important. It's important to me to create that relationship with that veteran and or that veteran spouse and that veteran spouse and help them find out things to succeed. We work very hard within our respective communities to create a veteran support group, much like this group, except they're veteran service providers. So we can make that warm handoff. You need a place to sleep? Let me call Bo. You need a place to eat? Let me call Shane. You need a place to get some clothing? Let me call Lori. Again, that's the kind of relationship I want to have. I want to hand that phone to that vet and say, let's talk to somebody and develop, you know,
a means of communication. Because again, if I give them a piece of paper, 90% of the time, it isn't gonna happen. But if I can make that warm hand up, we're much more successful. If we don't have that community of vet service providers across the state, I'm not doing a good job. So again, we're very, we're just anal about making sure that we have support organizations across the state. And you might ask, why the heck would anybody go into the military if we're having all these issues? I mean, but there's only a small percentage of our graduating high school seniors today that are even eligible to go into the service. I mean, enlistment standards are stringent. Only 13% of 17 to 24-year-olds are even eligible to enlist without a waiver. It's a small number. You wouldn't believe, but the number of combat arms occupations have some of the highest ACT scores in high school. These are people that have a passion to go out there and be the grunt. These are not, this is, the times have changed. You don't go in the military because the judge told you to anymore. If the judge, if you're seen before a judge, chances are you're not going to go in the military because they're not going to accept you. You're going to have to graduate high school anymore. You're going to have a clean record. You're going to have to be drug free. Then we'll talk to you. That's a very small percentage. And the military is strangling right now with the lack of recruits. They're down 40% across the spectrum. That's a good thing, that's a bad thing. We got Ukraine out there, we got social unrest and sense, we got political assertion. Patriotism may be a little bit down right now. 9/11 kind of was almost a generation ago. So it's a difficult time for the military right now, attracting and retaining employees. Much like what we see in our society in Montana here anymore. When I go out to see employers, it's easy for me to sell a vet to an employer. I mean, there's been a bazillion case studies saying like, why should we hire a vet? I mean, us bebops work very hard working with employers, establishing those relationships, and finding that vet with a certain skill set and an employer with a specific needs and matching it up, almost like a match.com sometimes. Because I have these people out there just like a perfect fit. And it's just always that shocked me, and it just humbled me in the sense that sort of finding these vets, these positions with progressive companies that have a definite need. But we work hard with these employers because not every vet, like the persona or the adage, I guess you could say, is a lot of these vets coming into the workforce, they kind of scare employers sometimes. They don't know what they're getting. Is this person going to have PTSD and try to shoot people up? I can't say no. Probably has happened. Doesn't scare me, certainly. But the VA is working really hard. And we work with these employers to say, hey, if you have another vet on staff, mentor them up. Celebrate Veterans Day. Put a pin on. Look what Lowe's does with the camouflage vets. I mean, companies today are extruding an arm out or a hand out to the vets out there, making that transition very transition less of a transition, I should say. But again, I mean, with the vets coming out of the military, the soft skills are already there. They know how to dress. They know how to be courteous. Their customer service is exceptional. They're problem solvers. They're self-guarders. They're team players. Get that on in one package, folks. Now, a lot of kids coming out of high school today, you can't say you're going to get that same package. You're going to have to develop those skills around that person. Or sometimes not easier said than done. There's work opportunity tax credit for veterans out there. I mean, this is a no-brainer. You see companies like Amazon, you see companies like Walmart saying like, hey, we're going to hire 20,000 vets. Where's the financial incentive for doing that? And thank goodness that, I'm glad they're there. The Amazons of the world, I'm glad they're there because they're putting in a lot of vets to work, and it's relatively easy means of getting them in there. But there is a financial bonus out there in terms of hiring our veterans today. OJT programs can provide funding out there. Apprenticeships. I mean, but even vets coming out of the military, and now even for like this CDL, for instance, or some nursing programs, their time spent in the military is already applied toward their apprenticeship. So again, they're much closer to that journey rank out there. So it's the VOTC tax credit
It's a no-brainer for employers to take advantage of if they qualify. The old myth was when a vet came out of the service, I always used to say, you know what, take 6 months off and go fishing. You deserve it. Probably the worst advice I ever gave anybody in my entire life. We need to get those vets as they transition out of the military into a job as quickly as possible and help them become part of society out there. You know, employment has a psychological positive aspect for all of us. We all need that mission, that we all need that value to strive to every day. Sitting out there by yourself, probably sucking, maybe potentially sucking down a couple beers every day can lead, you know, the terrible outlook on life. And we work very diligently with these transitioning vets, helping them again to find that passion, that purpose out there. I know I said that a million times, but I can't emphasize it enough. Especially for the disabled vets that have a little bit of psychological issues, we need to get them integrated into society as quickly as possible so they can become part of us again. And our military's changed. I mean, gone are the days of guys fighting, you know, 99% of the guys fighting in the military. Our veterans today, as we sit and watch the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, yeah, we see guys on the ground, and for the lack of better words, you know, the art of war has changed. I mean, we're seeing, you know, computers, we're seeing cyber offensive, we're seeing electronics, we're seeing projectiles, we're seeing battery powered devices all over our military today. Gosh, what's that remind us of? Our economy as it sits today. That's exactly the skill sets that these vets are coming into. It's really exciting, and they're perfectly matched to the high-tech industries coming into the bows, into the cowspells, into the helmets. And so our vets today are coming out more tech savvy and process orientated than ever before. I'm really excited about it. And again, as I get these Iraqi Afghani vets coming into the job service, it's like low-hanging fruits. I mean, this is easy. I mean, everybody wants to hire a tech savvy, smart kid that's just coming out of the military after 4 years. It's like, come on in, because I got a place for you to go see. So again, times have changed. I mean, this kid sitting in the submarine or wherever he's at, you know, 27 computer screens around him. That's the kind of employee they're going to get. That's exciting. Makes my job easy. Like I said, the culture of technology bodes well with our vets getting out in the 21st century out there. The pandemic has accelerated technology. We all know that. I mean, we all know that everything that can go online is online, but we still need that human element out there. And our veterans today are more tech savvy than ever before and ready to go to work. Well, 100 years ago, 8% of the population worked on a farm. Today, 2%, and we grow more food. Like I said, our veteran workforce today is more effective and able to obtain high-paying jobs than ever before. It just tells you what we can do with technology if we apply the right people, the right processes out there. And I feel like what we're getting out of the veteran population today is only going to enhance the potential for the employers' futures as well as ours. I know you had an opportunity to talk about Skill Ridge. I am a firm believer in the DoD's Department of Defense Skill Ridge program. Just to reiterate real quickly, this is where a transitioning vet can get out of the military, go to work for a civilian employer. The civilian employer pays nothing for the next 6 months. They get a free employee. DoD pays the veterans pay, pays the veterans health insurance. They're just like they're doing the federal for the federal government. The employer gets a transitioning vet that is moving from the military to the civilian world. Now, this is a win-win-win situation, folks. Obviously, the employer wins. They're not paying no wages or benefits. The veteran gets to take off that uniform and assimilate to a civilian workforce. As I said before, this is easier said than done. These vets struggle getting out of the military, but having this program in place gives them the opportunity to go to work with the civilian workforce out there. And at the end of the day, I didn't want that veteran getting out of the military, applying for unemployment benefits, so it helps my tax base out there. So again, it's a win-win-win. And at the end of the day, we're helping that employer, we're helping that vet, and ultimately helping all of us citizens of Montana out there with that tax benefit. I won't spend some time on veterans.gov. The United States has done, the government's done a fantastic job in terms of updating this, make it much more user friendly, allowing vets to get on this page and actually make it an efficient place. I mean, it's getting much better. That's all I can say is, our nation has changed in support of the military veterans so much over the last 60 years as we're transitioning from Vietnam to our Gulf War veterans, and hopefully never again to anything else. But it's going in the right direction. With that, I conclude my presentation and thank you for your time. If there's any questions, let me know. I mean, if you have any concerns, or you have a brother, sister, cousin, whatever, that is thinking about going to the military, thinking about getting out of the military, has any questions about the military. I mean, Justin in the back there in the purple shirt, I mean, he's our new bebop in Great Falls, he's doing a great job. Or any of the bebops across the state. Send us a question. We'd love to help. That's our goal. Thanks. Any questions, sir?
Nick, I really appreciate your time. I love your.
Good, great. I got a great job, that's why. And I work for Roy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a couple of new business items. The first item is the SWIB bylaw updated. I'm going to turn this over to Wes in a second, but we sent out for you a couple of versions of the bylaws, updated bylaws. The Lieutenant Governor did a fantastic job of going through them and really cleaning them up, bringing them kind of up to date. Some things that, as you saw, if you had a chance to look at them, really thought about continuity of the board, staggering appointments, cleaning up some language. And we did talk about this at the executive committee, and we are bringing a forwarded recommendation to this board for approval. With that, I will turn it over to Wes. Take a look at that.
Sure, they're pretty self-explanatory. The version that you received with just the yellow mark on the top. That would be the updated version, the completed version. The redacted version has all of the edits from the Lieutenant Governor who did delve deeply into these, as well as a few from me. Kind of the overall picture, just to give you perspective, is that they're more in line with WIOA language. They were kind of ambiguous. There were some things in there that didn't make as much sense with the law. They're also updated to reflect proper MCA, and they just give clear direction, less ambiguity with phrasing, and the language is consistent as well. So where some items are mentioned, and it's mentioned the same instead of differently, committees are one place using the proper names. So just a lot of small updates. But they're all there for you. I wanted you to see the redacted version because comparing the new to the old is very different and it's hard to see what was there. So a lot of updates. Are there any questions about these? No, feels good. And yeah, the executive committee did review them and went through the same conversation with them, and they felt good about it too.
It's a good point, Wes. I will open it up for public comment. Is there any comments on?
Hi,
Hearing
this
none.
is Tam.
I'm sorry, go ahead. And Tammy,
This
it
is-
is about the bylaws in particular.
Yeah, this is Tammy Hickey, and I am from Great Falls. You did just ask for public comment, correct?
Yeah, I'm asking for public comment with regard to the bylaws.
Okay, then, then never mind. I'll wait till the end of, the end for your public comment.
Okay,
So
perfect. I do-
continue.
We do have a separate line item for public comment at the end, and I'll be sure to call you in at that time, if that's all right.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I entertain a motion to approve, deny, or table.
I would move to approve the presented bylaws.
There's a motion. I'll second the second tag. It's been moved and seconded to approve the updated bylaws as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you. And I think, we did talk about this also at the executive committee that, in a number of years, it might just be good housekeeping to revisit these. The second item of business is the WIOA funding allocation policy, and I'm just going to straight away turn it over to Wes and Roy.
Sure, but this one's a little bit more in depth, from Roy and myself. We have been working, on the funding allocation policy. One thing I did not send you all, it is in the packet, it's been online. But I apologize, I didn't send it to you, was the old policy. It's online, and it has been online, but I sent you what the new policy would look like, and then Jane Demeray, our policy analyst, always does a summary of changes as well. I brought up the big hitter though here, Roy, he's the most knowledgeable about this topic. To give you a perspective of where we are, so at the April SWIB meeting, we came to with a reallocation request that changed over time, as you were all made aware. And then, but there was still a directive to update our allocation process policy to make it more streamlined and easier to get money out to service providers and ultimately to clients. So we've tried to start that process and do that with policy now. It needs some additional work, but that may take a little bit more time. But to get this policy updated, we wanted to bring it to you. So, Roy, do you want to start?
Well, thank you, Wes, Mr. Chairman, SWIB members. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today about our revised allocation policy. To put some context, maybe, I know Commissioner Esau just left, but her, myself, some other folks on the line, John, our chief of staff, we were at a national workforce conference a few weeks ago. And we had our friends from the U.S. Department of Labor, those that provide funding and guidance and rules to our agency for administrating these programs. One of the central themes was, and Commissioner Kingley will love this, they said, yes, WIOA can. Yes, we can. Anyway, I thought it was kind of cute. Anyway, the emphasis there was flexibility and encouraging us, state workforce agencies and others to remember that, within the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, there is flexibility, and from our perspective, it should work for Montana and not Montana work for the act, if you will. Those are my words. That's a pretty cool quote to have there, but you don't have to write that down. And so within that, I think it's important to also recognize that there is flexibility and we want to take advantage of that. The other, I think, principle, if you will, is that as the administrative entity on behalf of the governor to administer these programs, to allocate budgets, it's important to remember we do that on behalf of first and foremost, our participants and our customers, our employers. And also to our service providers, those that do the frontline work and, assess, as Nick passionately talked about, and help individuals make good decisions, help guide our employers with establishing some of those priority workforce needs and things like that. So I think that's where we're coming from in terms of the flexibility and really to have the ability to for accessing those resources and not implementing processes that stifle the ability to move the money around to where it's needed. So, it's not about not funding certain areas of the state. It's really about having the ability to move those resources where it's most needed. Simple as that. We also looked at other states. I think it's not to plagiarize, but it's always good to look and see if somebody else has sort of figured it out, or maybe we can take an idea or two. And so we found that many states surrounding and otherwise, small and large, have also added such policies to add flexibility, to make sure that those resources follow the activities that are needed and necessary on a more timely basis, and really remove any barriers or things that might prevent that from happening. And so the other point is we also, without getting into the details of this policy, which in essence, a couple of things I think it's important for you all to be aware of is that so the U.S. Department of Labor, they in statute, we have to follow a certain formula to allocate resources from our WIOA programs, such as the adults, our youth, and our dislocated worker program. In Montana, we have two local areas. We have local area 1, which consists of Helena and Butte, and I think there's about 10 counties that cover that area. The rest of the state, the balance of the state, is everybody else. So as you can imagine, with 147,000 square miles, that's a lot of territory to cover. The issue is the feds in their formula, they consider a couple of things. One is population or labor force and unemployment rates. As Nick alluded this morning, unemployment rate in Montana has been pretty good, pretty low. And so that impacts funding. We don't have a lot of people in those 147,000 square miles. And so that's another issue. So we must have that ability to move those resources around. And so I think, but beyond that, it's up to us, the state, to figure those processes internally to ensure that there's access and there's equity as we distribute those funds. The other point I should make, I think it's worth mentioning, we did review this with our federal DOL regional fiscal person, and he stated he was good to go with the policy as we wrote it. He didn't see any issues that would, be adversely impacting any of the federal rules. And so that's sort of a context. I know I keep maybe talking too much here. Also, it's important to remember our grants can be expended by the state if they're good for 3 years. We have traditionally looked at funding, really looking at it in a 12-month period. That poses a couple of issues. One is that at the end, normally the program year funding starts in July 1st, and it goes through June 30th. On June 30th, we have great fiscal people. We do a great job. But the process was that we would close everybody out at the end of 12 months, and then pay the bills. And then if there was carryover, if we didn't expend the entire amount of the funds, then we reallocated, if you will. But that takes time to do that work. And so what we're proposing within this policy is to, instead of do a 12 months, let's do 18 months. And that'll we didn't see the purpose of closing, then redetermining, and then sending money out. I think that stifles our operators from having the resources available for an extended amount of time. And so that's one of the things that will be reflected in this new policy. Let's see, I think let's see, what else did we?
That goes to the point of the flexibility of it.
Yeah.
And also that'll allow for more opportunity than what is left over after the 18 months for statewide projects. And whatever that looks like, we would then determine at the time. But this will allow just a lot more flexibility and a lot less repetitive nature of business that we've been doing.
one last point that I want to make. I want to use one example that's outside of the federal rules. There was an ARPA, the American Recovery Act Commission, that provided our agency some resources for what is called rapid retraining. We got about $2 million, and we started from policy. They basically said, here's the money. We want rapid retraining, short term, meaning within a certain period of time. And we decided about 6 months or less, but it had to be in in-demand occupations, including IT, construction, restaurant, hospitality. And that was a great example of having this flexibility where we push the money out, and thanks to all our great service providers out there. As of September, they have trained over 643 participants. They've expended almost $1 million in 9 months, because we didn't start until January of this year. And the two top industries are healthcare and transportation. Lots of CDL, but we know if you want to drive a snowplow, you better get a CDL. Anyway, I know we talked to the Department of Transportation about a year ago, and man, they need a lot of CDLs. So those are the two categories, and we're in a position, thanks to our leadership, to actually help out our sister agency, DPHS, with some of the resources that they haven't been able to expend, and we'll hopefully receive those and continue with that program. Again, great example. People are getting trained. Employer needs are getting met. And so I think those are the things that we want to look at our agency to continue to be efficient. It's not, I think that processes were in place. There was a good reason for those at the time, but we have to be relevant. We have to be nimble, and we have to be flexible. So let's take advantage of that. So that's my presentation today. Perfect. Thank you, Chairman. Thanks.
We do have a question online, but go ahead with any here. I'm going to ask for some clarification.
Questions, sir? Yeah, Chair, I guess the changes or the amendments here that you're looking at would still maintain the 90% full for the average of the prior, right? So any funding changes, that's not gonna, it couldn't dramatically affect a local provider to that extent. Okay, thank you.
And I think that's actually in the federal statute.
I thought so. Thank you.
And real quick, would you explain, like I said, when you, the remaining grant money split between these two areas? Is there a formula based on which the 10 counties propose and the balance of state gets?
Since Chairman, Commissioner, there is a formula, how we allocate. We actually allocated by Maple District as well. And I think my understanding of that is, in the most simplest form, is they look at the average providers in that Maple District have received the previous 2 years. Now that's received. Full transparency, I think we need to talk about that at some point, because I think if you base it just on money received, it doesn't get to the heart of the issue. I think we also have to consider what resources have been expended. And I'll give you one clear illustration. And this is not to pick on Wolf Point. Our Wolf Point search providers, high unemployment, so they get a good chunk of change. They get a good chunk of money. Problem is, for a lot of reasons, I think that question was asked previously, capacity, lack of training providers, et cetera. There's a lot of reasons why they aren't, but they're just not able to expend those resources. 2 years, I looked at it 2-3 years back, they expend about 20% of those $100 and some thousand. So what are we going to do with those 80,000? Somebody, I think if we have the ability to, move those to Dillon or Dubuque, where somebody needs them, well, we can't do that, that's a different area. But within the local area, we can move that money around. I hope that makes sense.
It's a question online, and I'm not sure I understand it all the way. Ronnie, would you like to ask your question out loud to make sure that it's understood properly? I think I know the policy is we can't change the federal policy, which is how it's determined. Currently, there is a policy which I can get to, from the federal government, how our funding is expended or delivered. But can you ask the question out loud, Ronnie?
Sure. In the beginning of your presentation, you said that the funding formula was distributed between adult, youth, and disabled workers. And I just wondered, what is the allocation? How is that determined for each of those specific topics?
So those come to us in that form, correct? So they're still determined by program. We don't determine that. That's determined by the U.S. Department of Ed based on the Department of Ed and also the Department of Labor. For all of the WIOA programs, we then distribute the funding from there to Mako district and to local area and then to Mako district.
Yeah, if this helps, excuse me, Mr. Chair. So for adult and youth, there is a federal formula and we're basically taking 1/3 of the relative share of unemployed areas, 1/3 relative share of excess unemployed greater than 4.5%. Again, this is language right from the federal formula. And then 1/3 relative share of the total number of disadvantaged individuals. So that in essence is the formula that our fiscal folks, when we get an annual allocation from the U.S. Department of Labor for, let's say, the adult and youth program, those are the factors that they consider to determine those allocations. Dislocated worker is a little different because there's about 6 different factors that go that are weighted, that take into account including declining industry data, plant closing, things like that, obviously, because this is a grant to serve dislocated workers. So they take all those factors and then they determine an allocation for the areas.
Thank you.
So Ron, I'm wondering if your question also, in the old policy, we laid that out and we're removing that in the new policy. Not that there's a change to it, it's just doesn't need to be part of the policy because it's beyond what the federal government already mandates we do. Katie Madsen was asking funds for the WIOA Title I adult be created with WIOA Title II funds. And I would say yes, of course, and we hope that service providers are doing that when the option is available, depending on eligibility and all of the other criteria. Any other questions for Brian?
I do, that's just something I don't understand. On the last page on transfer of funds. It says with the governor's approval, we will transfer 100% of the adult program funds. The dislocated worker activity expenditures went up to 100% of dislocated worker program funds for adult activity expenditures. Can you explain that to me where that money can be transferred? And is that unused money throughout the 18 months? Is that what it's discussing?
Mr. Chair, so we haven't done that, from my understanding, but the Department of Labor does allow for 100% transfer of, for instance, let's say we're not utilizing our dislocated worker grant because low unemployment, or we don't see the need, or some reason. We do need to have authority from the governor's office to be able to do that, but we could literally transfer whatever amount of funds is in dislocated worker into the adult program, or vice versa. That's just
that's federal.
Yeah, that's a federal ability to move those resources.
So they can be transferred from one program to the other.
Yeah.
Not outside.
That's correct. Yeah,
That makes sense. Thank you.
thank you.
And if there was a large mass layoff, or if there was, if funding didn't come in for COVID like it did, it could have been used for something to that effect, where you can transfer a lot of money to the group that's greatest.
Yeah, thank you.
Have an action item, so, well, it's part of, oh my god, that's my fault. That is an action item. Okay, it does get me a number one to check. My apologies.
So with that, if there's not any more questions, I'd entertain a motion to approve the proposed changes
to the WIOA funding allocation policy.
Go ahead and make motion, we adopt, WIOA funding allocation policy as presented.
Second.
I'll second.
Then moved and second to accept the WIOA funding allocation policy as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. With that, that really concludes the business end of the meeting. We do have the next section, really next steps, to talk about the next meeting dates and any agenda item requests that you may have, please send them to Wes. We're looking at a January, February meeting, and that would roll back to a remote online meeting with a following April, May reconvene meeting. May 8th to 12th.
So with that, I would like to, if we could, knowing that the legislative session is coming up and knowing that I would like to have things defined early. The discussion for May, which wouldn't impact January, but is that the U.S. Department of Labor is coming to Montana to do a review of one of our programs. And with that, they would like to sit in on one of our board meetings. And so they have asked for the dates of May 8th through the 12th. That's when they will be here. Most likely that meeting then would be in Helena because that's where they will be. And it kind of falls in line perfectly with our in-person meeting and our next summer meeting, a little early maybe, but or actually, excuse me, spring meeting, a little late for spring meeting, but I think it will still work out fine. And then the meeting would be in Helena. I just wanted to talk about dates and if there was some dates that are like a definite no because Patty has a big program going on or someone has something happening. But otherwise, I would schedule within that week to allow them the opportunity to sit in on one of our board meetings. I got one thumbs up. Good. So for January, legislatively with the session, but we are scheduled January, February to do a remote meeting. I know one item would be a Title III training. I'll be looking to our good friend Roy to do something along those lines again. And then otherwise, any other agenda items that you feel are necessary and who knows what policy. My hope is that we would have a youth policy for you all to review by that time to approve the next fiscal year. And then aside from that, anything else you think is important, please.
I appreciate Wes, you being my memory. We talked about that and I forgot that was the driver. At this point, I will call for public comment in general. And Tammy, would you like to kick us off?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to do the public comment. I tried to earlier, I just was not quick enough. So my name is Tammy Hickey. And I've been involved in the WIOA Adult Education Program here in Great Falls since 2010. So that's one of the hats that I wear. And then I'm in my third year. I'm a shared employee. So our WIOA Adult Education Program is under the Great Falls Public School umbrella, although we're located at the two-year college. I also, I'm in my third year of running the college's non-credit program. So the workforce development, the customized training, some of your short-term trainings, the non-credit side, and then we have community enrichment classes. So first of all, it is awesome to be from Great Falls because I think we collaborate amazingly. I do want to touch on most of the things that Katie that talked about earlier as a state director, as well as Paul Gladden. We're working with him with Accelerate Montana. One of the programs that we have, and I just need to highlight this, and Shane talked about this earlier in regards to the CDL program. So here's kind of the magic that has happened with that program. We're in our 4th month of offering. We have students right now. Our framework for this training is unlike any other in the state. It is the perfect blend of education and industry working comprehensively and collaboratively together. So shout out to Shane and the Chamber of Commerce because he is correct. Like when this was brought to the Business Advocacy Committee and Brian Hoven said, hey, the college is trying to put a CDL program together because this is what business is asking for. How do we help them? Shane and his team and the chamber was amazing because they do have those connections to the business. We built an advisory group. We have built this program without owning a truck. Now, this is key and important because yes, K&K Trucking gave us a truck to have in our parking lot. We get to do pre-trip and the students get to practice backing up, but we're not going out. We're not providing the behind the wheel part of this. This program is comprehensive in utilizing adult education. So we do that. Every single student in this training program takes the TABE test, the test of adult basic education, so that we know how to support them and give them assistance before, during, and after this training program. Adult education provides that IET, integrated education and training, because we go through career prep, career awareness, and we provide work ethic training while concurrently and contextually while they're in this CDL training. Employer engagement, here's the magical part. We have 11 business partners that are on board with this training because they're a piece of the training. This framework incorporates job placement for those that are not tied to an industry. And we are also, for those business partners of ours, we are training their employees. This is the most collaborative, comprehensive partnership that's currently offered in the state. Department of Labor, we do a monthly informational session. Representatives come from Department of Labor, as well as some of our other community resources that have funding to help people pay for this training. So again, it's working very collaboratively together. And then post-secondary, this program is run through the non-credit side of the college. Great Falls College is fantastic at recognizing that need for the non-credit and workforce development. And so we provide the curriculum instruction to obtain this state license. And our instructors also work with those industry driver trainers when students transition to those businesses. So this particular training program literally is helping businesses vet employees, and it is encompassing job placement. Individuals that go through this training that are not tied to a business, they get a conditional offer of employment because that's part of the training. We're in the midst of our October class, and tomorrow my coworker and I meet with every single one of our business partners who have this month have said, yes, we need an employee and we'd like to have access. They do recruitment day. We're sitting down with their HR representative tomorrow so that they can look at who we have, and they make that conditional offer of employment before they sit for their permit testing. This is magical because we use adult education. We're in collaborating with businesses. We've got post-secondary. I mean, we've got your community resources. It is awesome. And that's just one example of the things that we can do to truly work together with industry guiding it and being a part of it. So I just needed to share because everything you guys have talked about, like this is one good example. And I appreciate all of you. We all need to be working together, not in competition, but truly collaboratively to help our state and our economy. So thank you.
Well, thank you for those comments. Appreciate you providing that information to us. Is there any other public comment? Yeah. So for posts and dates thrown out there, legislative session begins right away as soon as the new year. Are there some dates to avoid?
Montana Chamber has business days. That would be a conflict.
Do you know that
I think that's usually it's New Year's Eve. It seems like every year. It's that first week of January.
Did you say that? Is that first?
Business days, but yeah,
That's, yeah, I don't know when they've got it scheduled for this year. It's usually the first week. It's like 4th to 6th, how the New Year's, so it's usually that first full week.
yeah, I think that's the 2nd through the 6th. Maybe that week's probably one second business days.
January 2nd and 3rd. Which to me, I mean, that's very soon. The legislative session, I was gonna say, if people come to that, you'll be on anyway, we could extend it a day. Could you not shoot that? I don't know.
I would avoid maybe the first part of January altogether. People are just because of scrambling. I'd look maybe at late January or earlier in February. But I don't know of any obvious conflicts off the top of my head because there's not a finalized legislative calendar yet.
That last week of January, which is 30th, trips into the first 3 days of February. Work, I see, Wes, you have the NGA, SWIB.
We may not. Has NGA confirmed with the governor's meetings, the dates yet?
I haven't received any 2023 calendar.
I heard it was either gonna be the second week of February or that bridge week.
So what's that agree, the January 30th that week or the week of February 5th?
So, what I would say is we could do whichever one is not the NGA study then. If that works for everyone.
Do they have a strong opinion one way or the other?
And again, it'll be remote, so that will be helpful.
Do we want to shoot for that May 8th to the 12th?
Chair, kind of special about that. Did the Department of Labor say why they want our meeting?
I can read you that email. It was friendly.
It was friendly.
Yeah, monitoring technical assistance. One piece to that is that the state of Montana has received a lot of technical assistance for the youth program because we have not been meeting our performance indicators. A big part of that comes from our in-school, out-of-school percentages, and especially in our rural areas. There are a lot of things to that. However, we've received a lot of technical assistance about that program in particular. Since Montana's WIO program aspects for monitoring 2021 based on quarterly reporting assessments and ongoing technical assistance, they want to come and do a technical assistance visit the week of May 8th to the 12th. To allow them to further assess youth performance outcomes. If the state has other topics they would like for us to address, and certainly add those topics to the plan. And then we would like to attend a state board meeting or partner meeting this upcoming year. Are there any scheduled meetings that we can join? So that's the message I received. I don't know if it's something new that they're trying, or if it's, but my guess is just to sit in, probably meet some board members. We've had a great relationship with our federal partners. One of them lives in Montana, our fiscal, son lives, I think, up in Troy. So, yeah, I don't have any more than that. My hope is their intentions are good. So, a good question.
I think that wraps. Could anything else go to the order?
Just change, couple things real quick. I'll just encourage all of you to reach out to your chambers. Chambers over the last couple of years have been trying to shift from being just relevant in our communities to essential. Definitely during COVID, I think we were kind of a resource for a lot of things, a lot of businesses. Chambers are shifting from what we used to call the 3 Ps, parties, parades, and pageants, to what we're now calling the 3 Cs, which are being a convener of leaders, catalyst for growth, and then champions for our communities. So we just had our Montana Chamber Executive meeting here in Great Falls last week, and so they're on board. They're busy, so sometimes it's to reach out from any of you to your chamber, say, how can we help? How can we partner? What do you need to help our communities continue to grow? The other thing I just want to put on the radar, obviously, is the formerly known GSPD program, Ground-Based Strategic Deterrence System. Many of you probably already know that Northrop Grumman won the contract, and right now they're in the EMD phase, engineering and manufacturing design phase. But we regularly work with Northrop Grumman to get updates on what that's going to look like, not just in Great Falls, but all 7 counties for our municipal. There's going to be a huge economic boom that's going on, but what they share with numbers, workforce was coming in, but our concern isn't so much what's coming in, but current companies losing employees to Northrop Grumman to work on this exciting defense system. How do we backfill that? That's our biggest concern right here locally. So I just want to put on the radar that we need to talk about the Sentinel program. We need to bring Northrop Grumman in to give this board an update on kind of their strategic logistic plan right now, as they're kind of looking at it. We can help arrange that if you guys haven't already. So great, thank you.
Last but not least, I thank you all for taking the time to come here to this meeting. I know that it's a big commitment, and all of your busy schedules. I want to thank Shane and everybody from Great Falls that helped be terrific hosts here in Great Falls. I think this was my first SWIB meeting was in Great Falls. I was talking to Dave Davidson, fellow at College of Great Falls at your Wow event, that the mayor, and still the mayor, Dave Davidson, retiree, came. I remember this, like we were having a social at this Pines place right here. And he just said, Great Falls is not, you remember you haven't been here in quite a while. This isn't the Great Falls you remember. We had some tough times. We are basically, how did he put it? I thought it was great. He said, we're no longer resentful for what we have, and thank what we don't have, but thankful for what we have. He said, we've turned the corner. This is a vibrant, exciting place, and coming back now, especially seeing the Newberry and your event, it really, it's really exciting. So appreciate you and all the help that you had hosting us. And Wes, thank you again for putting together a terrific meeting. Wes is he's the brains behind this whole thing. His email, I didn't have to read it, so he does a terrific job, and all the learning curve that he's gone through to get up to speed, does a fantastic job. So thank you. With that, we're thank you.
Really? Not much.